Show presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, and Decal Works. Coming at you! It's Monday, January 16th, 5 p.m. Pacific. Thanks for watching on Facebook, on YouTube. Thanks for listening on your podcast shows. The new PulpMX app coming out Friday. An easy way to listen that way as well. Looking forward to that. Thanks, everybody. Got a great show lined up. No Supercross to talk about, which we will touch on, the postponement of Oakland and more. But we do have some arena cross action, or arena crash, as they call it sometimes. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We have some great guests tonight. We have some entertainment all across the board tonight. I think you people will really like it. Got 3 amigos in studio that are in the moto media, and all friends of mine, and looking forward to talking to them about all the things that they're doing this year in the VitalMX Takeover. Cade Clason coming on tonight. Friend of the show, Cade Clason, was involved in a very hectic night of arena cross in Prescott, Arizona. So we'll have Cade call in and talk about all the things that happened to him on and off the track. Trainer of the Stars, a trainer who has taken many riders to many, many championships. Aldon Baker will be calling in. Looking forward to talking to Aldon again. Also, Chris Elliott from Solitaire Racing Team. He will call in. Chris is a co-owner of the team, and interested to talk to him about owning a small privateer team in the pits and how you do all that and everything else. So looking forward to talking to Chris as well. We've added Denny Stephenson because he has some thoughts on arena cross. So we'll get into that and more tonight on the PulpMX Show. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand goggles. We got the X-Brand goggle tear-offs tonight. Race Tech Suspension Engines, Race Tech Rant. I was a victim of another social media bullying campaign, and we'll talk about that and more as part of my rant. Renthal Bars, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Acerbis, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, OGO Power Sports, ORW, Guts Racing, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Suspension Direct, Weisco Piston, all on board with us in 10 cycles as well. And you people, 702-586-7857. You want to talk about the arena cross, the supercross, MXGP. We have an expert in studio or more. You can certainly give us a call, and we'll talk about all things involved in our sport. No Oakland Supercross, like I said, but we'll try to keep you entertained and busy tonight. We have a trivia contest as well for big prizes coming up. But for now, let's introduce our co-host for tonight. First up from VitalMX, he was in here 3 shows ago. He is back in the co-host number 2 chair, and he is one of the content creators / bosses over there at VitalMX. Michael Lindsay, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Bring your mic up a little bit. Thank you. Thanks for coming in again. Wasn't that long ago that you were in?
No, I was the end of the show last year, so hopefully I'll try to mostly be quiet. I feel like these two here need a little more time.
We have this gentleman in studio. He was in before. He was doing his own little pony pod thing. We changed his life. We've all documented that. He's now part of the VitalMX staff and absolutely a real media member now, living in California in January, going on dates with California girls. Darkside, what's up? How are you?
What's up, Mr. Mathis? Glad to be in. Yeah, living the California dream.
Doing California dream?
Beautiful sunny weather.
Yeah.
Never rains in California, ever.
It has been real crappy.
I mean, this next guy you're going to introduce has brought a lot of negative stuff to this whole month. Races being canceled, bad weather. Just, I don't know what's going on, man. We might have to send him back.
Newest member of VitalMX. He used to work for MX Vice. He's been in studio many times before, and now he is a member of VitalMX, covering the American Supercross and motocross scene. From jolly old England, Lewis Phillips.
Hello.
G'day, mate.
I'm Mr. Negative, the aforementioned Mr. Negative.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah?
How are you doing?
I'm good. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, no problem.
VitalMX?
Yeah, if you told me when I was in after round 2 last year, thought I would be sat alongside my colleague, Darkside.
Yes.
I'm not sure what I would have said about that.
Do you call him Mr. Side? Do you call him
I have a new
Pony?
nickname.
Oh.
Hairman.
Hairman.
Because he's only famous and known for his pony, so he is Hairman.
Hairman.
That's the only reason. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
Hairman.
So lots to get into about Vital and congratulations on working with these two.
Star-studded lineup.
That should be interesting. I do want to talk about the dynamic of Vital and how things are working and what's going on and all of that and more. So we have a trivia contest. There is not too many things that Mr. Side knows better in life than Star Wars.
I don't know how accurate that is, but proceed.
You have Darkside tattooed on you.
Yeah.
Sad.
You're sad.
There's not too many things you know more about than MXGP, Lewis.
No, I don't think so anyway.
So tonight, I'm going to ask Lewis Star Wars questions, and I'm going to ask you MXGP questions.
Can't wait.
And the winner is going to take home quite a haul. So
Sounds like it.
So looking forward to seeing this battle go down.
Do you want to know the good thing about this?
Yes.
If I look stupid over Star Wars questions, I lose no reputation in the industry, no face, nothing. If he looks stupid over MXGP questions, his status in the industry crashes big time.
Okay.
I've got nothing to lose.
Okay, all right.
He has everything to lose.
Right, okay. I mean, fair enough, Lewis, but when you were last in here and we did the music trivia, I feel like you did take a bit of a hit.
I remember my success well.
Okay.
Wonderwall.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want me to sing it to you? Or?
No, I'm good.
Please do.
Yeah, I'm good. I just, yeah.
What the hell happened?
All right, working the pictures over there and working on the app and working on PulpMX Fantasy. What'd you score on Pulp Fantasy?
Oh, not good. Like 170.
What'd you get?
246.
180 something.
So I was the worst. I got 162.
Oof.
So tough go. Travis Marks, what's up, Marks?
Hi.
What are you doing?
Team. Yeah, we're good.
Team, yeah, let's do it.
team.
Yeah, we did a new thing today.
Yeah.
I rallied
Team
the
on
troops.
3.
Like Leonardo in Wolf of Wall Street. I know you've seen it a
Yes,
bunch.
of course.
I rallied my troops before the show. Yeah.
Hopefully we don't end like Leonardo did.
Yeah, right. Marks, we forgot the Mr. Side intro. Really terrible.
Oh.
My bad, too. I'm
going to just throw it in at some random time. You guys aren't going to know about it.
I did.
And you just all have to shut up.
That thing
when
just
it
needs to
starts
die.
playing,
taking your phone calls over there, 702-586-7857. The CEO of Beta, Tallon Taylor. What's up, man?
I'm CEO now?
Yeah.
All right.
How are you?
Make sure and let them know.
Please tell Kiefer that I asked you to go dirt bike riding on Sunday and you were out of town.
I was in Anaheim, yeah.
Right.
It's hard to go riding in Vegas.
No,
when you're
I'm
here.
not. I'm not coming down on you because you were gone, but
Let Kiefer know that.
I'm making an effort to go dirt bike riding
What happened Thursday?
Thursday.
Weren't you supposed to go with Kiefer Thursday?
Yesterday.
yesterday.
We're going to get to that.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that.
All right.
Augie's excited.
702-586-7857. Give us a call. I got some things to announce too. The privateer race is coming back. We're doing it again in Denver. And we have the raffle is up. It's 20 prizes. Yamaha YZ450 2023 up for grabs. Thanks to the folks at Yamaha. $30 a ticket. So the link is on PulpMX.com to go there and buy a ticket. So please check that out. Also, live shows, live podcast shows. Tickets are up now on PulpMX.com. We are doing one before Houston, and we are doing one before Indianapolis. So looking forward to doing those. Those are always a lot of fun. Maybe we'll bring Lewis up to answer questions from the audience or something.
I could do that.
Yeah. But please check it out. Come join us. Me, Weege, JT, Kiefer, Daniel Blair at some of these. So please check it out. Thank you. The link's on PulpMX.com. Amazon widget as well. Go to Amazon, make a purchase, and we get a small piece of that. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, let's get into it. So we got a lot to talk about Arena Cross. That series got a big boost by like 20 Privateer
huge.
Island guys hauling ass out to Prescott to race there. And we'll talk about that and more because Cade was involved with that and a Mr. Stank Dog as well. But first of all, the big news, Oakland Supercross postponed. Davey says it happened before in like 79, the second day of a doubleheader in Oakland. It rained so much they canceled the race. So they didn't cancel Oakland, they postponed it. But it does, what was weird for me a little bit though, I'll start with you, Michael, is I get it. Like it's been raining crazy up there. We saw the photos and everything else. But then the football game was in San Francisco the next day. Now, I know San Francisco isn't Oakland, but it's pretty close. And it looked like a nice day in San Francisco when the NFL game was going off. I couldn't quite wrap my head around that.
What the NFL game, though, is south. It's down in Santa Clara. It's not even in San Francisco anymore.
True.
It is a decent way away, and I'm guessing most of it had to do with more or less not maybe quite the conditions at the stadium, but also the fact that there was just flooding throughout Oakland, people displaced from their homes.
It
wasn't
good. Yeah.
No, and that stadium's technically under sea level. It's older, probably doesn't drain as well. Like, on one hand, I agree. We were watching the Santa Clara game because was that your Niners were playing?
Yep.
Yeah, so we were watching. I was like, oh, man, it was decent, but it is. Knowing our luck, if we would have gone, it would have been terrible.
I was so excited because, well, not so excited, but they gave us 2 off weekends in 17 races, and I'm like, sweet, that's awesome. I may or may not have been looking forward to a trip to away that weekend off.
Yeah, not anymore.
And then they just took it away from us. So we go 1 round.
Get a break.
Really weird.
It's been a long season. We need to get this weekend off.
Mr. Phillips here tweeted about Anaheim seeing like it was so long ago, and I'm with you. It does seem like
this
so
feels
long
like
ago.
we're deep in the off season.
It does.
Like
it does. It's weird.
Like when you said about the fantasy score, I genuinely was like, well, what race are we talking about? Because like Anaheim 1 just doesn't seem like a recent thing.
Do you guys think it hurts or helps the racers at all? I'll start with you. Do you think it hurts or helps the racers at all? Like anything? I don't know.
I don't really think it affects them at all. I think it hurts them come, February 18th?
Yeah.
When they were expecting a little bit of a break, a few races into the season. Now they don't get that break.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to hurt them more in a few weeks.
Yeah. I any momentum you had at Anaheim 1, whatever. Like it's just one race, right? It's not like you were going. Tomac looked amazing, right? But yeah, I don't know if that's going to necessarily continue. Not many guys rode, so nobody was really riding during the weeks off because so much rain in Southern California. It's a tough go for sure. I think the number one surprise for me at Anaheim, Michael, I'll start with you. We'll just recap this a little bit. How good Tomac was. He was really good. He didn't qualify fastest, but won the heat, crashed to the main, still won. And those conditions were crappy, and they were easy to make mistakes on, and he looked great. Now, I know I've been yelling about Bike of the Year and all of that.
Blue Crew.
But he looked great. I was really surprised.
I was surprised, but in a way that I'm almost scared for the season. I know we can't base everything off the first round, but if Eli was that good at round 1, and if he can carry this, now I'm just slightly worried and disappointed because I was banking kind of all the talk of, he doesn't start the season, on fire. It is a new bike. Maybe some other guys will be able to build out a lead. Again, it's only round 1, but if you want to really play it up off that, now I'm like, I hope it doesn't continue this way.
Yeah, I mean, those guys, I thought it would take them. I mean, look, it wasn't a dry race. It wasn't a true supercross per se, like a normal one, like what we're going to see most of the times. I thought he would struggle with bike setup a little bit. I thought new bike, Eli's already notoriously kind of finicky. They look great. They look great all day. And Ferrandis' starts were good. Second in the heat, I think Dylan got, and then the main event almost got on the podium. So those bikes look ready to go, no problems. And Webb, I don't know about Webb. He rode great, but he also got on the podium last year at the opener, and we were like, oh, Webb's this good. So I'm gonna wait on that one.
I know. The thing I will say was good about Webb though is how far he came through, and on a track that had so many. Again, potholes, curbs, all the gnarliness, is the fact of how consistent he was. That he's talking about being able to put the bike wherever he wants it again. I would say, if anything, my surprise list is a little bit AC, which Lewis can get into because of some of the stats stuff he looked at, but also Webb. I was super stoked watching Webb come through the pack and watching his racecraft again.
I don't know if you're aware, but Webb's back with our next guest, Aldon Baker.
Yep.
So maybe that's Lewis, the dangerous combination.
I just liked Webb's, okay, the track stuff is whatever.
Yeah.
I just liked his demeanor, his facial expressions, the way he held himself.
Yep.
You could tell that he was back to being chip on his shoulder and believed that, haha, watch this.
Right.
And yeah, you say about Anaheim 1 last year when he finished second. This year his fastest lap time was closer to the fastest lap of the race, I think by half a second. More positive. He was the fastest rider on 4 of the 21 laps in the main event. Last year he wasn't the fastest at all on any lap.
That makes sense.
So there is some little things to cling to. I mean, look, it's not much. Does that define his season? No. But I feel more encouraged than I did the week before Anaheim 1.
I like when he was on our show and he said showing up with that helmet was a bad idea.
What
off season?
Oh, the best off season ever.
Yeah, best off season or whatever.
Well,
what are your AC stats? What do we got? What do we got? AC stats?
Nothing too special. He was just in the main event. He had the fastest time in segment 1 and 3, and segment 1 and 3 were the majority of the track. Segment 1 was the finish to the turn where Sexton passed Mookie, whatever the baseball term is for that.
Whole thing,
And then segment 2 was just literally that straight, so nothing. And then segment 3 was the rest of the track. That first segment.
There's only 3 segments?
Yeah, there always is. I don't think there's ever more than
Yeah,
3 in
there's 4.
Supercross. Well, there's only 3 this time.
Okay.
I don't know what to
Yeah,
tell you.
sometimes it's 4.
But segment 1, which had both whoop sections, he was the fastest rider by half a second.
Really?
His time was 0.581 quicker than anyone else.
Really?
Again, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know.
Like, these are
Well-
the AMA sheets. I'm new here.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to trust these AMA sheets.
I don't know if you heard
Yeah.
how little trust
But-
we put in the AMA.
This is the information we have
Yeah.
been given.
He didn't think all the laps were on the lap sheet either. So
Yeah,
That's true.
I mean, the times are the times. We should trust them, but we
Yeah.
shouldn't trust the AMA too much.
Okay, I
Yeah.
will take. And also,
Yeah.
if you really want to double down on this, AC set his fastest time in segment 1 on lap 16, which was later than anyone else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So positive.
Now,
I can be
again,
hype man.
that and $5 will get you a double frap.
Yeah.
Because you got 9th
Yeah,
or whatever.
but still,
Yeah.
positivity.
No, yes, positivity.
I am Mr. Positive.
I heard David Luongo told me that you're not positive about anything, so this is a good start.
But I am a new man.
Welcome to America.
Yes.
Right.
Being around someone called Darkside has forced me to lighten up a bit.
Light side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Light
Bright
side.
side. Light side.
Right.
and teach him the way.
Right. No,
We're going to
no.
concerts
Listen,
soon.
that's all good stuff. Absolutely. Like that's surprising a little bit to me. And then on the negative side, like Craig didn't ride very good, but wicked practice crash. So I'm not even wait. I gotta wait.
And you could see, like, from the second he hit the track in the heat, like, you could see it was off.
Yeah.
Like, he was not
Yeah.
the same guy.
Yeah. AP was good, but crashed twice, I think. So whatever. Right.
But looks so much more aggressive than he has.
He did. He looked like he was going after guys. Marv went backwards. Bad race for Marv. Which in those conditions, you would think they'd be good race. And then is Jet going to win every single race?
I think so at this point, because my preseason prediction was only him and Faulkner would win on the West Coast. We've lost Faulkner, so I have to stick with my prediction and say, yeah, perfect season. Let's start the talk.
I'm going to say no. RJ's going to get one. RJ looked really good. If he can keep it together and not do RJ things, he can win one.
He did. I think McAdoo. I would put McAdoo slightly ahead of RJ in my odds to win, but flip a coin. Yeah.
Don't you think McAdoo is, like, not rated high enough for what he's done? Like, I look at McAdoo as a good, strong contender. Other guys, like these guys over here, kind of look at him as like, whatever, he's a top 5 guy.
See, clearly, he doesn't read my interviews on VitalMX because I talked to McAdoo and felt like he could win a race.
You were positive with
no,
him
but
in
wait,
an
wait.
interview.
Winning a race is one thing, but title contender is another thing, which Lewis is saying you don't think he's a title guy.
See?
Yeah.
Negative.
Right. Negative. He can, he's caught the Jet and passed him, which is not many people have. So he's done straight up that. But then has he made it through a whole series yet? Ever?
Nope.
I don't think he has.
No.
Right. So there's a downside.
He definitely kept Jet honest a little bit last year.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. No,
yeah.
he caught him and passed him at one
Yeah, yeah.
race. I think it was Indy or something.
Yep.
So yeah, he can do it. But so got a little bit of news about Carson Mumford, who was on the Bar X team, but I believe his dad owns some of that team. So it's probably easy for him to get out of that contract, I'm guessing. Just, hey, Dad, I don't really want to ride
I mean,
anymore.
I think even though they're there, the goal, of course, is no offense to the team. The goal has been to get back on a true factory team.
So he's getting a PC ride for Faulkner starting Oakland, not the next one. Oakland, February 18th, which I'm actually surprised. His wrist injury was disgusting.
Yeah, and he's been back on the bike for like 2 days from that or something.
I don't know. A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, but 100% we're presuming that he found out that the pro circuit thing was an option and then forced it, like, kind of pushed himself to get on a bike early, right?
Maybe.
Like, that's kind of how I put those two things together.
February 18th is a new date for Oakland. That's a month away. I feel like that's enough time to get ready.
I think it's interesting. He's had a relationship with Mitch. He was a Team Green kid back in the day. I know his parents go with Mitch, and he was one of the 4 riders that did the fill-in tryout 2 years ago when Joe got it. It was Harrison, Masterpool, Mumford, and Shimoda that all tried out.
And Lopes, too.
Lopes? Somebody mentioned that, but I never heard Lopes rode that day.
Lopes went there, rode, got blisters, told Mitch he couldn't ride, and Mitch is like, yeah, we'll just see you later then.
See ya.
Yeah, we don't really care about your blisters.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, he was one of those guys that when Harrison got it, right?
No, it was Shimoda that got it.
Okay,
We're
I'm talking about outdoors then.
No, I'm talking about one that happened basically when I ended up with him, because when we had sent him an offer.
All right, no, I'm talking outdoors at Glen Helen. There was a test. Harrison got it.
Yeah, Harrison got it. So then they come back to Supercross and they need to pick somebody, and they did a 2-day tests between 4 riders. They did Masterpool and I think Mumford on one day, and then Harrison and Joe on another day. I might have that
whatever. Right.
scrambled.
Right.
But anyways, he's tried the bike before. They've talked about it, so he's getting that shot.
I know Mumphy pretty well. He was pretty frustrated at his whole situation. Right. What to do? What's going on? I told him, in my opinion, like, he wants good equipment. He hasn't had good equipment in his mind for a while. No offense. He wants a factory bike. No, he wants a factory bike. And there's a difference. I told him, don't sign anything. Just be ready. Practice your balls off on whatever brand you want, and be ready to fill in. Now, he got out of his contract anyways.
Yeah.
So it was no problem. But like, if you want your shot, I was telling him, this is what you got to do, and then you have your shot. McAdoo got a shot. He's never been off it since. Right. He took a shot. So. Yeah, here we go, Carson. This is what you want.
Yeah,
It's a big gamble when you think though of how little prep time he'll have. I mean, it's kind of sink. I'm not saying it's going to be the end all be all, but it's a little sink or swimish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I think so. I mean, he's looking for this opportunity, but unfortunately, he got it at a really bad time.
Yeah.
So if you go out and do really, really bad, who knows if you get another shot?
No, absolutely.
But if you don't take it, who knows if you get another shot?
If you see a chance, take it.
Yeah.
No one else will fake it. That song.
I hear you, man.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Lewis is gone.
Add that to your list of motivational songs when you're.
I don't know. I just feel uncomfortable now.
What is that song? Anyways, it ain't ideal. Your wrist was in an L shaped.
Yeah.
6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
But here it is.
You cannot pass this opportunity.
And you guys know, if you perform for Mitch, he'll keep you. He'll make room for you. He likes this kind of stuff.
Now, I'm curious if you had already heard this far. Is it just for Supercross, though, with Rider D coming up for outdoors?
I would assume so. Yeah. I assume so. I don't know. I did not know for sure. But I guess,
there's always a shot that someone else at PC gets injured. So, we're early enough where things could change on that front.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea of Jet Reynolds racing Supercross?
No, not happening.
Oh, we know that?
As far as I'm aware,
Okay.
I've been told he is out till outdoors.
Okay.
That's at least I've asked preseason and asked like a week before he
So
won.
they got Schmoda and Hammaker going east.
Yep.
And then they'll have McAdoo and Mumphy west.
Yep. And then come outdoors, bring Reynolds back.
With Rider D?
And Rider D back. That's what I'm saying. So, like.
Is he going to be healed up by then?
Who?
Rider.
Yeah, because it was just, collarbone? Wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know.
Collarbone. He'll be back on the bike in 4 or 5 weeks.
All right, before we get to Aldon Baker, good luck to Mumphy. We're all pulling for you. We like Mumphy. I'm a fan, so I hope he takes his shot and does it, man.
Any chance he got this opportunity because he let all the teams come ride at this place and it just kind of
Yeah, I know, right? Totally. Arena Cross. So Cade had himself a hell of a night.
Oh man! Everything I saw on social was him under bikes.
Yes,
off the
me
track,
too.
Upside down.
I was getting texts: Cade fast, Cade down, Cade up, Cade taken out, cops involved, Cade punched, Cade in a podium.
Hey, what did you hear more? What word did you hear more of over the weekend? Arena Cross or Cade?
Probably Cade. Yeah. That was cool for the series, though. Robbie McQuarrie, we had him on our show, I don't know, a month or so ago, talking about this new Arena Cross series. They revert the main event order for the second night, right? So they revert that, or for the second race, I should say. So Stank Dog, our guy Stank Dog. We already know I'm not a fan. I'm not letting him in my race last year, not letting him in my race this year. Objectively, though, anybody see anything wrong with what Kay did in the first turn in that heat race?
Absolutely not.
No.
There was anything wrong with that?
That is the most situation that falls under the category of a racing incident.
Right?
But is anybody saying there was something wrong with that? I think.
Well, Mr. Stank Dog was saying that.
Taking food out of the dog's mouth.
I think the man who punched the other man was probably
But no, I
quite
think
upset about it.
I don't think Stank thought there was anything wrong with it. He just thought, well, okay, you do that to me, I do it back to you. That's okay.
But he
he said
didn't do anything
food.
to him.
Well,
Yeah, he said.
I'm not saying
he
that-
said Cade took money off his table.
Food out of his mouth, out of the dog's mouth.
Yeah.
Can we get the prize money for Arena Cross easily? Because if we work out where Stank Dog, I hate saying that, it's just like we're grown-ups. Stank Dog.
Just say Jared.
I don't know, that's weird as
nicknames
well.
are so dumb.
I'll just call him Ryder.
Yeah, nicknames are so strong.
Rider A.
If I'd like to figure out, like, based on his times, how much money was taken off of his table, because I'd imagine it wasn't much.
You know what? A really good way to get money taken off your table is punching a guy getting DQ'd.
But, like, so if you watch what Cade did in that turn, what was the alternative? Cade just literally, like, backing out and stopping and letting the man go around the outside.
Like, he waits a lap, Cade's leading, and then he just cleans Cade out, sets him on the concrete, which, by the way,
Winners take all.
Cade sent me a still of it, and it's fantastic. He's upside down. It's great. And then they get into it in the tunnel afterwards, and Stanky, according to Cade, we'll get the story from Cade, punches him and gets DQ'd, thrown out of the building. Go home.
So he got DQ'd because of the punch?
Yes.
Not because of the retaliation?
Apparently the punch is what did it.
So the punch did happen?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't clear on whether the punch was, like, made up or if
no,
it was
punch
actual
happened.
thing.
He punched Cade in the throat, I guess.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Poor Cade.
Poor Cade. So, but, like, it's such a baby move getting lapped and taking him down. Like, hey, you're mad about it? Cool, whatever. Get your ass in the main event and take him out there. Or beat him on the track. Or whatever. But he also waited for Alessi one time. He took Alessi out. Alessi was lapping him, and he fucked with Mike. So this is what Stanky does. He gets a lap down and then decides to be a baby and tries to take people out. I think it's a chicken shit move. And I think if you're serious about money and you're serious about racing, get in the main event and then fucking T-bone the shit out of Cade in the race. I got no problem with that.
Right.
Yeah.
I got no issues. I don't think what Cade did deserve that. But if you think you got wronged, then taking him out in the race or waiting till Oakland or waiting till San Diego, I should say. You wait to San Diego or whatever. Like, I'm all down. But a lap down and the guy's lapping you? Like, that is just cheeseball.
And when you get it out of context, like, the first thing I was sent was Jared getting Cade back. And my first thought was, okay, Cade did something to him before, and this is another heat race. This is the main later that night. I get it. It's arena cross. And then I find out what the original incident looked like. I'm like, okay, don't know if that really warrants it. And then I find out it's the same race and a lap down. I'm like,
dude, it's just lame.
Okay.
It's lame. Like, okay, you're mad. Cool, I get it. I didn't see anything to be mad about, but I'm not a racer, and I wasn't in that situation. You're mad. Right on. He pushed you off the berm. Got it. Mark it in and get your revenge later. Same thing with Bogle. When Bogle was a lap down and he launched his bike at Barsha, I came on this show and said, you can't do that. You deserve to be DQ'd. And Bogle came on and said, I deserve to be DQ'd. That was not right.
Right.
It's not cool to do it a lap down.
No.
Not at all.
And then the other one, me and Blair debated this a bunch yesterday, is Stanky's post on it. First thing he does is come out and says, I was wrong for doing this, but then tries to defend while he's wrong.
Yeah,
well, are you wrong
dude.
or not? Like, pick a stance.
Just like he went off on me that for what I said, he misheard me. I did not say what he thought I did. His only comeback to me on the phone should have been, hey, man, sorry. I didn't hear you right, and I apologize. Oh, no. He doubled down. Mm-hmm. Doubled down, was more angry with me than ever before. Like, I don't know what this – just say you're sorry, Stank. I'm sorry. It's really easy. It's kind of manly. It's kind of shows a maturation and being a man.
It's a big dog move.
It's
not a puppy.
It's a big dog move.
Yes.
not the puppy move.
No, it's all quite
The big
simple.
dogs say sorry.
It's all quite simple.
Yeah.
You can wrap it all up quite simply. You would think that everyone out there is a racer. You would think, because they're going racing. But not everyone. Some people are out there just for attention, to get their name out there, and to basically feel like a big dog. And we all want to feel like a big dog. I get it.
Right.
I also would want to feel like a big dog if I was a racer. However, I would not let that need for attention get in the way of my actual racing.
Of making
Clearly,
money, because apparently money's very important.
Yes.
Cade took money off his table.
He took money
clearly-
out of his own table by getting himself.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so if money, if you're so mad at Cade for money, here's how to get money. Make the main event.
And I now have two cases that prove that this man is not interested in racing or making a name for himself as a racer. One, he raced a two-stroke.
Yes.
So
right. Yeah,
really competitive,
yeah, right.
really after the competitive side.
Right. Really after
And
money. Really after
two,
money.
If he was even given the slightest thought to, I want to race tonight and make money and do well and show everyone how good I am on a bike, he wouldn't have done that move. So clearly, while he's riding, all he's thinking about is, Instagram comments.
I don't know.
Sad. Poor Cade.
So the last time you were in here was after the Oakland.
I'm almost like your expert. I only get brought in when
when he sent his mob after JT's sister.
Who hasn't been seen since.
She hasn't.
Kidnapped, I don't know.
She hasn't been around since. She's ashamed of everything, and her jeans. and yeah. So I look again. Cade's my friend. I get it, but I think my history on this show is I'm not afraid to call a spade a spade. I think that was bullshit. I think that what Cade did was perfectly fine.
Yeah.
And I think waiting a lap, just like with Bogle, waiting until you're a lap down and taking the leader out is also bullshit.
Yeah, I think there's two separate incidences. Obviously, the on track and then the punch.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I've never had a problem with Stank. He and I are fine. I talked to him. He's cool. But Cade's a friend also. I don't like the on track stuff, the waiting the lap. I think that it was just racing. He definitely
– You want to get him back, do it in a real race.
It was an immature decision, which I think we've all made stupid decisions when we're heated, especially as racers. You just talked about one last week, didn't you, with your buddy? Or you were mad and you threw the roll-offs, right? You're heated. Yeah. That was a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
But it was in the heat of the moment. But the post-race stuff is really where I have the biggest problem with Stank is I've got buddies that think it's cool, and when you get wronged, you fight.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I'm a lover, not a fighter. And I think it's more mature to handle it with words, and eventually you guys will work it out. And there's three sides to every story. There's gonna be Cade's, Stanks, and what actually happened.
Yeah.
But
all right, let's get to our next guest.
But real quick,
yep.
Do you know who loved all of this? The guys that own Arena Cross.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they were great.
The true victors.
No, absolutely. I want to think about Renthal bars. What's your bar of choice? You got to take those purple off, the blue.
What is everybody's issue with it? I like them. I don't care what everybody thinks.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Nope. You run it then.
I like them.
You fly the flag, but it's gross.
You
and
do
it's disgusting.
hair man.
Yeah. It's gross.
I have gotten
disgusting.
overwhelmingly they're ugly.
Yes.
A couple they look cool.
Purple on blue.
The man is called Darkside, yet he has bright purple bars on a white bike.
Because
Make it make
thank you,
sense.
Paul P. for the. I also have them on my Husky, and people don't like them on the Husky either.
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry.
was
There's
talking about the Husky. I think
Same.
that's the worst thing.
it's apparently there's only one or two motorcycles you're allowed to wear purple bars on. Run. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, thanks to Renthal. Whether it's Red Bull KTM, whether it's factory Honda, whether it's Monster Kawasaki, Renthal, the undisputed global in manufacturing design since 1969. Twin wall bars, 7/8 bar, Fat Bar 36, the old Fat Bar. I just put on a new set of Fat Bars on Blue Crew. So thanks to the guys at Renthal as well, renthal.com. Thanks to the hard work and dedication to detail, the Renthal factory has been helping world-class riders achieve their championship goals since the beginning, way back in 1969. Renthal.com, grips, bars, sprockets, chains, mountain bike stuff as well. So thank you to the folks at Renthal, bringing you our first guest of the night. He is one of the most renowned trainers our sport has ever seen, and he's doing it again this year with another roster of riders. Aldon Baker, what's up, Aldon? How are you, man?
Hey, Steve, man, all good, and thanks for having me on, and I appreciate the kind words.
No problem, man. Thank you for coming on. I've been meaning to check in with you for a little while. Obviously, no Oakland to talk about, but what'd you think of Anaheim for this new pupil you have, Cooper Webb? He's back in the roster, and he showed us something, man.
Yeah, no, and look, I think we all know his potential and his capabilities, and he's back, and he was committed this off season, and he's motivated, and I think we're in a good place, and I think we'll see a lot of really, really good stuff from Cooper this season. Everything seemed to go well in the off season, so I'm excited. I think it'll be really solid.
We had him on after Anaheim won, and then I've had some conversations with him too, and he's admitted, I think he's being really mature in saying that you and him butted heads, you and him had issues. When he got back together, he said that you and him had really good talks and hashed everything out, and like men, like professionals, you threw everything away and started, from scratch. I think that's admirable, because I think egos get in the way of everybody. I like what he's told me about getting back with you.
Yeah, no, and I agree with him. I think there was, a few things where we did butt heads, and that, look, my job is always finding the faults in these guys, so sometimes it's not pretty. But I feel that, exactly what he said, we hashed things out. I have my agenda and what I feel is needed to be done, and he had some ideas too that I totally respect. And look, like I said, we threw it all out there. And then once that was done, everything has been phenomenal, and I feel like we got a great understanding and a good direction. So, so it's really good.
Yeah, that's awesome to see. How is it? So you got Christian Craig over there this year, and RJ and Malcolm and Webb's back. And we know, Marvin and Anderson and maybe Zacho and Coop a couple years ago. There's a dynamic of personalities that, you have to manage, and they manage yours. and it has to all work, and it hasn't always worked. Sometimes there's been some feuds.
Yeah.
How do you balance that, Aldon? How do you make sure, like, look, everyone's encouraging, like everyone's happy? I don't know, like how do you manage that? Because that would be like one bad apple, and I don't even call those guys bad apples. They just weren't happy.
Yeah.
Can sometimes bring things down.
Yeah, Stephen, that's a good question. I mean, look, that's always the challenge. I don't get to pick, per se, all the riders. I mean, obviously, I'm contracted to the KTM group. We all sit down together and we have a fair idea of who's, their heavy hitters or their main guys. And then it is my job to piece that group together. And it is challenging. And everyone, is expected to be winners, which they're all capable of. So that adds to that whole dynamic, is that they all can win. And if you can win, you can win championships. So it's a balancing act, and some years have been a lot harder with the different mentalities and I'd say the diversity of the athletes. But I mean, you work your way through it. I always say I pick my battles. I try and
Sure.
I focus on the main goal, and that is to get them race ready each individually to the best of their ability. And then it's day by day who I kind of steer towards in pushing or backing off a little bit. And that's what makes, that's why you're a personal trainer. It is a group, but it still becomes very personal.
Right,
so
right.
It is tough, though. I think people don't understand what all goes into that and how that can get. But I've got to give it up that this group, and I was concerned, obviously, with a new guy coming in, there's a lot for him to adapt to. So Christian was that guy where, okay, how's he going to blend in? How's this all going to work? And what can we get in? And overall, Steve, it was actually, I'd say, for the most part, a really pleasurable off-season training, to be honest.
Okay.
So I'm happy because they all had their days when it's not pretty, but they all actually understood that and gelled well and still stuck to their job of giving it the best that they can day by day.
Sure.
Hey, Aldon, Jamie from VitalMX. You talked a little bit about you and Cooper talking and kind of squashing the issues. Before he left, I assume some of the tension that was between you guys probably seeped out where the other riders maybe felt some of it. Before Cooper came back, was there any discussion with those guys about, how they felt about it or how you guys were going to handle things so that tension didn't kind of linger?
Yeah, well, and that's a good question, Jamie. I had a whole, when Cooper basically left, I almost had everybody changing their plans. And it was just one of those perfect storms. I mean, look, Zach was retiring. Marvin was going to go to a one series only deal. So that changed that dynamic. And then there was, I'd say the only one that was sort of the stable, sort of single guy left in the pack was RJ. But he's always kind of blended in. I've never felt like I've had an issue with RJ. He's very, I'd say, smart and good at staying out of stuff and not letting things get to him. So, and then obviously I had AP coming in as a new guy. So he wasn't really, any sort of issues. It was just more of, okay, I've got a new guy here. Then I had, RJ, and then obviously Malcolm was new. So it actually changed over to pretty much a whole new pack, which was to be honest, a breath of fresh air considering the previous pack had kind of developed, they'd all done well, they'd all got to their point where, hey, what's next and what's next for each individual in their own particular way. So I'm not throwing stones at any one of them. They all had different dynamics to deal with. So going forward, it was a new crew, and then it sort of started, and then obviously then there was a return of Coop. But I think it was also a breath of fresh air for Cooper because he's always got on well with AP, so that was solid. Malcolm was new to him, but there was no sort of animosity there. And let's say, so it kind of just eased back into another good group, which I felt, man, I'm sure due for a good, and not to say the other group was bad, it was just circumstances created an issue where they all were changing the dynamics of what they were either doing or where they were going, you know?
Talking about changing dynamics, so literally, like, you Ricky, Stu, you know, RV, these guys now, how much do you change up your program, Aldon, from year to year? Like, you know, I've talked to enough guys about kind of what they do under you and, you know, what kind of bicycle work it is, but how much do you, like, and I don't even mean adapt to each guy, but as you gain knowledge, as your years of experience add in and you say, RV like that and James like this and Ricky thought this, do you change your program year to year to just, I don't know, either adapt to the latest things that you know or to sort of make it more fun for these guys? Do you change up much?
Yes, and that's, Steve, you hit it on the nail there. I have to evolve. People say that you know, that, oh, maybe my program's still, but it's evolved a lot. And I'll give you one example. There's no way that any one of these guys could do the load that like a Carmichael did back in the day. Or so each individual, for me, it's to find out, firstly, how they react to training and how they can react to certain loads of training. And that always depends where they're at in their career and also what they've been doing prior to coming to me. So, you know, to answer your question, I feel it changes a lot now. It still has the same, what I call, curriculum. You can't get past the riding.
Right.
And I mean, that's not going to go anywhere. So the job is riding, but the rest of what I call the training, meaning the cardio and the strength stuff, does evolve and change accordingly. Now, remember, too, I do have to have the group working together.
Yeah.
Otherwise, and the goal of that is I get the best out of the riding, which is the main focus in the training. So now when you put the group on the cardio stuff, well, you've got different levels already right there. But they do have their own heart rates. I am pretty good over the years. I feel I've learned a lot at adjusting their position in the training to get the best out of them. I can soon find out who's more sort of a dominant in one area compared to another. And that's where I blend each one a little bit. And it goes to the same thing in the strength training. Look, strength training is strength training. It's needed. It is a part of the training, but that has evolved a lot, and it all depends on who I'm dealing with. And there again, to keep it fun, I do change that a lot. I mean, that, just to give you an example, strength stuff has changed every week.
Oh, okay.
So it's not the same Monday. Now, they may sometimes think that, but it's definitely not. And
when they're complaining, when they're complaining.
Yeah, that's the thing, is they all have their point where they're going to start whining. I mean, my goal is to push them in areas that they haven't been pushed, and that's my theory on that, is that's the only way you kind of grow and adapt to something at a different level. So I have my long-term goals, and how I navigate there is always a plan. I feel like maybe I'm a little too much in my planning, but I do feel that is critical to the program, and I make sure that they are going to be accountable, and we go from there. So I think it's evolved a lot, and it will continually. I see that even with some of the youth that is coming through, that it's just different dynamics, and you're going to have to change. Otherwise, it's honestly not going to work.
Right. Renthal, bringing you Aldon Baker on the show.
Speaking of things that you have to adapt and stuff, have you gotten involved in the mindset, mental health stuff a lot more recently? We were talking to AP last week, and he said that he struggles with overthinking things that happen on race day, putting too much emphasis on one mistake or one issue with bike setup. Do you get involved with that a lot, or do you kind of try and stay away from that stuff?
No. I mean, that's a big key thing. The mental side of being a racer or a high-end athlete is critical. How you get, and people sometimes, I think they overcomplicate it a little bit. it's not like you can be what I call a shrink and sit the guy down and say, hey, man, that's a bad thought. You need to get rid of it. A lot of it is habit. And a lot of it lines with confidence. You'll find that a guy doesn't really have much mental issues if he's very confident, but he has to be confident in his whole program. So giving an example that you mentioned, AP, yes, there are areas that he lets get to him, and then it can actually be a deterrent, meaning if he makes a mistake, he sometimes will let that drag on too long. We see that in the training, and I have to stay on him with that as he practices to get rid of that habit. I all believe that all these little things are honestly just bad habits. And he has to acknowledge that in his mental state that, okay, hey, my method of how I approach or how I think about something's not right. And then there is a plan, okay, you've got to acknowledge this problem, but then you've got to work on it getting fixed. So we do plan on that. We do talk a lot about that. And there again, each guy's different at what makes them mentally the best that they can be to go racing. But I don't necessarily go and study what I do feel like, actually, to be honest, if it was just the training and the hours and the loads and the heart rates and all that, my gosh, my job would be a lot easier. The biggest thing is I feel like over the 22 years, I have become, per se, a shrink. That you can read what this guy is doing and thinking and how am I going to navigate him off that rail, per se. So
was it a big part. Was it 75% shrink with RV and 25% training? Good God.
I would say for sure. I mean, and that was the guy, you soon learn what are the habits of an athlete that makes him tick or drives him or pushes him beyond his comfort zone. And there again, if I talk about RV, we butted heads more than I'd say any other athlete I've ever had. But that's what he thrived on. Mm-hmm. So once I recognized that, okay, his actual strength is to almost get me pissed off. And he would thrive on that. So there's a mental state that I've never seen in another athlete, where he's actually trying to push my buttons for me to really push hard back in order to get him to do his job. So, you got to read your athletes really, really well and find those areas that I feel like that is that mental state of what he pushes and drives them.
He told me he's in better shape now than he ever has been a couple weeks ago. So just FYI, Aldon.
Yeah, I saw him at track walk at A1, Stephen. Yeah, I beg to differ.
Hey, I was curious, talking about all the stuff you do directly with the riders, on the bike, off the bike, in the gym. Talking more about your actual facility, the Baker's factory. Speaking of things changing the last couple years, do you feel like you've had to adapt anything different there, whether it's changing up the tracks more, letting them get rougher, prepping them more, setting them up a certain way where it allows the guys to replicate race day more? Have you guys changed the way you go about actually prepping the facility and getting it ready for these guys?
Yeah, that has evolved also a lot. I mean, I think the preparation of the track, the biggest thing is, look, the East Coast, our tracks, they tear up a lot more than what I call the West Coast tracks. It's the type of dirt. We get a lot more moisture. It's different. But that, to me, is more relative to the racing. I've done, in the past, a decent amount of trying to learn. Obviously, Dirtworks builds the tracks. We've even had them come by and build the tracks so we can see, okay, is there anything unique or different? And we have learned stuff on how they build tracks today that have passed into how we do our tracks. We do let them get pretty rough, but there again, it's got to be safe because we've got to make it to the races. So that balance is always something that you have to focus on with the tracks. Although I put, at least 8 riders out there on a track, and it gets tore up a lot. So what I'm finding now is the tracks evolve the same way as the track kind of evolves towards the main. So I think we're well in the ballpark there. The only thing now is the maintenance side of it is a lot, because the way we go, we almost have to prep the track a full redo before we start the next day. And it's become that's just the nature of the animal. But it is in line with, I feel, how things develop at the race. When you look at, when we go to the night program, the 250 guys actually start off with a pretty much fresh track, but then it goes south quickly, and that's kind of the same. So I feel we have a good understanding, but there again, you got to analyze where the riders are too. Thank God I deal with a lot of experienced and good riders, so you can let the track kind of go a lot more than if I had guys that are really new. And I do in the 250 side, so I have to be mindful of also keeping that balance, or at least in between, which was something we never used to do, where we may have to prep sections in between the sessions just to keep it, I'd say, relative, and also being that we don't get ahead on things not being safe to the point.
4 strokes, man. Yep, absolutely.
Tearing stuff up. One little follow-up to that is because you are a big planner. Even when we're talking about like your time of year when you're in boot camp, when you just need the guys to do laps, do you go a little more prep, a little safer on the track because the guys are getting more wore out? And then when it comes closer to race season, do we go a little rougher for a couple weeks when they're testing? And then same thing as you get into season, do you go, okay, they've been riding enough. Do you even adapt track prep depending on kind of what time of year it is, or do you go that deep on analysis?
Yeah, no, for sure. I believe when the guys first start out, we can't have the tracks crazy, although that's when the tracks are brand new, so they're kind of beefy. So we have to, keep it a little mellow, but then as the season gets going and they get better and better, we tend to try and make things a little bit more peaky, because that's kind of how the races develop. So we are aware of how things go and also how their skill level improves and what they are capable. And that is a lot to do with, also just monitoring week to week and kind of seeing where they're at and how they're evolving. But things do evolve towards the end, where I feel like the whoops, we make them, pretty dang realistic by the end, so that it's not a shocker for them when they do go racing. I'd rather that they come on the weekend and they go like, oh, this track's a lot easier than what we've been dealing with. And that to me also relates to that mental side, where they're already mentally confident now just in that. So there are those little pieces that have to align, for sure.
Hey, Aldon, I know you help the guys with the on-track stuff also, technique, et cetera, a little bit. I've heard a lot the question of, what does Aldon know about that? He's never raced at that level. How do you handle that? Do you ever have any riders that say, how do you know what you're talking about? I'm doing this, you haven't.
Yeah, and that's true. And I think I get a lot of sort of almost heat from arbitrary people regarding, well, he has never raced, so what does he know? Well, I can say that this is my 22nd year doing and watching this. So, and with a lot of good guys. So my point is, I've seen enough, I've heard enough, I've been around enough other riders that have also given their input and so on, to kind of know what I feel are the main critical points to what I see when I watch a guy ride. But I have to be careful, because I do understand that if I look the rider in the eyes and tell him, listen, you need to stop chopping the throttle when you come into the whoops, I can read his eyeballs that he's looking at me like, yeah, you take my bike and go do that.
Right.
So there again, it goes back to where the rider's at and how much trust he's putting into you. If I pick up that the rider is not really trusting my words with what I say on track, I'll find another way of getting that opinion to him. And I may even use another rider, but I will find a way to make sure he understands where he's not looking good. So there's many ways to do it, but I am well aware that, okay, heck, I was never a supercross or motocross racer, so yeah, that's a part of it. But there again, I do feel there's stuff that I see through my eyes that I don't think a racer would see, because he's done it his way and not with many eyeballs per se.
Right.
Meaning, I've looked and watched at the best of the best in many, many years in so many different situations and so many points of their career that I feel pretty confident that if I say something or I mention it, that it is realistic and legitimate.
All right, we got a phone call for you here, Aldon, from Sean. Sean, what's your question to Aldon Baker?
What's up, guys? Aldon, I was just curious, man. You know, all the riders you trained in your during this time. Are there any crazy Stu stories you'd like to share with us?
Sean, I don't know if we've got enough time, man. But
just
no,
anything, man. Just make my night, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say some of the most craziest things would have to go back to Villa, because, I mean, he would actually push my buttons beyond where we'd fight sometimes literally on the ground, and I'd be like, man, I want to hurt this guy. I really want to hurt him. And I'm not proud to say that. I mean, it's just one of those things. But I do remember the one thing that still catches my thing with like Villa was we're up on the jump, and obviously full summer deal in Florida. We're in the heat of motocross, and I said something to him at the top of the jump, and he must have not liked it. But I knew what was coming was he saw an opportunity to push me off the jump. but I happened to read it before he did it, and he was a little slow at doing it, and so I grabbed his arm and then stepped around him and then kicked him in the bike off that whole jump. And I mean, it's a big jump. So he went rolling down there, and obviously face full of dirt and all that. And then obviously now he was really upset. So I thought, oh my gosh, because he came running up the jump, now wants to fight. But I grabbed him by the helmet and ran down the jump with him with my hand in his helmet, and that put more dirt into his face. And then anyway, the short story was, I mean, it got a little weird for a while, but something that's definitely not normal. And then the best was once he decided, all right, he's had enough, he's good, he started his session, and I think because he was still sort of wound up, I think he hit like a second roller and swapped and went over the handlebars.
Oh,
nice,
dude!
And then, awesome. And I actually felt for him. I was like, "Oh my God, that's not good."
Yeah.
But then, from my end, I couldn't give him an inch, so I told him, "Hey, get up and get going. What you waiting for?" And he was, but he was tough, man. He carried on, and that was good. I mean, yeah, there were some stories there that I think was
We have a YouTube clip from either RV or Jake. I don't know who was filming. Jake must have been filming. You and RV are wrestling on the ground, and I think Jake was filming. And it's this is your trainer and your rider, and you guys are just wrestling on the ground. Like, it's great.
I know. Those are the things I'd go home and think, like, what has happened?
What's wrong with
what
this
did
guy?
I get myself into?
Right.
Yeah, but there was that love-hate relationship where we knew we needed each other in a way. I needed him to perform, and I knew he could do it. He needed me to push his buttons, and vice versa. And then we had a lot of success, which always makes up for any issues. But the craziest thing, he did tell me that when he did finish up, and we were chatting, which I was a little bit taken back. He told me, he said, "Man, there were days where I'd hate the sight of you." You always hope that a guy doesn't get to that point. But that's, to me, how deep you get into the relationship with the rider.
Yeah, absolutely right. Sean was asking about Stu. I'll ask you this. Was there a day when Stu just didn't show?
There was one.
He's not doing that today.
I actually thought in the big scheme of things there'd probably been more of those days, but there was only one that strikes me where I called him and I said, "Where are you?" Because I'm waiting. Yeah. And he said, "Man," and he was pretty good about it. He said, "Dude, I've just hit a little bit of a spot, and I just you got to give me a day here today, whatever." Okay. And then I said, well, where are you? What are you doing anyway? And he's like, "I'm on my way to Miami. I need a breather."
Just for the day.
Yeah, just going to Miami, man.
So
that's great.
But otherwise, there was no issues.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks for the call.
I appreciate it.
Alden, what's up with the bicycle company Alcalve? Alcalve? How do you say it?
Okay, you say it like Ferrari, Alcalve.
Alcalve.
So,
okay. All right.
Alcalve.
Alcalve.
So,
yeah.
I mean, the shortened story of Alcalve is, it was my partner Alfredo, who is involved in bicycles. He's more in BMX, but and I helped him a few years back, just with some of the ideas that I had regarding tour sport. It was kind of like a side project, but we became such good friends, and we were chatting, and he said to me, hey man, wouldn't it be cool to own your own bicycle? Because we'd always talk bicycle, and I'd always talk about things that I liked and things that I wish could be done better, or the whole thing. And that developed into where he said, well, hey, what would you be interested? And I said, well, for sure, but I think it's overwhelming because I wouldn't even know where to start, And the interesting thing was he actually did a lot of the groundwork with the connections in Asia, because you've got to have a good frame builder, and you've got to have someone that can do all the testing and do all the ideas that you have that you put forward, make it either realistic or not possible, So that was 5 years ago that we actually started the project, and it evolved. Now, the biggest thing, as you know, my focus, even for Alfredo, he was in the last Olympics. He's in a well-accomplished BMX athlete. So he had his focus, and I've, got my focus and still have my focus. So it was kind of like a little sort of project on the side, hey, can we do something and develop? And it kept growing, and as we would tick sort of the little points off that we'd have to get to before you move to the next point or to the next. And then, 5 years later, we are with what I call sort of my perfect bike. And the whole reason also for pushing for this was I wanted a bicycle that fitted kind of everybody, meaning, I train athletes that are not really typically good cyclists, but I have a range. I have guys that I feel like probably don't even know much about it, and then I've got ones that are really into it.
Right.
But my goal was to have a bike with the right geometry that would cover the whole band, which translates into what I feel that 90% or 100% of the public are kind of in, where not everything just suits everybody. So, and it's a big training tool for me. I mean, it's what got me to this country. It's and one of our slogans is it gets you there or gets you there, and it got me here, and it's obviously also got Alfredo to where he is. So there's a lot of passion, and there's a lot of sort of, this is a special project for us, and it aligns with, that's one of my biggest training tools. So here we are, and it's launched obviously, middle of November, and to me it's a boutique bike. There's not going to be many that are going to be sold. It is special. Our goal is to have a better connection with the people that buy it, meaning the bike fit and everything that aligns with the bicycle. We're evolving, and it's moving along really well, and we're really excited and happy with it.
ALCAV IB ALCAVIBikes.com. I just wanted to get a website.
AlCalvyBikes.com.
It looks really good. I've talked. Seth's got one. He loves it. Says it's great. It looks like you guys are making really good quality bicycles. So that's cool.
No, that's the goal, and it's kind of aligning with the Baker's factory, where it's exclusive. The factory is. Basically, we put everything together there, so it's not assembled somewhere else. So the quality control is done to what we feel is the best, and then obviously we are busy aligning with specific bike shops that we feel that the connection is going to be good with, and that's our goal, is to connect with a limited amount of them, and then grow the brand from there.
I did have a question for you about the bike. I used to be a little bit more of a road bike nerd, but visually looking at it, looks kind of like an aero frame style build, but you're talking about having a range of guys. Some of them aren't road bikers, so is it, all stiff? Is it a little bit more from the dimensions and cockpit side, a little bit more endurance-ish, a little more comfort than maybe your standard aero bike, considering, you said it's a little bit for everybody? Or
Yeah, and that's exactly right. We wanted, firstly I wanted the shape and I wanted the clean lines, and then it being very aero, which it is. But I wanted a blend between a good climbing bike and a good sort of TT bike per se. So we did tweak the geometry, which we feel if we've hit it right on the sweet spot now, where it's a more comfortable bike. Its feedback from the road is really nice, and it's not. Obviously, you have to have stiffness in the right area, and that did take us a while and a couple of models and test runs to get that right. But we feel like we've hit that in that what I call that sweet spot. So that was the goal, to make a bike that's slightly geometry different, but encompasses both, the best of both worlds.
Nice. Yeah, looks great. We got a question from Nick. Is there anybody that Aldon wishes he could have worked with? Anybody that you wish you could have worked with? I know, right? Like, you think about all the guys you have worked with. It's like, geez.
I know. I mean, that's a good question.
Eli?
Ferraro?
Yeah, I mean, sheesh. I think looking at Eli this last season, he didn't need any help.
True.
Yeah.
No, but I it's crazy. I've never really thought of, wow, gosh, I wish I'd had that guy. I'm trying to think now if there's any. I think there's been a few. I mean, like Chad Reed, I think would have been good. That would have been a good, at some point. And then that obviously never happened.
What about somebody that you see now that you feel like he could use my help?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
A-Ray? Can we get A-Ray down there? Our friend A-Ray.
It's. I mean, the only thing I would say was my plate. I feel like with the group that I've had, it's almost given me no option to even think of anybody else because I've had so much on my plate. So I'm not trying to say that but I haven't really given that. I mean, much thought. I do feel that if I had to say something, I think Kenny left at the wrong time. I enjoyed my rookie year. Well, it was his rookie year, and I felt there was massive potential there, and he chose a different direction. And I look back at, what I mean? Hey, the past is the past. I mean, he's an amazing, talented rider, but I do feel that there could have been a lot more positive things that if he had stuck to it. So I'd say that'd be about the only one that I felt. My biggest thing is I hate investing time in a guy because, like I mentioned earlier, you're really deep into it. I mean, and the relationship it's love or hate. You've got to be all in. And I get a bit, it's natural that you feel that little bit of sort of like your girlfriend just left you, that feeling.
Yeah.
When someone leaves and you feel like the job hasn't been done. But I know that that's part of the business. I mean, Jason Anderson's another one. I mean, I love old Burrito. So I was kind of bummed when he moved on too.
Right.
But so it's more linked to guys that you've invested a lot of time with and effort in when they leave. Even with Coop, when they, we were butting heads, and I totally understand and all that. But it hurt. There's no doubt. I mean, I'm going to be real about it. So
yeah, absolutely. Thanks for calling in, Aldon. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the time. Good luck with the bikes, and we'll see you in San Diego, man. Thanks again.
Yes, thanks, Steve, and thanks everyone, and appreciate the time.
All right. See you later. Thanks. That's Aldon Baker, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at Renthal. Thank you. Always a good interview.
Yeah, lots of information.
He always is pretty.
We got a little bit of YouTube feedback that enough pedal talk.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay. If I listen to the YouTube people, though, I think I'll be.
Well, yeah, you wouldn't get anywhere.
Lewis loves to listen to the YouTube people.
Yeah, we're gonna get into that maybe later.
They hate me.
So, Mr. Side, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, magazine tests. Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. DecalMX.com. PulpMX 23 is the code to save. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons. Thanks to those guys for coming on board and bringing us Mr. Side. Thank you as well to Firepower chains made in Japan. Firepower lithium lightweight featherweight. What?
You're getting tongue-tied tonight.
I am.
Yeah.
Words are hard.
Too much coffee. Featherweight lithium batteries are absolutely a game changer for a lot of race teams because when you come to performance and weight, they can really notice a difference with the folks at Firepower. Firepowerparts.com at your local shop, motorsport.com as well. Over 50 years experience in the industry, firepowerparts.com. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. And go to PulpMXShow.com. All the codes are there. All the logos are there. You can save with a lot of our products and a lot of our sponsors. So we'd really appreciate you people doing that. Michael Lindsay, Darkside, Lewis Phillips in studio. Race Tech. Anonymity. Race Tech Rant of the Night. Thank you to the folks at Race Tech. Love the guys at Checkers and everybody. Rob and Checkers doing great things for privateers, doing great things for race teams as well. Motorwork, suspension work, they've got it all. Racetech.com. Tell them you listen to Pulp. Get your suspension oil changed. I mean, good God, Michael, you used to work at Enzo. You know bad oil and bad seals when you see it. And
it doesn't even look like oil anymore. It just looks like black water when it comes out.
Looks out what used to, like when you rang out Darkside's old do-rag.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing.
Right.
Exact same
Same thing. So, all right, my Race Tech Round of the Night. Lewis, Darkside, Michael, I need you guys. Look, Darkside, you're probably going to fuck me here because I give you enough shit, okay?
I will never fuck you, I promise.
Yeah, but you're like, Lewis, do you need to take your computer away?
No, it's fine. I'm just monitoring the situation.
Gay.
Okay.
He's on YouTube, so at least
I need you to be honest here with me, and I need you all three to be honest here.
Oh, yeah.
Again,
I need your side of the story because I've heard Keith. Well,
hold on. Do we have a little? Can we get a gavel? This feels like we're judge and jury.
I just need some honesty here. And again, Darkside, you could totally just side with Kiefer on this because I've given you enough shit.
I will if I agree with. So is he.
So I understand.
So is he. So.
Okay. So this gentleman, Chris Kiefer, has been attacking me on social media for not buying this Alta bike. It's been going on for a long time. And I've got to lay this out. My rant is Chris Kiefer. That's my rant because he's done me dirty here. So here's the situation. He has an Alta. I offered to buy it from him 3 to 4 years ago. Okay, he's like, nope, don't want to sell. I'm like, I want it. I want the Alta. Like it's cool. It's a one of a kind, right? Unique bike. So he's like, okay, I'm not ready yet. And I'm like, okay, like just let me know. 3 or 4 years ago. So I did say I would buy it. Then, like, every time I go to his house, it's just leaning outside.
Still there today.
You've seen it.
It was there yesterday.
Just exposed to, like, sun, rain, weather. Yes, I know it's covered, but whatever. You're still exposed to the elements out there. It's not getting rained on per se, but I bet you rain got on it at some point.
Yeah, I don't. It's basically in a garage with missing a wall. Come on.
That's a garage in Texas by his standards.
Yeah.
Just out in the open.
It's not out in the open.
It's out in the open.
I mean, it's outside.
It has a roof over it. It's not.
Okay, but roof doesn't cover everything all the time. So anyways,
moisture, oxidation.
So I asked him, like, I would bug him for this. I would literally bug, like, hey, when you, like, what, 3 or 4 years ago, and he wouldn't sell it. I said, just let me know, and he didn't want to sell it. And then I said, well, you got to clean it up for me because at one point I looked at the tires were bald, because Aiden's just doing starts and riding on pavement. I don't even know.
Wheelie boys. Yeah,
wheelie boys. So I'm like after him, but he's not doing anything. Nothing's happening. And then he said, I want 5 for it. I offered him 4. We never resolved the price. Okay, we never resolved the price either. He wanted 5. I wanted to pay him 4.
Would he have got that for free?
What?
Would he have not got that bike for free?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I don't care
well,
about
no,
that.
he didn't. Apparently, he didn't fully get
paid
by
money,
Alta, so that's
it doesn't matter if he got. I don't even care.
Okay.
But the price was never firmed up. The sale was never firmed up, and then nothing happened. I probably didn't ask him for a year because I was over it because he doesn't want to sell it, and then this bike called a Stark came. So think about when the first time we saw a Stark. I mean, look, they need to get the bike ready. But that's irregardless of that. The first time I heard about a Stark through Eric Pernard, I'm like, that thing looks pretty bitchin'. Kind of want a Stark, right? Like, would like an electric bike like that to try. And I haven't said anything about buying the Alta for a year and a half, probably. Is that what time the Stark's been around? I feel like maybe a year?
Announced about a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
close to.
Whatever. Around the Stark time, I'm like, dude, I don't really want to buy that Alta anymore. Plus, it's outside in the elements, and the dude's never given me an answer on the price, and I don't know what his deal is. And now, he's ready to sell it. for like, I don't know, 3 or 4 months now. And I'm like, dude, I'm not buying it. Like you didn't. It's just sitting out there for 4 years now.
So you've never said you were going to buy it in the last 3 or 4 months.
Oh, I haven't said I'm going to buy it probably about a year.
Okay. See,
Probably about a
that's
year.
information I didn't have.
Yeah. No, I have not committed to that thing for a long time. And we never firmed up the price. In the hot tub one time, we're sitting in the hot tub like buddies. He goes 5, I go 4. He goes 5, I go 4. Like, and we kind of just dropped it or whatever. So he's attacking me on social media for not buying his Alta, for backing out of the Alta. If he had said 3 years ago, all right, next Tuesday it'll be ready for you. I'll shine it up. I'll get everything. I'd be owning an Alta. It'd be in my garage right now. I don't feel like I can be held to this purchase when we never agreed on a price and he never got it ready for me. I feel like he should be banned from Twitter, actually, for saying that.
We're hitting up Elon Musk now.
I'm as God is my witness, Your Honor. Those are the facts as I remember them. Now, I could be off on exactly the timelines, but I have not said anything about buying an Alta because I don't want it anymore, and I haven't wanted it because
something bigger, newer, and
the
shinier
Stark is
came
coming.
along.
Yes, the Stark is here.
Man,
and
Pookie beware.
So clearly, what this whole story tells me is that Jamie's vicious assault on you on social media has spurred on more. That Chris thought he could peer pressure you
and
into
now,
it after seeing what Jamie did
my
to
name
you
is
before Bet Nationals.
Drugged through the mud as a guy who backs out of deals. Now, did I say I was going to buy it? Yes, I asked him about it. I want to buy that. Let me know. I want to buy that. I said those words 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
And nothing happened.
If you're
hold on 1 second.
Is he on?
Is he on?
Mr. Kiefer?
Lame.
So just you'll have your piece here. I thought you were busy. You said on Twitter you were busy. So another.
Well, I'm getting blown up here. I was busy, but I'm getting blown up.
Hey man,
so,
you beaten off?
Okay, yeah, he's beaten off. So all right, so that's my side of the story. Okay, Chris, go ahead and tell.
Did he hear everything that you said?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know what I didn't hear anything.
Well,
but
we'll give you the cliff notes. He claimed that he asked to purchase it from you, asked years ago.
Many times, though.
Many times that you delayed, and that you guys have never settled on a final price, that he offered you a price and a different one back, and that you guys have never agreed
I
upon
told
a
him
price.
I'd sell it to for $4,000.
You never said that. You never said that.
I said 5, and then you said 4, and of course you're my buddy, so I said 4, no problem.
Nope, you did not say that. You said we were in the hot tub. Do you remember that? We were in the hot tub.
Listen, what's
Heather was there in a beautiful yellow bikini. I remember that.
That's a switch.
And that's how it went down.
That's a good bikini too.
Yeah. So that's when it happened.
Easy.
We never agreed on a price, and I just should I be held to buy this Alta?
Well,
for this
here's
long.
the thing. I don't know the timeline of what you said, but yeah, you were asking for a while, and I was said so. All that is true. I said no several times, but maybe 6 months ago, I was like, "You want to buy it?" And originally, he said, "Yeah, I'll buy it." And then I was like, "Okay." So I got it ready because I know it was a little bit worked, right? So I put new tires on it, made sure everything was good. Yeah, it's ready to rock.
So I said a year and a half. He says 6 months. Let's make it 8. Let's compromise and make it 8. Should I be held to standards to buy this Alta 8 months later because I committed to it? Okay. All right, Lewis. Lewis, hold on.
It depends on one thing. Was there like another buyer who was denied because it was reserved for you?
I don't know that.
Well, Chris will know that.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'll be honest. No, there was not.
Okay, then case closed.
Yep.
There's no argument here.
So I'm good.
Yes, you won. Congratulations,
Michael. I'm good.
I think you're good.
And also,
Mr. Saad.
Man, I think.
Here it comes. Here it comes.
I don't think 8 months is that long. I think it took a little bit of time, and I think you guys still should have had a conversation. And
we did have a conversation. I said I don't want it anymore. Conversation was I don't want it anymore.
That's actually false. He did not ever say I don't want it anymore until recently.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Yeah,
why was it 8 months
before the social media bullying campaign? I said, dude, I'm out. I want a Stark. Like I want Stark.
But I don't like that. Oh, something shinier came along and you changed your mind all of a sudden.
But
8 months.
you're okay with just sitting around for months and months and months.
But why
waiting?
was it 8 months? Was
The
this
bike-
Chris's fault?
Yes,
He
Chris's fault.
doesn't need an electric bike though. So what's the?
So why do you want him
Like,
to
all of a
bite?
sudden
You're
he wants to start.
countering
It
yourself
just
here.
sat outside for it sat outside for 3 years.
Yeah, you're not in a rush to get it. You said I'm not in a rush. Don't worry about it.
3 years
So
ago,
when you
yes,
get-
I
you
probably
said,
did say that.
Chris,
Yes.
His exact words, Chris, when you get ready to sell it, let me know.
No,
yes,
that's
I will.
not true. That is not true, sir.
Full
Nope.
chisel.
Chris, I will say I'm very disappointed for all the shit you give Steve about needing to get him to ride more, want him to ride more. He wanted to buy a bike from you that he was genuinely excited about. You could have had this
He wasn't
man
gonna ride
riding in his backyard for all we know, and you denied him this.
Wait.
Let's face it. He has
Denied.
a brand new Yamaha. He doesn't even ride it. He flaked on me this week. Flaked.
Oh,
Just like he did on this Alta.
Sir, we're dealing with one case at a time here, sir.
My
That
race
will be
tech-
next week's episode.
My race tech rant's coming up.
Okay,
That might be part of it.
All right, so 2-1. Marks, I don't even know if you were paying
I'm kind of
attention.
iffy.
I was.
Hung jury. Sorry.
Marks?
No, it's 2 to.
Listen,
it's
as
2 to
much
1.
as I'd love to give you some shit because we all know how much I like to do that, I think you're good.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Talon?
I love Chris, but I think you're good on this. Dude.
Wow, 4 to 1.
4-1.
Wow.
And
Yep.
the one is a man named Darkside.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Nothing to offer all you guys.
Yeah, man.
I mean, Chris, like,
I don't carry it. I don't care. I don't.
Darkside,
carry
would you
heavy
like to
enough
buy it?
weight over
I
here.
would like to buy it, actually. I have a backyard that I could ride that thing in.
Well, problem solved.
Yeah.
We found a new purchaser for the bike.
okay, but wait.
Problem solved.
I'm in.
If
I'll
you're-
make you monthly payments.
Someone listening to the show will buy this bike off Chris now.
I'm sure.
100%.
Yeah.
So,
$5,000 though for
I mean,
everybody else. Sorry.
I'm driving home in 2 weeks. We can throw it in the back of my truck,
what'd you
no
say?
problem.
What'd you say, Keith?
$5,000 for everybody else. Sorry.
$5,000.
Four
Shit.
grand
What
was
would it
cheap.
be for Darkside
I'm
since
out.
he's the only one that agreed with you?
Yeah, I'm
Look
out.
it, I don't even want to go there right now because it'll start up $800 conversations, and we don't need that right now.
So,
You
Chris,
can't take credit.
Chris,
Yeah.
do you promise to stop the social media bullying campaign?
Okay, fine. I won't say shit anymore.
Okay, thank you. You sort of. I mean, I wanted it 3 years ago. I was ready.
Still leaves a bad taste in my mouth, though.
No,
You
sir,
can get fucked.
you have to talk to the judges here, sir.
But can we talk about now? Can we move on to how you did not show up to go riding?
Yeah, I'm. Oh, okay, Race Tech Rant, Darkside.
That is an
You
issue
have
for
the
me.
floor.
Okay.
When buddies tell you you're going to go do something together and you get excited, I drove up the hill excited that Steve Matthews was going to come ride. Michael Lindsay was going to come ride. I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I get a text at 6 a.m. Hey, I'm not going to go. I got work to do. Then I get to Chris's house. Steve's not coming. That's bullshit. I wanted to ride with my buddies. I got to ride with a couple of my buddies, but not all my buddies.
You rode with
Well,
Hayden and Chris.
at least Michael had a good excuse. Steve's text was, "I overslept."
That's not
I
a good
did.
excuse when
I
you
did.
work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So-
It's not a good excuse. Take
Some
a
of
break.
us have to get shit done around
Dude,
here.
listen, Chris, it's 2 hours and 45 minutes to your house. And
Listen.
that's a big ask to get up and go out. And you said it was going to rain around 1, right? So you're like, we can probably ride till 1. It was cold. I overslept. And I said, hey, I'm going to leave about 7. And you said you got to leave at 6:30. That's what you told me the night before. And you're right, though. 6:30 would have worked. That would have put me at your house at like 9.
Yeah.
So 6:30 really needed to work. And I slept like shit. And I slept through my alarm. I hit stop. And that was it. Like, your friend overslept, you know? I mean,
He texted me at like
Yeah.
6:56.
I did.
It says, "I slept in." It was literally 30. I could have waited an hour for you.
well, at this time I was in my bed. I would have to load my bike. I got my gear ready the night before, so I was all ready to go. I even packed in my winter gloves, you know, because I figured it was gonna be a little bit cold. And I apologize. It looked like a fun track. I want to go ride that track. Mr. Side said he
I
fell.
prepped the track for you.
Oh, for me.
I did. Prep the tracks. We know how hard it is to please you. You and Travis Preston are the worst to please, right? So out there prepping the track late at night, having people stand on my ripper all night just so we get enough, rippage for you to come, and you don't show up.
That's a hell. And that
I
thing's
was
dangerous.
just tired. I just was.
That Ripper's an experience.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I bet. I don't know how you don't fall off there and then get.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
You just try to fall backwards and hope you don't fall
Right,
forward.
that's what I'm saying.
And Chris is like, that's why I drive slow enough. So if you do fall forward, I'm like, no. When you're standing on it, you're driving really fast.
You just got to wear motorcycle boots. You're safe. It's fine.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Those
Yeah,
rippers won't go. No, Alpine Stars, no problem. Yeah, you're protected.
No.
What do you think? You're Iron Man in those things?
I smell a lawsuit coming.
Listen, yeah. So if anybody wants to buy Chris's Alta, $5K, DM me or DM Chris, and he's got it ready. Apparently he put.
It's all ready to go.
All ready to go. So.
I know. Darkside said he'd buy
I put
it.
Mathis graphics on it already. It's
Oh.
take those off.
Pictures equal proof.
Yeah.
PulpMX graphics on. Not anymore.
I'm glad a room of my peers, of reasonable people, fuck you, Darkside,
Shit.
agreed with me.
So
Yep.
I do have to point out something while we have Chris on the line. We have another topic that really needs to be discussed while we have Chris available.
Okay. Yep.
Jamie's date.
It's about you getting married?
No, Jamie's date that you guys set up for.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
We didn't think we were
I'm
going
here
to get
for
to
this.
discuss
Didn't
it
really
with
give me
you,
time
but
to
since we
text
got
her,
you
but-
here on the phone.
I didn't know we were doing
Do you want to
this.
get into this now?
Chris.
Yes, I
yeah.
do want to get
Well,
into
I don't know. Well, we had things scheduled, Chris. There was a call maybe being made where the other party.
Well, can we call her? Can she call her?
I can text her, but
Chris needs to talk to her.
Okay.
What's her name? Jennifer?
I didn't know information.
Jennifer Guida. Sounds nice.
Unless Chris can
Weak.
commit to coming back.
Mrs.
Mr. Kiefer.
Side.
Mrs. Side. I don't know. I find it a little strange. I'll be honest. I don't know if she's listening. I don't know if her brother-in-law listens. I find it a little strange that she drug her sister and brother-in-law out on this date as well. Lewis?
Not to harp on this too much, but the man's name is Darkside. That could mean anything.
exactly.
Attacks people in dark alleys. Man of the night. I don't know.
They had been talking. She knew your name was Jamie.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
We'd been
Yeah, that's
texting.
how most.
I would like to know what you were
But-
in her phone
Yeah.
as,
the
though.
reality is, I didn't even know she's a woman, right? I only know what she's telling
Wow.
me.
Yeah.
Same for her. She
Yeah,
only knew
right.
what she was hearing.
Okay.
She doesn't know who I am.
But, like, I just, Chris, are you with me bringing the sister and brother-in-law? I don't know. I mean, yeah.
I mean, if it's a date, I mean, I feel like it should just be them and they should go out and have a good time. Like, she kind of already knows what she's getting into if the brother-in-law vouches for Jamie.
Yeah,
right?
the brother-in-law's heard you and seen you on
but
the
he
show.
doesn't really. Come on, she's just trying to be safe. Don't give her too much shit for that. It's not a big deal.
I'm not going to give her shit. I just think it
Yeah.
would have been a lot better date.
Yeah, I'm not giving her shit either.
I agree. It
find
would have been a better date. We didn't have a ton of conversation.
Your date was with the brother, right?
Aaron and his wife Mindy, they were great, and yeah, Aaron's a fan of the show, and I appreciate him putting this together.
I saw a photo of her. She looks
she's
very appealing.
She's cute.
Yeah, she's
definitely.
cute.
Very
Yep.
cute.
Did you sit across from her or did you sit next to her?
Sat next to her.
Okay. Did you grab her hand or
Oh, here
anything?
we
No, we didn't
Here
do
we go.
none of that. No,
Here's where Chris gets south.
No kiss goodnight.
no.
right.
It didn't really go like that. It was just.
What do you mean? What it didn't go like that? How
It-
does it go?
It just went a little bit of conversation, and it wasn't like a real date. It was just sort of hanging out. I don't know how to.
It's like
But when we left, she's like, "Hey, let's go have lunch this week sometime." So I think we're supposed to have
Oh
lunch
my
With the
God.
wife
A
or
day
with
date.
the
No, just her and I.
Just her and you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that she's comfortable
Right.
with Darkside.
This is where now he
it's
can
still
unleash
not a
his
real
Yeah.
date. It's
criminal
still not a
reel.
real date.
A lunch is a
man, you're
date.
beating off.
Why is it not a date?
No, because a day date is not a real date.
He's hoping for, let's go back to your place after drinks at
Listen, I mean, I don't know. I went on dates like 2 or 3 times before I hooked up with chicks. It's not like you're gonna hook up right away.
Right.
Like,
Listen, I'm fine with not hooking up. I'm saying you go out at night. You don't go on a day date. Day date's like a
Wow.
ship. You go for coffee.
that's a random. A date date's a date. It's a date. It's a date. It's fine.
Nah.
Chris, I didn't know Chris
Are we
was so
talking about
adamant on
night,
that.
like a certain time of day? Are we talking about it just has to be dark? Like, why are
Yes,
we
it's
so
dark side
specific
for
here?
dark dates. Let's do this.
What if he's on bright side mode? Can't do it in the
No,
daylight.
I just feel like it's too friendly already. Like it's not going to work.
What were your expectations from this, Chris?
Wow.
You just thought it was a slam
Liking it
dunk?
now.
Hey, no, Chris doesn't want them to date. Chris just wants it to work. He's just
Yeah.
forcing it. You're just trying to force it, man. It's not right. It's not right.
You know, when I went out first with Heather, it was an actual evening date, like dinner, a movie, and yes, that still works to this day. You can still go out at night. Like, you went out with a bunch of friends for the first time. Now you're going on a day date. You're setting yourself up for failure, Darkside.
Look,
Dude, I think
nobody
this
could
chick's into
argue
me.
with you that a normal date typically would be at night. I'm not arguing that. But this is the option on the table right now. So
I feel like dates. I have your back on this. Dates can be in the day. It's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Typically that would be probably after the first night date, I would think. But
right. So, where'd you go with the double date?
It was some restaurant called the Whisper House. It was kind of a yes, exactly.
That's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
It's the Whisper House.
Dark.
Do you know how many times I heard that yesterday?
What?
Chris, go ahead.
I was doing this all day. I walk around the house sometimes, and he's not even here. I just go, dark. I just say it because it sounds fun.
I mean, Heather's doing it. Aiden's doing it.
Right.
Well, Hayden just calls you Dark Dick.
He does like to say dark dick.
All right.
Yeah.
well,
Apparently no answer from Jennifer. So
she was
maybe
gonna,
later.
Okay. All right.
But
Maybe
yeah.
later.
There it is. Day dates, no answer.
Hey, she's on a girl trip here in Vegas, so I don't
Chris,
know, man.
if
She might be loaded right now.
if she calls in later, perhaps if you're up, we'll reconnect with you.
Yes, please.
All right.
Okay, yes, please.
He will answer
I have time
for
this. I have time for that.
Yeah. This one you'll stay up, and I'm sorry about the loss on the Alta, bro. But
sucks.
The people have spoken.
We're sorry you missed out on the day we had yesterday. It was awesome.
I wish I would have gone too.
Heather
You know who was
cooked us burgers.
You know who was most upset at me at not going?
Pookie?
Pookie.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Pookie was most upset.
Yeah.
Because he needs to hang out with his buddy more, and he doesn't. That's
Right.
what's sad.
Yeah.
Chris
I
pretty
was
upset.
just tired.
Between you not showing up and his
I
team.
feel tired. You sound like Marks when he comes out. I feel tired. I feel tired.
All right, Christopher. We'll talk soon. Thanks, man.
Okay.
Thank you.
See you. Bye.
Chris Keefe, everybody. Thanks. I thank the court, not you, the court, for their honest take on that assessment.
Do we have a gavel? Can we certify this?
I would like to.
I feel like the victim sometimes doesn't get enough attention. So, are you okay?
Yes.
After all of this? Do you need us to go to one side so you can vent a little bit, or are you okay?
Race Tech Ran of the Night. I was done wrong by Chris Kiefer, and my friends, except for Jamie, agree. And,
Race Tech,
yeah.
presenting sponsor
Race Tech
of the
Ran.
Moto X Pod Show.
Pony Pod.
Yeah, no, Moto X Pod Show.
Listen, Lewis is from Europe, and a Cherby's is based out of Europe. So Lewis Phillips, brought to you by folks at Cherby's. Industry leader in aftermarket dirt bike plastics and accessories with over 40 years experience. Barsha, AC, Anderson, Cooper Webb, and more. Rely on a Cherby's for all of their products for their bikes, whether it's frame guards, disc guards, hand guards, chain blocks, slider kits, and more. At Cherby'sUSA.com or follow along on social media by searching for at Cherby's USA. Max Volan, Cherby's rider, rode great. Although I didn't like Oldenburg getting him. Didn't like that. He should hold off Freckle.
I agree.
But he looked 150 times better than he did last year.
So I was going to say a million.
A million? Okay, yeah.
Wow. We are lining up for round 2. That is a massive improvement.
Yeah.
Well,
so
talking of round 2, on the failed emails, they said that round 3 will be held in San Diego.
Yeah, we haven't adjusted that yet.
But is San Diego round 2 now, or are we going to officially call it round 3?
I don't know,
Round
but Marks
3.
needs to adjust fantasy then because it looks like it's round 3.
Round 2
just
happens in February.
I was say, do we just randomly get to Oakland? Everything
Well,
says
this is
round
the type
2.
of thing that keeps me up at night because I'm not comfortable calling
That's
San
a
Diego
problem.
round 3.
I feel like emailing somebody at Feld now to delay the change as long as possible just to see how much sleep you're going to lose.
I'm not comfortable with this situation.
I agree.
I feel
round 2 is in February.
victimized myself.
Just don't make sense.
All right, we're going to commercial break here. We have Chris Elliott coming in when we come back. We have Cade Clason calling in as well. We're going to talk to Denny Stephenson, I think. We got much more to talk about with the VitalMX crew. I want to get into the inner workings of Vital and who's responsible for what and who's getting yelled at.
I have a lot to say on this already.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
I have some grievances.
Okay. We're going to get into that and more coming back after this commercial break. But thanks to Aldon Baker for calling in. Thanks to Chris Kiefer. And we'll be right back after this, everybody.
Oh, shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Cade Clason, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGB suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a f***ing wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle, and then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit DecalMX.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite axle blocks, Elite clutch perch, Pro launch start device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX 20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hey, in case you didn't know, Racetech is the world's largest aftermarket suspension modification company. All Racetech products include award-winning gold valves and settings are 100% guaranteed and made right here in the US of A. Racetech also offers state-of-the-art precision engine services and parts to all engine builders. The staff has over 65 years of championship winning experience. It's so good that many of the top privateer teams such as SGB Honda, Team Solitaire Nuclear Blast Yamaha, and Motul AJE Gas, as well as Jerry Robin, Kevin Moran's, and many more, choose Racetech for their superior performance, reliability, and their customer service.
Hey guys, what's up? My name's Cade Clason, and I choose Racetech because I love their desire to strive for perfection. I think we all know that perfection isn't possible, but getting to perfection is always the goal, and I think that is something that both myself and Racetech have always worked towards, and I think they can help you get there too.
Hey guys, this is Alex Ray. I use Racetech components in my SGD suspension and also the Racetech engine. The reason I like it is just because the engine's super reliable, tons of torque, and also on the suspension side, it just gives it that plush, nice feeling.
Hey, it's your boys over at Team Solitaire. If you don't run Racetech, here's what you do. Put your hands behind your back and run your face into a wall. Racetech.com.
What's up, guys? This is Kevin Moran's, and I choose Racetech because of their convenience of having Racetech centers all around the United States. Obviously, within my Decker Performance suspension, works really well. They're very high-quality performance products. Definitely check them out.
Hey, guys, this is Jerry Robin, and I choose Racetech because the reliable motors, good power, good suspension, and obviously it's great people around, and I've been there for a long time, and they're awesome.
Visit Racetech.com and use code PULP22 to save.
With 80 years of experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons, from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco has recently expanded our Racer Elite line with SX and MX proven USA-made connecting rods. Now adding to the Garage Buddy rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, and our CV4 thermal protection line, this makes Wiseco your single-stop performance name. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or Wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit DecalMX.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX show presented by motorsport.com. Decal Works and the folks at Fly Racing. Really appreciate Aldon Baker coming on. Cade Clason, Chris Elliott, Denny Stephenson coming up here, as well as the See No Evil, Hear No Evil. And I don't know what the third one was. VitalMX. Speak No Evil. Speak No Evil, See No Evil, Hear No Evil, VitalMX crew. Which one is Speaking No Evil?
I don't know what any of this means.
Okay, fantastic.
Definitely not Lewis over here.
No.
I don't speak much evil.
Good point.
Yeah.
Actually, I've already had this talk with this to
He's
my
too nice,
left.
so he's speak no evil.
He said he doesn't talk shit on people, so I said we will work on that.
I mean, if it's warranted, but yeah.
Right. Okay, fair enough. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com. VitalMX looking for some content creators. They're gonna have 2 openings real soon. It says here.
Well, that's depending on the outcome of the trivia contest.
Yeah, one depending on the trivia contest.
Yeah, Star Wars trivia, MXGP trivia contest coming up right away.
I'm actually excited, and I don't know why, because I don't care about Star Wars, and I know nothing.
I think I need to reword this. Actually, there will only be a position open if he loses the MXGP trivia to the Star Wars, because if he loses Star Wars, it doesn't matter.
Right.
But if he loses MXGP, it does not look good for him.
I just enjoy competition, so the fact that there's a competition, I am revved up.
All right.
I was informed yesterday that Kiefer Inc. might want me, so that's okay.
Okay, fantastic. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.
Is he going to pay you with an Alta
a
year later?
Upload your resume for free today. If you're in the industry looking for the best people out there, go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com to find some people for your company. I understand that hiring people these days can be a bit of a grind. Sometimes you got to go over to England and get a guy even. That's how desperate you get. But district manager for Kawasaki, full-time job based out of Utah, Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, and Wyoming. You are you develop and maintain a dealer network to sell Kawasaki's line of vehicles by assuring fair and complete Kawasaki product representation. So this is like a district sales manager, district regional area manager, something like that. Travels with assigned territory to call on existing and potential new dealer prospects, solicits dealers for the wholesale of vehicles, parts, and accessories. Check it out. District manager for Kawasaki. I know a guy who works for Kawi in this job, but out in Texas, and he loves it. So please check it out. District manager, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Job of the week. Also, it didn't help Mr. Side, but Troll Training can help you. It's an online training program for riders of all skill and fitness levels looking to get fit and go fast. Alex Martin, John Westling are behind this. A couple of really smart guys when it comes to training. And you know what Alex didn't have when he started his career? Someone who could give him all the shortcuts on what not to do. And all of Alex's training and racing mistakes are your gains. Alex and his John Westling share similar passions for health and fitness. Whether you're a young up-and-coming amateur racer, a vet rider, trying to beat your buddies.
I got beat by some vet buddies.
You were on Troll Training, though. And this
supposedly.
Look, let's be fair, and you've already touched on this. It was more to mess with you. I was never on Troll Training. I just asked for him to make a post to kind of mess with you, and it did me no good.
Terrible advertising.
So that's the worst part. You did it just to fake it. You really couldn't go on the program?
I would have absolutely smoked Mathis had I actually went all in, and Alex tried to get me to do it, and I didn't do it.
Wow,
So
lack of commitment.
There's the seed for next year.
but the race isn't happening.
Yeah. Steve may come back. Your buddy last week said he wants to come out. If will that change your opinion if he comes and races?
What buddy?
Your Canadian buddy, your Manitoba buddy that was here.
Oh, Lawrence.
Yeah. He was good, by the way.
Yeah, great guy.
Good stories. If he comes down and races vets, will that change your opinion to go maybe do it?
Yes, I think it would.
Cool.
Yeah, I think it would.
Yeah.
So please check it out. Trolltraining.com. We're going to have a podcast drop in this week with John and Alex taking some of your questions. So trolltraining.com. You know what's actually pretty cool, though? Like A-Ray and Thury and Henry Miller and who else?
Are we listing Troll Training?
Well, yeah. Pro guys are actually using Troll Training and doing the work and doing the logs and getting help from John and Alex and using it. So it really works. These guys are super smart. So thanks to those guys for coming and coming on the show. And our next guest brought to you by Ogio Power Sports. Do you pack a 9800 for 2 nights?
I do, actually.
Okay. Well, you and Kiefer will get along great. Please check out Ogio Power Sports. If you want a discount from the folks at Ogio, email me using the contact form on PulpMX.com. I'll get you a deal. I love the backpacks. I got the new layover bag with the 4 wheels. You guys got that yet? Either one of you?
No, I haven't. No. I have the
you have
layover.
You have the 2 wheels.
Yeah, 2 wheels. Yeah.
I got 4 wheels.
I mean, in most situations, we prefer 2 over 4 wheels.
Who do I speak to about an Ogio hookup? Is that you or the HR department or?
What would you like, sir?
Just some bags of some kind.
Some bags of some kind.
Yeah, I'm not picky. I kind of need one of everything.
Okay, all right. We'll see what we can do.
Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have all the Fly branded stuff, which is now an issue a little bit. With our new, not with ML, but with.
How's your phone, ML? Good. Everything good?
My phone's great.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
I'm good. I'm here.
My show has new sponsorship. And it's a different gear company. So all my OGO stuff is the Fly branded stuff, but it's fantastic. I use the backpack, which ML's got one right here. It's wrapped up in the chair.
I'm gonna remind you can't take that to the event you're going to next week.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. Literally every bag I have 4 bags with me, all Fly Racing.
How
branded.
Has this OGO thing gone off the rails so bad? Like
I don't know.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
It just happened.
You're trying to do like a teleprompter sale.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand.
Look at this bag. Look at all these accessories.
Home shopping
Let's
network.
go through every zipper.
I feel uncomfortable again. I'm just putting it out there.
That didn't take much.
OGO rules. That was the bottom line.
All right, Ogio is bringing you our next guest of the night. This gentleman is a fellow Canadian, team owner of Solitaire Yamaha out there. They got a new hot sauce sponsor as well. And he was at this past weekend's Prescott Arena Cross, so he's got a lot of things to say. Chris Elliott, what's up, man? How are you?
What's up, boys? I'm actually just still trying to get my heart rate to come down from this weekend.
What was the craziest thing you saw? I mean, out of all of the things that we saw, and our buddy Cade was all over it, and Stank involved, and then we saw the Wagemans have a one-on-one race. B-Ray and someone got into it, I think. Chris, what was the nuttiest thing you saw?
Well, I've been sitting around all day looking through dictionaries on the internet trying to find one word to describe this, and I just can't. It was nuts. I mean, everything about it was crazy. And I want to start off with saying, like, Rob, Sean, everyone there was great, but the event was an absolute zoo in the best way. I would definitely say that the takeout on Cade was the craziest thing I've seen in the arena. But, I mean, during the day we had stopped qualifying because a 1-year-old had gone missing. They found the 1-year-old, and apparently there was a dead body in the front of the building that they found. Like,
what?
It was nuts.
I feel like he's exaggerating.
Is this?
No.
Wow.
Have you talked to Cade yet?
No.
What the fuck? Yeah, Cade will confirm this all. So we were in qualifying, and they stopped qualifying. They shut bikes off. They came over to the intercom, and they said, hey, look, there's a 1-year-old missing. We're going to not start until everyone takes a look. So check your haulers, check your rigs. Let's look around. So I'm sitting, I looked, I did my best to look around, came back, I sat in my lawn chair. I'm like, oh, this is kind of a bummer, right? And my photographer comes in and goes, well, they found the kid, but they also found a dead body outside.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
So that was a bit of a sideshow of the day, but yeah, no, the racing was insane. Everything about it was
the dead body
crazy.
wasn't Cade after Stank got through with him, right? It wasn't Cade? No. Okay.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like they had some things going on, and our buddy Cade was involved in a lot of it. Good, bad, ugly, all of it.
So I come back after that heat race, and we were pitted right at the basically the exit of where the hangar was, and there's two things going on. There's what Kane's. I went back to check on Kane. I'm like, "Are you okay?" And he's walking back, and all he's saying is, "He punched me in the throat. He punched me in the throat." And I'm like, "Oh my god!" I keep walking, and then I see them basically telling Stank like, "Hey man, you're not back in the You're not allowed back in the building." So he was pretty upset with the whole deal. It escalated quickly. It didn't take long, but that was for sure.
Yeah, no, it seemed pretty nutty. That's what happens when the privateers, when there's some money up for grabs, privateers just lose their minds. Yeah. All of these islanders, they go crazy. Did you like the format of inverting the second main? Did you like that?
So I think, like, as a fan, 10 out of 10. It was a lot of fun to watch. As a racer, I don't know how I feel about it.
Yeah, KP hates it. Yeah, Kyle Peters hates it, right? Yep.
The thing is, it's so chaotic, but it's almost by necessity. I mean, like, the minute the gate drops, the track is so tight, and there's not a lot of time, and there's so much going on that, like, you almost, if you're going to make a pass on someone, you have to make it stick, and you're better off putting them on the ground, and you have to do it in a hurry because you don't know if you're going to have another chance, because there's guys that are on the whoops, there's guys on the face of jumps, there's hay bales, there's guys coming from other lanes. Like, so when you get up to a guy, you have to make that move, and then you have to run. So it's like, even like watching a guy like Robbie, like I've watched almost every lap he's made the last 3 years in Supercross, and he is so smooth and technical and calculated in what he does. And even watching him try to like navigate the chaos that went on, it was interesting to watch because, again, like if you don't make a move and in a hurry and just basically run for your life, they're coming right back at you. So it just creates chaos just by that alone.
Dude, it seemed like another nutty night in arena cross history. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Hey Chris, Jamie here, VitalMX.
What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? It's good talking to you. The truck, the team has a new look this year with the.
Oh, we're done the arena cross.
Oh, well, I mean, the truck was there, right? The team was there.
Yeah,
Same sponsors.
okay.
I mean, sorry.
Moving on.
Just moving on.
Jamie has declared we're moving on.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay.
No more arena cross.
What was? Do you have the same sponsors with the arena cross team?
Oh yeah, I mean,
so we're good.
We just.
Okay.
Yeah, we just showed up and hung out with everyone, kind of deal.
It was the Supercross team. They just
You're right. Well, that's my point, Michael. So the new sponsor, the new look, that stuff is pretty stressful for a smaller privateer team like yourself, and it sounds like it came together the last minute. Just kind of tell us about how that new sponsor came together and getting all the signage.
So I mean, the sponsor came together with a lot of time left in the off season. Someone from the company reached out last year, and we tried to get something done before Denver Arena Cross, just for like a one-off round with the Slayer gear, but we couldn't make it happen. So we just kind of maintained contact and talked about it throughout the summer into the fall, and it was more or less. I mean, they're involved in UFC and NASCAR, so the biggest thing with them was just kind of reassuring them that like you will have signage. I mean, you will be seen. It's going to be a deal where I don't think they realize like the scale of like logos and how hard we would push the brand as itself being like kind of the title sponsor. So that was just more of like getting them to understand that. But no, I think to what you're talking about is like really, I mean, dude, getting the truck wrapped and just the last minute things that everyone kind of goes through. It's like that truck left Wednesday night at like 11 o'clock at night. They couldn't get it out of the bay after they wrapped it. It was chaos. But I mean, like every A1, it comes together in some way and we go racing.
What is the hot sauce company? Tell us a little bit about those guys. So
Heartbeat Hot Sauce is obviously a hot sauce company out of Canada. Al and Nancy, it's a guy that it's actually it's a long story. It'd be a story for like a privateer pod or another day. But like long story short, they're from my hometown. Shout out to Tanner, a guy that worked there, reached out to us on Twitter. He followed us and he basically said, "Hey, like my boss would probably really be into this." And I get a lot of those. So I said, yeah, sure, man. Like, let me know where we can get this information. And, at the time when I first sent it out, I did not realize that that's where they were from. So once we started talking to them, I obviously researched a little bit more and realized they were from Thunder Bay. And after that, we kind of had that connection and we got to talking. And they have grown so much and their marketing and the way they've grown their business has been crazy. So it was a natural fit, really.
Nice. Yeah, that's great.
I know, going back to the rebrand, I know that like a rebrand for a factory team when there's a change of manufacturer or sponsor costs $50K or around there. For a team of your scale, I'm guessing it's not that much, or is it close to that figure?
It's probably pretty close to that figure. I mean, it's the big things, right? It's the truck, it's it's the marketing materials within the pits and that sort of thing. So you're not far off.
I guess it is everything, isn't it?
It's everything. It's everything. I mean, the thing about us is we don't have, I guess, the infrastructure and the amount of staff and things we'd have to worry about to scale like them. But for us, it's a lot. But yeah, it's pretty close to that, and it's definitely a big thing to overtake. But it's a lot of fun as well.
What about so you had Robbie on your team, Robbie Wageman, put in some really good results the last couple of years. He moved over to Bar X. I'm guessing it's more of a money thing, like, just he wanted to make more money. You guys couldn't offer him. You picked up Thury. How'd that go? How'd that switch go for you?
Yeah, it went good. I mean, Robbie, obviously, we miss Robbie. We love the guy. It was really a matter of just Robbie wanted to race the Nationals, and we don't race the Nationals, right? We kind of stay in our lane. Dominic, again, going back to Denver Supercross, he actually came up and just kind of introduced himself and said, I want to ride for you guys. I walk past you every weekend. I see the vibe. I see the feel, and I want to be a part of it. And Dominic's an older kid. I mean, I think he's 28, 29. So he just, it was a good fit for us because it's someone that he started late and he just really, really, really loves the sport and he's happy to be here. I think a lot of times when you get those kids that come over from Europe or wherever it is, it's kind of a dream of theirs. So it's fun to be a part of that because I think they have an appreciation for it that maybe you don't have if you're from America or even Canada or something like that. So it's been a really cool transition.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. And what about the other guy, Cole Thompson? Why him?
I mean, again, me originally being from Canada, I always, I mean, you can ask Myrtle. I've been on him about McNabb. I want to see these guys come and race. And obviously, I've tried in the past, and I just think that, like, you'll regret it when you're older if you don't come down here and race for some period of time. And Cole's been back and forth. And, I mean, we worked with Cole back in 2016, right? And I know Cole has rubbed some people the wrong way over the years, and I get that.
Just a tad. Just a tad.
But I look at it like, it's the same deal with Dominic now. Cole's 29, and for a different reason. I mean, Cole appreciates it more, and I think he has a way different outlook. And just talking to him and like kind of deciding whether or not we're going to do this, he's definitely changed, and he's been great to be around. And so far so good. So hopefully we can change some minds.
Well, good luck with that.
Thanks, man.
Listen, I'm just not a fan. Everyone in Canada has had run-ins with him. Like numerous of my friends, like not just one friend or two friends, like.
Yeah.
Everyone in Canada is like, what is this guy's problem? And he rides like a bit of a goof, and he seems like a bit of a goof in real life. And like, I don't know. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? He took someone's gate at Walton for no reason. He moved over on it. Like, he makes bad decisions to me. That's where I'm at, Chris. I mean, I guess he seems like an okay guy, but over and over and over, I'm just like, what is he doing? That's where my issues come in.
The way that I choose to believe and look at it is like this. It's like an example. Like, I feel bad for Savachi because Savachi, when he was younger, wasn't as marketable as he was now. He didn't get along with as many people. He'll even say it himself, right?
Yep.
But the problem with these kids, it's like when they're 16, 17, 18, even in their early 20s to mid 20s. I mean, think about when we were in our early 20s to 25, whatever you want to call it. I mean, there's a lot of things that I did or said that I'm not proud of, but the difference is these guys are in the spotlight, and that said, there's no excuse for it because when you're in the spotlight, whether you're a hockey player or a soccer player or a dirt bike player, I mean, you're held to a different standard. I guess for me, I just have a soft spot for some of them because it's like, yeah, it is tough being that young in the spotlight, and when you make those decisions that maybe people look at as a negative, it follows you around, and you have such little time in the sport where, like, by the time you're 23, 24, and maybe you're coming into your physical prime, people have already written you off for the things you've done as a kid. So I'm just trying my best to, like,
hey, listen, I get it. Yeah. I'm not coming down on you, like, for doing it. Like, I understand that everyone has different opinions about different things. So go ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
Going back to your sponsors, do they like appreciate the fact that you've got international guys, or would they rather you have an American on the team? Like, do you actually get feedback on that front?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely done by design. So, like, last year we had 2 kids from Southern California, and the reason why we did that was because we already had Robbie, we had Ryan Surratt. Both of those kids had fast dads. Everyone knows their dads. Everyone watched those 2 kids grow up. You spend the first 3-4 rounds in Southern California, and then our pits have a lot of people on them. So it's kind of the same deal with the international riders. Like, like when someone comes from a different country, everyone's watching that. The amount of people that are actually watching it, depending on how popular the sport is in that country, varies. But you definitely see an uptick in it, and it's definitely helpful for a smaller team like ours that doesn't necessarily get media coverage every week unless we're forcing it, to have those countries and those outlets reach out to us. So it's definitely extremely helpful. And then obviously the sponsors see that a lot.
Right.
Hey, with what you just said about Cole a minute ago, almost sounds like a father figure. You don't want him to suffer from decisions he's making at a young age. Did you actually have that conversation with him? Look, you've done stupid shit. Let's not do that. This is the reason why.
Not really. I mean, after we had a test session with those guys in California, me and Ryan rode back with them. And like I said, Ryan and I had worked with him before in the past, and we understood. And I know, where Steve's coming from with some things. And so we listened to him talk. We listened to the stories and his perspective. And it's not like, look, man, I mean, we are a complementary piece to these guys' programs, right? Like we don't have the infrastructure of a PC or a Honda or anything like that. So we are just really there for them in the off season. We're there as much as we can be during the week, but I mean, we all have full-time jobs and we're not all at a shop every day. So we kind of watch that line where we try to like get too involved, but at the same time, like, yeah, we want to make sure that they're going to be a positive part of our team with all of our sponsors. So we kind of vetted the idea and listened to him talk, and it was like he's grown older and he's down here, and I think like he's at an age where he's done well in Canada and he's done fairly well in the States when he was younger, and he just wants to enjoy the last 3 or 4 years of riding his dirt bike, and it definitely shows in his overall demeanor and how he handles himself.
Were you happy with Thury didn't make it in? Cole did. He rode all right. Were you happy with their Anaheim one rides?
No.
Okay.
I mean, Thury, he'd be the first one to tell you he rode tight all day, just was forcing everything. And, Cole, same deal. I think he said, he's like, I rode tight. And I think that track kind of caught everyone off guard a little bit. So kind of gave him a mulligan on that and kind of move forward. But yeah, no, definitely not too thrilled with those results.
When you and Ryan Clark, the other owner there, and Michael's got a question for you next. When you and Ryan Clark, the other owner there, when you guys have an argument, how does the tie get broken?
Dominique's dog.
Bailey?
Yeah,
Bailey.
I don't know, man. I think like Ryan's the bigger person that kind of just says, whatever, dude. Like he's definitely more mature than me. But no, I think we have a really good balance where like, we know our roles in the sense of like Ryan was a bad dude back in the day, and I think that like if it's something to do with motors or riding or something with the guys, like it would be insincere of me to think that I would have something more productive to say than he would. So I think that's kind of there. When it comes to like marketing and the business side of things, I think he's a little bit more receptive to what I have to say for sure.
Yeah, you each have your own areas, right, of expertise. Yeah.
So I was curious because I've been in your same boat, of course, on this a little bit. Is rider choice, and I know
you almost died that year owning a team
or killed himself.
Yeah.
Well, you did walk by me at the truck one time. Yep. I did threaten to jump.
Yeah, you were up on top taking the tent down. You're like, I'm jumping in Mathis. I'm jumping. I'm like, it'll get better next week, man.
Well, no, I think you asked me if I was going to jump, and my exact words was, well, I would, but it would be messy as hell for the next guy to clean up. I'll walk into traffic, but that'll suck as well for somebody.
Yeah.
But down to rider choice, because you guys have kind of done a few different ends. You've had a rider such like Mitchell Harrison who's come down from a factory team. You've brought guys up. You've taken international. I was wondering if you could kind of give people a little bit of an opinion on the difficulties with that, because I'm sure most people think they see that token factory 250 guy that gets left without a ride every year, and they're like, well, if I had the money, I'd go hire him. Why aren't these teams doing it? And as me and you both know, that is not quite as easy as said for a few different reasons.
Give him a ride.
Exactly.
Right.
There are a lot of positives and negatives. I'd love to hear your take and kind of you share your opinion.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a loaded question. I mean, I think like the first thing I'd point out is like the tricky thing about the 250 class is, and I'm so sorry if I bum anyone out, but like in my opinion, unless you win, no one cares. Like you can't tell me who got third in Oakland last year. You know what I mean? So like we're not there. We're not there to chase results. I mean, our guys have to be in the main event. They better be top 15, like riding around in their sleep. And we want to fight for top 10s when the opportunity allows. That said, it's really hard because it's like, to your point, I mean, you can either be the team that gets the kid that comes out of amateurs to be that reality check that, hey, pro Supercross isn't what you thought it was going to be. And that's just the reality of it. Like, there's not the $1 million you thought was there. It's not even the hundreds of thousands of dollars you thought it was there. And then you also don't want to be the slap in the face coming down to reality from, say like Mitchell. Like, Mitchell went from highly touted factory amateur rides to the factory teams and then to us. Looking back at that at the time, I don't think we were ready for that. And we definitely learned a lot from it. And I think for us now, it's more or less just like staying in our pocket of like, you know, we can't control what these guys do. And we also can't give them the infrastructure to say, hey, we're going for a championship. So all we can do is try our absolute best to give them the equipment to be competitive on, be safe on, and we focus on the idea of like, hey, we're giving you the tools. We're not transactional. You're not going to make a living off us. What we are is transitional. We are going to focus most of our efforts on your bike, as per Ryan, because Ryan knows how important that is. Mm-hmm. And it's up to you, like Robbie, like, you know, you win a Bar X, or hopefully you move on somewhere else. But, you know, it's not going to be a situation where you're making tons of money and it's so to answer that question in a roundabout way, it's like we just want to get those guys that are competitive, that keep our sponsors happy, and then we focus on the things that we can control, which is like the marketing and that side of things.
Do you get good feedback from other teams and such on social media stuff on things that you do, like, you know, the Slayer stuff, and Elliott appears to be really on board with you guys, Race Tech, Yamaha, all the, like, does that seem to be appreciated by sponsors and people in the pits, that you are like doing something different and being cool and being funny and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, some like sponsors get it, some don't. You know, Lucas Myrtle said some nice things to us this summer about some of the things we do, and that was nice to hear, because, you know, whether we get involved with Comic-Con or Nuclear Blast or Slayer or whoever it is, right. I mean, it's us trying to do something different in the mainstream, because we understand that, like, our media, and you guys are all very nice to us and very cool with us, but like, if we're not putting in the results and we're not, you know, changing our stuff all the time, it's not necessarily going to be shown all the time. So I think a lot of people get it. It would surprise you though, like a lot of people don't. And hope we're trying to change it a little bit, but it's definitely been an uphill battle.
Right. No, I think it's cool that you guys are doing that stuff for sure.
Yeah, their Twitter. If you're not following Team Solitaire on Twitter, you need to. Right. They're not trying to make anybody happy. They're saying what they feel and being pretty funny. I enjoy it. Chris, with the team, sticking with kind of what Michael Lindsay brought up, the average fan walks through the pits and sees your setup, and it doesn't look that far off of like a factory team, but there's obviously a major difference. The setup looks nice, but to kind of talk about the difficulties of being a team your size. Some teams your size have had issues where maybe they don't pay their riders in the end because the money just isn't there, that maybe the sponsors don't pay. It's not as easy as a factory team might have it. Kind of talk about those difficulties.
I think it's just, you know, from the very get-go, it's like, hey, whether it's riders or it's mechanics, can we help you? If we can't help you, if you don't want to be here and we can't help you, we don't want you, we're not going to talk you in anything, right? And then it's really just like kind of, what's the saying, under-promising, over-delivering, you know, just like, hey, this, we just don't lie to people. Like, that's the main thing. We're not going to lie to you, because Ryan and I, our mechanics, everyone, we all have full-time jobs. Whether you get 10th or you get 20th or you don't make the main event, I'm still going to go to work on Monday. It's not going to change my life, right? So I'm not going to lie to you. And if you get 10th, Yamaha's not calling me to tell me to back up the truck for 5 more bikes. So again, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
The main thing is just not lying, in whether it's your sponsors or your riders, just keeping everyone's expectations in check, I guess. And I think we do a pretty good job of that.
Yeah, that's a real key thing for sure. Like, you're exactly right. Like, look, great work, you got 10th. Great work, you got 14th. Nobody knows and nobody cares. And, you know, you represent our sponsors well, and thank you, and let's move on. You know, and yeah, I agree.
I'm curious, Chris, from your position right now, I know you've worked hard to get your guys' new title sponsor, some people in this year, so you've made some small, let's say, like budget improvements, maybe been able to spend a little more in different areas. But if somebody were to walk up to you at the next race, hand you $100,000, what do you feel like you would spend it on to help the most? Because I'm sure a bunch of people go, oh, would you just go outdoors? Would you hire riders?
We already went through this. Chris on Twitter, blasphemous, said with $10 million he couldn't build a bike as good of a factory team, and I highly highly protest.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What my point was is you can give me $10 million tomorrow. I'm not going to replicate the infrastructure that Mitch has built over 20 years.
Yes, you are. Yes, you can with $10 million. Yes, you can.
You would just hire those people.
Yeah, you just go and hire those people. And there
Literally
you go.
take Mitch's shop. You would take Mitch's
you
infrastructure.
But how long does that last though? I mean, how far would that 10 grand get you?
10 million. It was 10 million.
10 grand, not far.
Yeah, 10 grand, not far.
A weekend.
No, but yeah, that's I'm just making.
And that was my point. The 100 grand. Like some people go, oh, you could spend it on this or that. Like there's stuff that's flash in the pan, and then there's stuff that could be done. Not saying you would spend it once. What would you? Is there something you would particularly you have your eye on that would help you going forward? That's a long-term play. Basically, I said if somebody came up and gave that to you, what would help? What would you use it for?
Honestly, that would just. I'd obviously want to take care of my mechanics a little better and my truck driver and things like that. But I think like the biggest thing that I would do with more budget is just throw it into marketing, whether it was co-ops with the companies or what have you. But back to the whole $10 million thing. What I was getting at
here we go.
Hey, what I was getting at is this. No, this is what I was getting at. Okay, you give me $10 million. How much does the goat farm cost?
$1 million?
$1 million, I think.
Right. So I'm saying then, like, how much does all the equipment cost? How much does the fuel cost? How much does the?
Yeah, but you could just you just pay Jason Baker to ride at Sandbox. There you go. Boom. That's 30 grand, I think, for the year. So 30 grand. You're riding at Sandbox all year long. Yeah, per rider. That's 60 grand for 2 riders. Boom. There you go. Now they're at a groom prep supercross track all year long by Jason Baker. Right. So that handles that. You buy this. You buy the electronics. You buy the transmission. You pay your mechanics more. You get some more bikes. You're on your way. You got a guy. You got good guys.
Well, if anybody wants to give me $10 million, I'll do my best to prove you guys wrong. I will spend all that money to prove you wrong.
Listen, if it's just going to go right up your nose and Coke, Chris, you could just tell us. You could just tell us, you know.
How about we take, because you're so good, you're so playful on Twitter, let's get you $10 million and then let people on Twitter vote every day how you're going to spend it.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, that'd go south fast.
That's Hey, I feel like that checks all boxes. That's marketing.
Right.
And
have you ever gone too far on Twitter, Chris, on Solitaire? Did you get your hand slapped anything for any time or no?
Well, I'm HR, so I'm good.
Oh, okay, all right, fair enough. I just meant with a sponsor.
That sounds really familiar.
No, you know what? I don't think I have. Like, I don't think I cuss, and I try to. Yeah. If I do say something, I just tweet out that our account got hacked.
Like that.
Hey, Yamaha and Racetech have been two companies that have been behind you guys for a long time. They're big parts of your program. Obviously, Yamaha is a big part of everything that we do here at Pulp, and Racetech as well. Have been on for years. I think Checkers and Racetech have. What year is it? 2023. I think they've been on with me for 13 or 12 years. They're big fans of yours.
Yeah. No, I mean, Yamaha. I mean, once Jim came into the picture with Yamaha, our lives changed. I mean, not to be dramatic, but like, you know, we were. He supports us and he understands what we're doing, and it's for a team like ours, for someone like Jim to come by 2-3 times a weekend.
Oh, does he really? Does he really?
Oh, dude, he's such a good guy, and when someone does that for you, I mean, you run through a wall for them because you know how valuable his time is, and you know we can't. There's not enough. There's no way to thank Jim enough for what he's done for us, and he's really stepped up for us every year more and more. So we're really happy with Yamaha. And then obviously Racetech, I think after 2019 with Mitchell, I mean, we had some problems with some things, and basically Ryan decided that he wanted to just kind of oversee the development with Racetech kind of like on our own. Mm-hmm. And since then, Andrew and all those guys have just been super generous with their time and helpful and listens to us. And whether we're right or wrong, they like let us try it, even they know. So no, everyone's been super great and just kind of grown with the program.
Yeah, no, it's great things. Lewis, if there was a team Solitaire in GPs, what would it be?
What?
Does one come to mind?
Out of the current teams?
Yeah. Does one come to mind?
No, because there isn't really like those filler like teams in GPs. It's either factory or nothing, really.
No, there's. Come on.
Yeah, because they're even like the non-factory teams are quite close to the factory.
Like
teams.
high level.
Like a standing construct.
More budget.
Like even Hitachi KTM have support from KTM, like Austria.
They get bikes from Yamaha. Solitaire gets bikes.
Okay.
Who's a fun team is what I'm trying to get.
I don't think there are fun teams.
Okay, there's no fun teams. Okay.
The GPs
are all miserable.
No, they are fun when I go by and make them fun.
Okay.
I feel like if we're talking about your relationship, standing construct might be your fun team.
Yeah, standing construct is fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's your question for Chris? That's fine.
No, yeah, talking about Yamaha, I just wondered if you've actually had any offers from other manufacturers and whether you've seriously considered them, whether they've come close to Yamaha, whether you've even been offered more but chose to stay loyal.
We've never really light talks. We've never considered. I mean, we'll listen to anyone, but at the end of the day, like, it would have to be knock our socks off to consider. Just from a loyal standpoint. I mean, if you look at a lot of our sponsors, I mean, we've kind of stayed with everyone the entire time, and it's just, I'd rather grow with people than get a little bit bigger and try to leave. You know what I mean? I think it's.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I understand that. And I mean, Steve will private comment. Loyalty is not going to get you far a lot of times in the sport. But for me, just at the end of the day, I would just rather be loyal. And if I burn down doing that, then I'm fine with that.
You have had interest then.
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. There we go. You know what you should? You know what I think would be a cool so people come to me and be like, hey, put some money into a team, Mathis, and then you could pick a rider. Like, be a team manager, pick a rider.
Yeah.
Like, I've had people just tell me that over the years. It would be kind of neat. And honestly, Kook Nut Bar Rhino was onto something with this. I hate to say it. But that IB Corp had that little tryout team for them?
Yeah.
Like, it would be I like that. I think that adds some drama to it. I'm not saying put it on a vlog, but update people on Instagram every day or have voting or, you know what I mean, for that second spot.
Some fan interaction.
Here's our 4.
So they get invested.
Why should we pick one of these? Because, like you said, Chris, they're all the same around that level. Dominic Thury to Cole Thompson to, Carson Brown. Why isn't Carson Brown racing? Is anybody?
Just because he's kind of doing his. I asked him very briefly, and he's enjoying doing the pit bike thing, doing vlogs more.
Okay.
I think he knows how expensive it is to do it right.
Well, why didn't Solitaire hire Chris?
We have talked to Carson before. I mean, Carson has a pretty cool thing going on with his pit bikes.
Right.
And with those pit bikes kind of comes the problem with some restrictions of what you do depending on the manufacturer you're with, right?
Okay.
So, and then I know he had some good deals before that he didn't want to get out of.
Yeah.
It goes back to the idea like, hey, man, like if we're not going to help you and you're going to lose money doing this, then I don't want you on my truck. I appreciate you and I respect you.
Well, let's do some sort of fan interaction for a second spot next year.
There we go.
Yeah, I like it. So all right, we got to run.
Do you need to wrap it up?
Yeah. What do you got?
I was just going to ask about getting the word out, promoting the team more. One way to do that is to have your riders maybe come to some of the post-race press conferences and what Feld is trying to do with the media scrums. Are you even aware of that? Because
Sean called me and gave me shit. I'm like, Sean, I had no idea.
Okay.
We'd be the first guys there. We'd be handing out hot sauces, high-fiving everyone, like whether we're
this
10th
covers
or
our
15th.
conversation.
Yeah.
That nobody actually. Yeah.
Right, but I think it'd be good. Even in all years past, they've always said they invite all the riders to come. So it'd be cool to see some of your guys, even if it's one a week.
Listen, Sean, I love Sean. He didn't do a great job of that post-race media
He
corral.
admitted to me on the last call that I probably should have
I
informed
enjoyed
them all
my
a little better.
Ferrandis interview.
I got Grant Harlan.
Everybody got Dylan Ferrandis. Ferrandis got a lot of attention that week.
Chris, thanks for calling in, man. I told you this before, but I like everything you guys are doing. You should come up here and co-host a show with me one time. That would be fantastic.
Anytime, man.
And all of that. So thanks very much. Good job on everything. And we'll see you at the races, man.
All right, guys. See you this weekend. Hey, go buy some hot sauce.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll do. What is it called?
Heartbeat hot sauce.
Heartbeat hot sauce. So, all right. I'm kind of a pussy with hot sauce. Like, I'm not a...
the hotter the better.
It's not bad.
No, it's not bad?
Just, me too, and I can eat it no problem.
Give me some bottles.
Is this like salsa or like Tabasco-ish?
No, it's just genius in your mouth. Just come get some. It's out the truck.
Perfect.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, man.
All right, boys.
Thank you.
All right, take it easy.
Appreciate it. New Racer X magazine here. We'll go over that shortly.
Chris is good people.
He is good
knowing
That's why he's on my show.
The music I'm into and stuff. Every year, the last 2 years, he sent me one of the Slayer jerseys and the Slayer shrouds for the studio. So it just without me asking, he just sends the stuff. He's rad.
Cool story.
Okay.
All right. Coming up next here, Cade Clason.
And a few.
Santiago sent us $140 or no, what?
That's Guatemalan.
It's
about $18 US.
It's $18 US on YouTube.
That's pretty solid still. I went in, I Googled it right as soon as I saw it pop up.
Devin Miller, $4.99. He's giving Mr. Side this money to hurry up and slam the rest of the Fireball.
Oh, I can do that. Is that the same guy that sent me?
Oh no, that guy is $5. Somebody gave you $20 for Kiefer's down payment.
Oh, Devin sent you money also for the Alta. For the Alta, $20.
Yeah, $20 down.
So $5. Well, that's a lot of Fireball to
do
down.
It.
Yeah.
But Sean's driving home.
Ah, Mr. Side. Damn.
Saucy Side.
I mean, it was $5. I'd do a lot for $5.
Jesus.
What else?
What else is on the table?
After dark.
All right, Lewis, did you know Wiseco has been manufacturing pistons right in the USA for over 80 years?
I didn't know that. Tell me more.
Did you know that Wiseco supplies teams like the PulpMX guys and Factory Honda with pistons?
I want to know more.
Whether you ride a 2-stroke or 4-stroke, Lewis.
Okay.
Either one. Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements with performance-focused Racer Elite Series.
Wow.
And there's a deal at PulpMXShow.com.
Really?
Yep. Or go to your local dealer for Wiseco. So also, their garage buddy, Kevin at Wiseco, just sent me this. They have a garage buddy. A garage buddy is like a bike in a box, right? So you get the pistons, you get the gaskets, you get everything.
Right.
They got a garage buddy give back. A portion of sales at the end of the year, they go to Fido's Companion, a non-profit animal rescue. So someone send this to Weege.
Can you dumb that down for me? Because that's a lot of words. Animals?
They gave $5,100 to a non-profit animal operation.
Like, for like endangered animals?
Yes.
Okay, come on, I'm with you.
From the sales of Garage Buddy rebuild kits. So someone send this to Weege ASAP, and because he loves animals.
Yes.
And so thanks to the folks at Wiseco. And again, if you want a deal from those guys, go on PulpMXShow.com and you can see the code to save. 4-stroke, 2-stroke pistons. Let's bring you our next guest of the night. This gentleman certainly had himself quite a Friday. Cade Clason, what's up, man? How are you?
Oh, I'm here. Let's get this over with.
He sounds terrible.
He punched you in the throat?
Okay, so I don't know if he meant to punch me in the throat, but we both had helmets on, and we had both like he ran up to me, pushed me, I pushed him back.
Sounds like Chiz.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know if he meant to or not. It doesn't really matter, either way. But yeah.
So he said that you were threatening to kill him or something, but you're saying that didn't happen?
No, it didn't happen. We exchanged plenty of other pleasantries, but those words did not come out of my mouth.
And an official saw that, and that's why he was DQ'd, the punch in the throat?
Yeah. So when you came off the track, you went down one side of staging, and then to get back into staging, you went down the other side of this little crawl thing.
Yep.
And I came off the track first second. I came off with Paul Telly, and I gave my bike to my mechanic. He went outside, and I walked back into staging to try and figure out what semi I was going to be in.
Mm-hmm.
And he was coming off the track, and we were exchanging words over the little corral area.
Yep.
And he just dropped his bike and ran towards me, and I was like, well, that didn't go well. So I may have poked the bear a little bit. I mean, I'm honestly, the off track stuff, it's whatever to me. I don't even care. It's not that big of a deal. The stuff that happened on the track is more upsetting to me. That's just not racing to me.
Well, until he does some damage to your throat in some way, and you don't get your voice back or something over this jerk off punching you in the throat. So I don't.
Well, my wife said it's kind of sexy. So
okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, there we go.
Thanks, Steak Dog.
Yeah, listen.
No, it's way better today. I don't know why. We just ate dinner, and now it's actually more raspy than it was. It wasn't bad a little bit ago.
I dove into some comments, and people are like, Cade should have known. So you're supposed to know that you pull a move on a guy that when you lap him, he's gonna just blow you over a berm. I don't get that. I don't get that you should have known.
So I caught him actually on the finish line, and he started going fast again.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh man, is he gonna
Oh, okay. So this is So this was already giving you an idea, right?
So I jumped the rhythm section behind him, and then we get to the straightaway, and he pulls off into the mechanics there. I was like, oh, okay, we're good. And then I hear him get on the gas behind me going down the start straight.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, all right, cool. He's behind me, no big deal. And I go into the berm, and then when I'm mid berm, I hear a blip of the freaking 2-stroke, dude.
Yeah.
And sure as shit, a quarter of a second later, I just get blasted in the side. So yeah, I mean, him and I were friends, right? I've never had issues with him before. I didn't think it was anything of substance really that happened in the first turn. Like I maybe bumped him a little bit, but it's not like I blocked him.
I mean, I don't see the issue. I don't see the issue with your pass in the first corner at all, and neither of these three guys either. And I mean, I don't see it. I put myself in his shoes. I used to race. I don't see how he could be angry about that in an arena cross. I just don't.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to like the Rod Bell thing last year with me and him. Like I did something like that to him. Like I couldn't imagine like the hate I would get for that. You know what I mean? And like looking back on those situations, like I apologized to Rod Bell for yelling at him after the race. Like a couple months later, like I went up to him like, "Hey man, I'm sorry I was so heated after that." You know what I mean? And like the same thing kind of happened in this situation. Like he could have came off the track and yelled at me, pushed me. I would have been like, "I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to bump you off the track like that." And you know, we would have gotten over it. But yeah, I mean, I was more heated about the stuff on the track than the stuff off the track.
Yeah, I don't. Look, and as we said at the beginning of the show, pick your bike up, get yourself in the main event, make some money, and then take Cade out in the main event if you want, if you're racing with him, or get him back at San Diego or whatever. It's just to wait a lap down, whether you're Justin Bogle or Stank Dog, is really cheap, really shitty. Yeah. You know, that's all.
Well, that's what my biggest problem with it was is after I got cleaned out, I really didn't know if I could make the main. I had to start back row in the heat and in the LCQ. And like
I saw a photo where you were just trapped under the bike. You were just stuck under a bike.
Dude, I was the only one in my semi skimming the whoops, and I freaking clipped a kid's back wheel and went into the tough box and fell. And then I ate shit again. And the next one is the one that really messed me up. I like fell on that little double before the finish line, and I got like the gnarliest Charlie horse on my thigh, and my thigh just like blew up. It was so big, and I could barely walk, and then my voice is gone. And everyone's like, "What the heck is wrong with Cade?"
Come race arena cross, they said. Come have a good time, they said.
Speaking of whoops, what hurt worse, getting punched in the throat or Denny's comments about your whoops in the main?
Dude, oh man, Denny's comments in general on Twitter were so outlandish. Oh my gosh, I had to bite my tongue so many times. It was mind blowing. Oh, but I mean, I get it that if they didn't know why I wasn't skimming the whoops in the main, like I totally get it. But yeah, I was honestly in so much pain in the LCQ that I was like, I don't want to do that the whole main event. And I just was like, screw it. I'm just going to commit to jumping these things and trying, cause that was the first lap of the first main was the first time I jumped them all day, or besides the last lap of the LCQ, but I just doubled through. Like I had never like even considered doing it until I was like, I kind of have to. And I was good at skimming the whoops too. Like it wasn't like hard for me, but when I can't squeeze my bike, it's a little different.
It's amazing you made the main. Yeah. And got a third. Good job.
I got second.
Second.
So I need all the help I can get after that shit show.
Yeah. How did that go? Like I didn't watch the main, so I don't. How did it? You had a bad gate pick, but you just what?
I got a bad gate pick, but like, okay. So here's my only complaint. This arena cross race was actually a lot of fun, but for the mains, there's 12 guys.
Yeah.
They have 8 gates. But for the main, they say, oh, no, we're going to have 6 on the front and 6 on the back, and we're going to not let you use the inside and outside gate. And it's like, okay, so then the outside gate was open. So I started behind the last guy on the outside.
Oh, and just...
And when the gate dropped, I just I didn't go around him, but I got next to him and didn't have to follow him.
Yeah.
And I ended up coming out like fourth.
Right.
So that worked out really good for me. And then I told my mechanic actually before the main, like KP and I were talking, I wasn't going to race. Like I was pretty like dizzy, like my leg hurt really bad. I could literally barely like do a squat. It was so bad. And my mechanic's like, well, just go do some laps and, jump the whoops and, just see where you're at. And if you can make it 10 laps and just try and make it to the end. And I was like, fine, like I'll do it. And it's kind of hard to pull off when you're riding around in second. And that's why, like, in the second main, like, I just had no fight or urgency to even want to go to the front. I was like, I don't even really want to be out here.
Yeah.
And,
what a weekend. Jeez.
But that sucks because, like, I have last gate pick for the first main. I get last pick, right?
Yep.
So then I'm the last spot on the outside, and then I get second in the first main, and then I've got second to last pick for the next freaking main.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, I know. KP, not a fan of these inverted gate picks.
I'm not a
No.
huge fan of it either. I mean, I think it'd be cool, like every once in a while, like how they used to do it, like you invert each row or you invert like half of it or do something like that. But just change it up each weekend. But yeah, to fully invert it each weekend is kind of chaotic.
Your guys' situation a little different. So KP's main reason he doesn't like it. So at this race, KP and I think Bitterman were the only two regular arena cross guys in it. So it's all dudes that are hitting all the rhythms. KP's main complaint on the reverse is he said on a normal weekend, he said in the reverse at the first lap, the couple worst guys that get put on the front row don't even jump the catapult the first lap and they almost land on.
Right.
KP said he almost killed a dude.
Yeah.
That
makes sense. That makes sense.
Where I think he's almost more okay with it. Like if the field's deep and everybody's doing anything, it's actually less sketchy.
Right. No, that makes total sense.
Hey, Cade, one other thing. Be proud. You were trending on Twitter for a very short time during this whole arena cross mess.
Dude, I was. When I looked, there was like 50,000 tweets or something that mentioned my name.
So
poor Cade.
So he got DQ'd for punching you, but I think he should have been DQ'd for the taking, like Bogle, waiting a lap down and taking you out. But you're fine with that as far as a DQ.
I mean, I don't.
Not fine with it, but I'm saying whatever. Yeah.
I would have rather him been DQ'd for the stuff on the track. You know, like
right.
the stuff in the pits, like, dude, stuff like that happens all the time and nobody sees it.
Mm-hmm.
He just got in trouble because we were standing in freaking staging.
Right.
You know, like, it is what it is. Like, we're just two dudes that kind of just said words to each other and whatever, it escalated. But, the AMA didn't see it that way.
Did you think his social media response was correct or fine?
I mean, I'm whatever. Other than him putting words in my mouth, like, I didn't say that, so
well, what did you say? That was my next question. What did you say?
You know, we said a lot of things. You know, I maybe said if you come near me, knock your teeth out, and he said some stuff. But you know, whatever. Like I'm not gonna fight someone in staging at the race. Like it's not gonna happen. Like we can push and shove each other all we want, but I'm not gonna fight someone and risk my career over someone else's stupidity. You know what I mean? Like. It is what it is. I probably shouldn't have said what I said, but, you know, he said some stuff too, but, you know, like he was yelling loud enough. I had my earplugs in and I could still hear him just fine. So everyone else heard him too. But like I said, like the off the track stuff, like it's not that big of a deal to me. Like we were both heated, you know, he was obviously heated. That's why he did it to begin with. I don't think clear-headed anyone's like, yeah, I'm just going to wait a lap and clean somebody out. Like, that's never a good idea.
I wonder if the AMA, because this is an AMA arena cross, the AMA this weekend, I wonder if anything's going to carry over or AMA is going to. Yeah, to Supercross, and AMA is going to be like, hey, man.
It should do, shouldn't it?
You would think.
You don't think the disqualification is enough?
No, but if something happens in Supercross, they're going to be like, hey, man, you already have a DQ on your record.
Okay.
Like, you know, I don't know. I just.
Yeah, I think, so they called me and, like, asked me about it. And I was like, look, like, you know, I basically just said the same thing to them that I said to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, well, this isn't the first time this has happened. This is actually like the third, I guess.
Yeah. I saw one with Alessi. He waited for Alessi for a lap and then fucked with Alessi. Yeah.
And then I had a team manager call me today and say something too. And I was like, look, guys, like, I'm not here trying to, like, you know, get this dude kicked out of the sport. Like, am I bummed on the situation? Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, I guess they're looking into stuff because, I mean, but I have, like, they just called me, right?
Yeah.
But I think something could obviously happen, which is a bummer, right? I mean, I think he brings a different, I don't want to say a different kind, but he has a different set of fans that obviously our sport needs, but there's certain things you can't do, and he did some of those.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that comment. Daniel's on line 3. Daniel, you have a comment about this with Cade?
Yeah, so I'm definitely Team Cade here. I saw that start, and Stank Dog, he's raced arena cross before. He knows to protect the inside. Like that move was 100% legit. He should know better than that, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like from the comments I see on social, everyone's like, that move was nothing. That move was fine by Cade.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe some of his hardcore fans don't like it, but yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I feel like the roles were reversed. Go ahead.
I know, and I like Stink Dog. Like on social media, I like him, but like that, he should know better. That's all I should say.
No,
Yeah,
I agree.
I think if
Thanks, Daniel.
roles
Thank you.
were reversed, Stank does the same thing. To
Yeah,
Cade.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely.
but Cade didn't do anything.
No.
That's the point.
Yeah,
So
I
if
mean-
roles were reversed, it doesn't matter because Cade didn't do anything.
Cade's not waiting a lap down to take the T-bone him
No,
and take him off.
It's just I have no words.
Well,
it's just shocking.
Like I said to him when when him
shocked.
and I talked the last time, I said, is this WWE? Are you a character right now? Is this real? Are you real? Or is this a skit? Do I need to play along? Like, I don't get why you're saying these things. Like, I don't understand.
This says it all. If there was no retaliation, we wouldn't talk about the move once.
No.
Because the original move is irrelevant to
No
anything.
one would bring that up. No one would be like,
because it's not
did
a
you see
talking
Cade's
point.
move? No one would
Exactly.
say anything. Yeah, no, I'm with you. Cade, I'm really looking forward to a bunch of people picking you in Pulp Fantasy this weekend in San Diego, and you getting them, 52 points. Really looking forward to that.
Man, I'm sorry, dude.
Really
okay?
stoked on that. Yeah.
I've been riding quite well, and I think everything came at me kind of fast at A1, dude. So I hit the deck. I've hit the deck a lot in the last 2 weeks. Let's just say that.
Did you pick him? Who picked him here?
I didn't.
I didn't.
But what he's saying right now has got me scared to pick him for San Diego. He's been hitting the deck a lot. Maybe I need to see a week or two more.
Right. You're riding well, Cade. You're right. You look like you're riding well, for real.
When he's not crashing, he looks good.
I mean, we've worked pretty hard. Obviously A1 didn't go great. The heat race crash was my own fault, just getting sideways and then trying to save it, and the kid T-boned me, and then all the other crashes were just whatever, dude. It happens. So couldn't really change anything. But
Wiseco Pistons bringing you Cade Clason on the show. Yeah, you could change a lot. You could get in the main event for people who picked you. Two-stroke and four-stroke Pistons, Wiseco.com, motorsport.com. Go ahead.
I had a quick one for you, Cade. You're back with the same team that you were with 2 years ago. How much has improved? PRMX looks like, at least from the outside in, that they've made quite a few changes and upped their level.
Yeah, I agree.
Dude, they've upped the game a lot. Honestly, it's quite the show over there. We've got a motor guy. Our suspension guy is going to come to, I think, somewhere between 50 and 75% of the rounds. Obviously, I've got a full-time mechanic now, which is so nice. I've never had that before. He does basically everything for me. He's been a big rock in my program, holding me down. It's been a huge help. And then our bike's really good. Honestly, it's been a lot of fun so far. I've really enjoyed it, and don't have any complaints really, except for myself.
Except for your voice. I would get a little more upset about you at Anaheim. I am upset. But we went to dinner Friday night, and you're like, dude, Yoder's riding really good. Like, I said he's in the main because he's a 13 handicap, so in the main is double points. And you go, oh, yeah, no, he's in the main. Like, you were really confident in how well Hunter Yoder had been riding. So on your advice, and then he was good in practice, and on your advice, Cade, I picked Hunter Yoder. So
and I followed because of your suggestion.
Yeah. Cade was the one who said Yoder's been good. So
I was kind of hard on him after the race because he's done some motos with me, and he keeps me, honest at SOB when we do motos. And I was watching him ride around in the main, and I'm like, bruh, we don't do motos like that, during the week. And he's like, I don't know what happened. So I'm hoping he's going to keep getting better. But yeah, he has been. He's been working pretty hard. He's kind of been my moto partner when we're back home and stuff. So it's been a fun group, honestly. Like we've worked really well together, and like I said, man, there's no complaints really from me on the team. I've just got to be better.
Hey, Cade, going back to the arena crosses for a second, anything really surprise you? I had a buddy text me and say that he was noticing your line choices were quite a bit different than like KP's, who is a regular arena cross. Was anything surprising, anything you pick up?
I just, like I said, I was skimming the whoops, being on a 450. Those guys were all going inside and then jumping the whoops in practice. So I think that's why the time gap was a little big in practice. Mitchell started skimming the whoops towards the end of the day, so he got closer as well. And then, the rhythm, it was fast to stay out of some of their blown out, like, cut down lines. I was just trying to run some different lines, and it was working for me. So, I was going over the table 3 and then jumping into the berm, and it was just, it was flowy and fun for me, where those guys were all, going on-off 3, which I didn't really like doing. because I knew they were going to have to do like 20-some laps, and I was trying to plan for main events.
Yeah.
But by the end of the night, they had some of the guys had switched to my lines because they were pretty good, and then they just all started skimming the whoops at the end of the day when I started jumping them. So like the whole speed gap kind of switched.
Gotcha.
KK, go ahead.
Honestly, man, I had so much fun. Like the guys were really cool.
Talking about not walking.
Fun night.
Yeah, fun night. I got blown off my bike.
Punch in the throat.
Punch in the throat. Crashed 8 times. Great night.
Because KP, I trained with the same off the bike guy, Corey from Charlotte, and I called him after I had signed up. I was like, "Hey man, I know I said I wasn't going to ride, but I'm going to go race KP on Friday night." And he's like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, we're going to drive to Arizona and go race." And I was like, "Man, like I like racing, you know. Like I kind of heard somebody say racers race as the term, and it's like." I don't want to sit in California and watch it rain all weekend and not be able to ride. Like, I want to go do something. And I DM'd the series about getting entered and stuff, and they helped me go through it. And then I helped a couple other guys get through it. And, like, it was well put on. Like I said, I could do without the inverted start and with them only having 6 guys on the front row. But other than that, it was fun. And I think they kind of beefed the track up a little bit more knowing that we were all coming, which was cool. If they make tracks like that all the time and they get a purse like that, and, you know, I think they could have a good group of guys that want to come race it all the time.
Well said. We do have Denny Stephenson on the line. Welcome to the show, Denny.
I don't want to talk to Denny. He doesn't like me.
Denny, why don't you like Cade?
No. Hey, what's happening? No, Cade. Do not think that in the least, brother. Much respect. Just listening to you the last 5-10 minutes. Complete respect. You are a racer. You race. One of my good friends, Checkers, loves you to death. So if he loves you, I'm all about you. And you did a great job. You know, my argument was simply, you know, arena cross shit happens between you and Stank. Definitely not against you, not against Stank. I believe that arena cross is its own entity. Shit happens, but you know, I gave you a little shit for not blitzing the whoops for simply the fact that you were crushing them in the last chance. And then you start jumping them in the main. I was a little surprised. And then you had mentioned your injury to your legs, and I said, "Oh, I didn't realize that." So it made complete sense. But no, man, nothing but respect, nothing but props. Way to show up to a race that you're not used to doing, and had a very rough beginning to your evening after qualifying first and finishing second in that first main event. Nothing but props, brother. Well done.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was like, I probably took a few tweets. Honestly, like I didn't get any like super harsh DMs or anything like that. Like obviously,
okay. When I had my incident with Stank, I
got lit up.
I was going to call the cops on some of the DMs that I got.
People are rotten, man. People are just horrific.
So I'm surprised, Cade, that you didn't get any really nasty.
Cade
ones.
wasn't really stirring the pot back. You kind of were.
Wasn't because like I knew what was going to happen, right? I don't want to stir the pot because like it's not the end of the world. Like I didn't get hurt. Like it is what it is, right? But I think Denny's tweets, I kept seeing them, and I was like, but I didn't have like the perfect response because I followed Denny too. So it's like,
right.
I didn't have like that's what I mean. Like the one tweet I sent back to you, I had like the perfect response of like why this happened, but some of the other ones were like, well,
yeah, totally nailed it.
Totally
in my place. I'm like, oh, well, it makes complete sense now.
Right.
Yeah.
But Denny, I do have to say, Denny, I respect your opinion. Great racer, championship, all that. But you are high and or drunk.
Or both.
Or both.
I've definitely had my moments, but that's not this time.
But how could you possibly say that Stank waiting a lap and T-boning Cade is just fine? That's just fine.
It's just arena cross, man. I mean, it is. I mean, it's not something I've done. I don't agree with it. I mean, and Stank, obviously said he was wrong by doing it. I think Cade is he's been very aggressive in the past in last chance qualifiers. We've seen that. I don't think what he did to Stank in the first turn was wrong. I think Stank definitely tried to close him off.
Sure.
But there was a little bit of elbow. Stank went flying. But when Cade lapped Stank coming down that front start straightaway, I'm just suggesting there should have been a little bit more awareness. That
I disagree, but
he put the Fu Man Chu Man on the ground, and there's a good chance if you know Stank, he might put you on the ground right back. It's no different. than we all were laughing about when Craig tried to go around fucking Freezy. And everybody's like, man, you just can't go around Freezy.
Well, it is different because they were on the same lap.
They're racing for a position.
Yeah.
But everyone thought Bogo was a fucking hero when he did it when he did it at the bar show.
I didn't. I was on the show saying you can't do that. You deserve
agree.
the DQ.
It's not the right thing, but it happens in arena cross. Arena cross plays by completely different other rules. The fight afterwards, if they got in a fight in the tunnel, I've gotten in plenty of fights on the track and in the tunnel after the race. It's just pure chaos.
So new rule: arena cross doesn't matter what lap you're on, just
rules.
kill everybody.
Breaking
no rules.
I mean, okay, Cade.
We don't have rules.
Denny's point, and I didn't know this before we got you on, is you said he started jacking with you over the finish. So maybe Denny has a point where I'm not condoning this. I'm not switching to the sides.
No, I don't either.
But maybe Denny's point where he started jacking with you. Like, you should have been like, hey, the long, fast straightaway.
Pay attention.
Pay attention.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
He just kind of like rode in front of me. I wouldn't say he really jacked with me, but I was like, when he did it, I was like, oh man, is he gonna try and hold me up right now? Because I'm pretty sure he's friends with some of the guys that were right behind me. But I mean, like I said before, like I would have considered like him and I, you know, not like friends, like hey, let's go to this race together, but like hey man, for you, like see ya. Friends. And I was like, well, I hope he's not going to mess with me right now. But I was like planning on just skimming by him in the whoops. And then he let me by on the trail. And I was like, oh, okay, like I think we're good here. Like he got his 2 cents out of it. Like, but to be completely honest with you, I didn't even know that he fell in the first turn from me. Like I didn't like I really didn't touch him that hard.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
no, you really didn't. You just kind of perfectly. He came in with like full speed around the outside on the white line. He just came in, you know, pivoted to the middle and kind of came off, but a little elbow and he went flying. Yeah. So, yeah. I my only theory was like
flying maybe in exaggeration.
They say he washed the front over the top. Cade was flying. Stank was sliding.
Yeah. Cade's screenshot of him upside down, legs up, flying was really, really good. I put that on your Christmas card. Yeah.
Cade's tweet today asking for the net was perfect.
Yeah, yeah. I like the one where he said, "I'm done with arena cross." Like after, I'm officially whatever you said, Cade.
I just still love the fact that while I agree, like that is the most publicity arena cross has gone in years, I'm still pretty sure I heard Cade's name mentioned more than arena cross over the weekend.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was great. I mean, and they interviewed him, a great interview. I mean. Obviously, he was one of the biggest names coming in. Had a long, successful career, obviously, Cade, and to have the fastest qualifying time. And yeah, it was awesome. And that's the main reason I wanted to call in tonight was just to promote arena cross. I love the series. It's obviously fallen off the map since I raced it, and to have 20 Supercross guys drive up out of their own pocket and race, I think it's fantastic. And you know, nothing but respect. And I really hope this series can grow and build.
You did you race with Robbie, one of the new owners? I would have think you did. Yeah.
I did, and you know, I went down to Loretta Lynn's for the week with Checkers, and I was just walking back from other races right down pit row, and I see a big arena cross tent, you know, and I didn't even know what was going on. Didn't know the fact that Robbie had bought it, and I just kind of poked my head in and talked to one of the other guys who one of the co-owners with Robbie McCory. And started bullshitting with him, and he's like, yeah, Robbie's actually getting ready to race, and he'd love to talk to you. So, you know, I waited till Robbie's race was done later that day or whatever, and I sat down and talked to him for like an hour, and we just talked about my kid days and how great it was, and how it'd be great to just bring it back to the forefront. And it's a series like I think anyone could agree that it gave me a career 6 years longer than I ever expected.
Yeah.
Budman, you know, a ton of us who otherwise wouldn't have had a job in Supercross who. Yeah.
Bowers too,
you know,
Bowers, Jeff Gibson, all these guys, after their career is over, right?
Absolutely.
I agree. Cade, how much money did you make? How much did you get for your second and 10th or whatever?
I paid like $1,300, I think.
Okay.
So it was like a second and $300 for 10th.
Yeah. All right. Better than better than a punch in the throat.
Better than kicking the nuts or flying over a berm.
Yeah.
Which he unfortunately basically did all three.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I talked to Robbie. I'm just like, man, it'd be great to when you get back to doing double headers. You know, I mean, Friday, Saturday nights like we used to. I mean, for me, it makes sense because they already got dirt on the floor. They already got the the building rented and stuff. And I remember one year, I don't remember what year it was. We raced.
You guys did triple headers.
17 or 18 weekends, 4 main events, 72 main events for the season, and we went to over to Switzerland. I think we went to Canada a couple times. I mean, it was crazy at the high point with my kid. They were really crushing it.
Cade wouldn't have survived a doubleheader. It would have been it.
Yeah, and I think I tweeted that too. I'm like, Cade was all sore. I'm like, well, and then I'm like, wait till you got to race the next night, brother.
Yeah.
I said I had to go yell at the kids to get off my lawn.
Amazingly, guys, this isn't even my worst arena cross experience, so I can't even complain.
Really?
What's your worst?
When that flagger ran out in front of me in Canada and like got the whole race shut down, and my bike got impounded.
That's right. Yeah.
The whole thing.
In Abbotsford, in Canada. Yeah, that's right. You nailed the flagger, and she was seriously hurt, right?
Well, okay. She ran into the track, and I hit her mid-jump, like I was in the air.
Oh.
And,
damn.
Yeah, she was in the hospital for quite a while, and it was pretty lucky that she even, was fully healed.
Right.
But
right. Yeah, the cops came, and it was a police scene and everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that one. That will forever hold like one of the worst days in my life. Is like, dude, I was concerned that like that day, like that's where like the big bump on my leg is on the scar where my foot peg went into my leg that day.
Mm-hmm.
There was like a baseball, literally like this huge lump on my leg, right on that scar. It was crazy. Like it's almost like I messed up the scar tissue and it just blew up. But yeah, that night was terrible.
Breaking news: Team Hurricane makes offer to Snake Dog.
Oh yeah. Well, Cade, glad you survived, and thanks for calling in.
I'm still glad I went. It was fun.
Sounds like it.
Sounds like a great time. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm glad you went because you put on a great show.
Yeah, it was fun for us.
Yeah, if you don't have a little
it was great for all of us.
It's not worth it. So no, I appreciate you boys having me on. I still wait for my pool invite, Darkside.
Oh well, you said you couldn't go the other night.
Well, dude, I literally could barely talk.
Okay.
Like, you think voice is
You don't
bad
have
now.
to talk to play pool.
Yeah.
You can just hang out.
Well, originally it was bowling.
Yeah, but the real reason you guys wanted me to come was so you could get the inside scoop on what
No,
happened.
we just wanted to hang out with you.
That's how this works.
Yeah, that's actually not true. We were just going to go play pool in the area, and ML was like, hey, Cade lives pretty close by. Hit him up. So I did.
Cade saving it for the Pulp Show. Yeah.
Wait, you asked this Cade? That's not the Cade I was talking
That's what I
about.
thought you were talking. You said Cade.
No, it's not your mechanic for Cade.
Well, there you go.
Oh, boy.
Cade does not live in SoCal. I mean, he's staying
He's staying in SoCal, yeah.
You don't even know which Cade I was talking about.
No, well, you should have told me which Cade you were talking about. You just said Cade.
There should be just one Cade. Yeah.
Yeah.
How many Cades are there?
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, no, there's Cade.
Cade that works for Husky. Races
your
for the
buddy.
Offense. Yeah, Cade. I didn't know that's who you were talking about.
Right.
Oh.
Well, this is actually
This is real boring. This is exciting.
Yeah, great radio.
Okay, great radio.
All
Doesn't
right.
matter.
Okay. Hey, Cade, thanks for calling in. Glad you're all right. Good job on the weekend.
Hey, good luck in San Diego, brother.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, boys. I'll see you guys there.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. That's Cade Clason, brought to you by the folks at Wisco. Please check them out. Garage Buddy Rebuild Kits. Lewis, donating to animal shelters.
It's amazing.
It's great. Also on the line, 125 East Coast champion, friend of the show, Denny Stephenson, brought to you by the folks at Renegade Racing Fuel and Lubes. They won championships with Will Hahn and Justin Brayton. They're using the firepower team now of Max Anstey. Perhaps you heard of Max Anstey.
Oh,
yeah.
He's awake. He's awake.
And Dean Wilson are using using Renegade as well. Renegade Racing Fuels. They don't say they make power; they engineer it. Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. Their fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Please check it out. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing. They are looking for dealers and distributors as well. Renegade Racing Fuels. Check them out on social media and at the website as well. Debo, yeah, some hot takes there, Debo. I'm not. I don't know how much of it is social media stuff and how much of it is, real serious opinions. I don't think you should wait a lap down and clean out the leader. I can't come around to that.
Well, let me first say hello to Lewis Phillips.
Oh.
Huge fan of you, brother. Welcome to the United States. I've been following you on Twitter and MXGP. It's nice to have you on our end of the world today. So, hello.
Yeah, we're long-time Twitter friends.
Yeah.
I was worried that it'd hate me now I'm not MXGP, but I think we're okay.
Awesome. But yeah, no, seriously. I mean, I've said from day one, Arena Cross is its own entity. I don't believe that Feld handled it well. I think they took it in the completely wrong direction. It's not the little son of Supercross. a lot of chaos happens. I've never personally taken anyone out a lap down, but I've fought on the track. I've been fought in the pits. I've been taken out on the track. I've taken out my best friends on the track. I mean, from Bud Band to Swap, from Mike Jones. It's just it's just chaos, man, and that's is kind of what it built upon to be what it is.
First of all, the Ricky Carmichael Trophy for Arena Cross is a sham, and I like RC.
But Ricky's great, but yeah.
And then the fact that Robbie was on our show, and I asked him this, put it back in November. I don't know what it's like to get buildings. Maybe it's harder back then, but put it in November, December, have a TV package, be the only show that's going on, and you'll get some eyeballs.
Well, look at the prime example. We actually had talent, like, no offense to the guys in Norway, we had talent show up. We had more than just KP running away with mains against Bitterman.
No,
how
absolutely.
exciting it was.
And that was our biggest advantage is, they used to start on Halloween weekend in Des Moines.
Mm-hmm.
And for like 4 weekends, we were the biggest show in the United States because we were the only thing happening.
Cover of Cycle News, magazine features, all of it.
Exactly.
Yep.
All the brand representatives were at the races. All the magazine guys, all the before social media, they were all there. We were the most important thing going, and it really helped build that. And that's what made this weekend so great. Obviously, was the fact that Robbie and them stepped up to the plate, realized that they were the only show going on in the United States, and added some money in there. And the riders were fantastic to make the drive over, and it was awesome. I mean, I think we can all agree that it represented what I think we all thought and remembered Arena Cross to be.
No, I agree. Lewis, do you remember any of that Arena Cross stuff when you were a little kid?
No. We barely got Supercross on TV.
Right.
So.
But you guys had a UK series.
Yeah, you guys got gnarly Arena Cross over there.
Yeah, Arena Cross in general.
Yeah,
we had UK Arena Cross. But
UK Arena Cross is gnarly.
Because Beaton and these Canadians would always go there.
Yeah,
Future
it
West.
was called Supercross, but it was Arena Cross.
Right.
Yeah, we had good riders as well.
Yeah. Yep.
I spent one whole day watching, or one whole hour watching the YouTube highlights. I can't remember the guy's name. The one-on-one races. He's known for killing everybody.
It's the British one?
Oh, Ashley Greedy.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's a kind of a bigger
he
guy.
Is basically the stank dog.
There was literally 30 minutes of him just taking guys out.
Yeah, but he is literally the British equivalent.
Okay, Denny. So I might have asked you this before on the show. Hardest you ever hit anybody in Arena Cross, and hardest you got hit in Arena Cross?
Well, I've said a lot of times, Mike Jones, we went back to.
Well, I know that was in Supercross, but Arena
Supercross, I knocked him down accidentally into Dallas Supercross. I came through the pack and passed him and knocked him down. I didn't remember, and then won the main event. And then in Pontiac, when I was coming through the pack, Jonesy had obviously remembered that and dive bombed me a bunch of times during that main event. Well, we're friends, but it carried over to Arena Cross. And I remember one time, it was Hampton, Virginia. There's actually a photo I have of it, where I came into him, and that's back when they had orange, barrels marking the corners, and the barrel is blown out of the way. I went through the barrel to just center punch Mike as hard as I could.
Send me a picture of this photo. Send me the picture of this photo. I need to see.
I'll have to find
Send me the picture of this photo.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I literally just ricocheted off him. Mike didn't even move. It was like hitting a concrete brick shit house. Mike, you solid.
Yeah.
It did nothing to him. He didn't he looked at me like, "Oh, you're down? I didn't even know you hit me."
Wow.
And then Chad Pedersen got me. I'd gotten him one time at Des Moines. I'd raced Arena Cross a couple times while I was racing Supercross. One year I'd raced Des Moines, and the second lap of practice on the 125, my dad's still outside warming up the 250. I crashed in the second lap of practice and break my leg. Boom, I'm out. Like a year later, I decide, take it upon my own self. It's a San Diego Supercross weekend, but they're racing 2 nights of Arena Cross in Lincoln, Nebraska, a half hour from my house.
Yeah.
And Suzuki's like, no, you got to be in San Diego. I'm like, sure, I'll be there. So my dad's in San Diego, and I decide, well, I'm going to race my practice bikes at this Arena Cross on Friday night, and I'm going to catch a red eye to San Diego that night.
Oh, that's great. That's awesome.
Ooh.
Yeah.
So Fox makes me these pants to say Huskers on them. I go do the opening ceremonies. I'm like, hey, man, I'm here for one night. I'm here to kick everybody's ass, and I'm fucking flying to San Diego, so let's kick some ass. And the first heat race, I'm in front, and I swap out to the whoops, and I get up, and I hop up on the wall, the concrete wall.
Yeah.
My handlebar gets up there, and it slides on the concrete and smashes my hand into one of the steel poles, the railings.
Yeah.
and I crash, and I'm like, oh, fuck. So I get up real quick, and my hand's numb and tingly, and I get up, and I get second, and I'm like, oh, fuck. Well, that sucked. And I look down at my glove. My glove is covered in blood. It's just red. So I get back into the arena and park my bike, and I take my glove off, and my finger blew up like the end of a hot dog. And the bone is sticking out.
You're like, buzzer.
And I'm like, holy fuck. And I go to the medics. They're like, oh my God, you can lose your finger. I'm like, oh fuck, I almost fainted. And the worst thing was, all I thought about was like, man, I got to call my dad and tell him I'm not going to make it to San Diego tomorrow.
Oh yeah. That phone call is probably one of the worst ones you've ever make. Yeah.
Worst one ever.
Well,
so then, like the next year I go back to Des Moines Arena Cross, like 2 years of just destroying myself in Arena Cross. I got to try again. And at the last lap, I'm battling with Chad Pedersen, local in Des Moines, one of my good friends. He's from Iowa. And I cased a double on the last lap, and Chad is going to go around me in the bolt turn after it, basically 2 corners to the finish. And I'm like, there's no fucking way he's going to beat me for this main. So I just go straight and blow him off the track, just center punch him. He flies off the berm, the tough box hay bells go flying. I take the win, and the crowd is obviously pro Iowa. I'm just from Nebraska, like this next state over, but obviously pro Chad Pedersen fans, and they are booing me. They're throwing beer cups at me out of the stands.
Oh.
It's gnarly. And so I go to interview with Robbie Floyd, the 3 of us that are on the podium, and Chad, interviewed Chad. Chad's like, hey, Dane and I are friends. I would have done the same thing to him. It's no big deal. And then Robbie Floyd comes to me, and the crowd just boos. I mean, It's just the loudest thing I've ever heard. And I basically said, hey, man, you just heard from your local rider, Chad, one of my good friends, and, he didn't have a problem with it. And if you have a problem with it, you can all kiss my ass.
Great. Yeah.
And obviously the place booed, and then Art Ekman got a hold of this on Motor World, and he's telling me I should be banned from racing. I should be fined.
Really? For that?
Art lost his mind. Yeah, he hated me as a kid.
Oh, my word.
And so the next season, or like when we got into Arena Cross racing, for our career, Swap ended up getting even with me. One race, it's the 180 as you came back down the start straightaway, and Chad teed me up so good. He sent me over the berm and into the wall.
Like Bradshaw with Chicken at Bercy?
Oh, exactly. He didn't let go of the bike.
Right,
he just hit me, and I just flew into the wall, crashed. And the funniest thing is my dad was so pissed at Swap that he pitboarded Swap and just never moved the pitboard.
Just held it out there. Yeah.
And it exploded all over Chad's front number plate. And from that day forward, the mechanics were not allowed to have pitboards. So.
Oh, shit. And then, of course, JT's a great Arena Cross story of the full brawl in Jacksonville, I think.
Yeah, with Bogard.
Bogard and the whole thing.
They're literally fighting on the track.
Yeah, there's racing going on. They're going around JT and everybody brawling. Yeah.
Yeah, imagine the start straightaway that we saw this weekend. That 2 guys were fighting. Imagine 2 guys fighting alongside the wall for like 7 laps.
Arena Cross, catch the action. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just going. We would chew the 180 right there, and we'd go because back then we'd go over the starting gate, and we would go. I mean, we all talked about it afterwards. We'd look over like, holy fuck, they're still fighting.
It's a great story. Renegade Racing Fuels bringing you Denny Stephenson on the show. Anything else for Debo? Thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate it. I wanted to get you on and squeeze you in. I hope you're all – any chicken talk?
Well, I don't know, man. It's funny. So he somehow became really good friends with Eli when they were at Cowie.
I know. It's the weirdest thing ever. Yep.
What a crazy odd pairing. I mean, unreal. So I've obviously went from, calling Eli Elito Tomac and giving him a ton of shit to now giving him a ton of respect because as far as I'm concerned, this is what I've always believed that Eli was capable of, and he's crushing it. So I did a post on Instagram, congratulating him on being a beast for winning A1 and Chicken's like, dude, you're such a sellout. You can't. You're a pussy. You can't talk shit and all of a sudden be his biggest fan.
Oh, I bet. That's funny.
I'm not stupid, dude.
Chicken's a national treasure. I sent him. Awesome. I texted him. I was going through an old Cycle News for Raceables, and I saw a win ad from him, 125 win ad, and it said chicken roll the bones or something, or chicken rolled bones. Some sort of gambling thing, right? That's a gambling thing.
Right.
And so I just sent it to him. Just screenshot it and sent it to him. And he sent me back like a very not safe for work response. And I don't even know if he knew that it's me. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I bet you he just saw a number come up with this thing and didn't even hesitate to send an off-color comment to me back. It was great. It was great.
It just reminded me he married his now wife the 8th time in Vegas.
Yeah, he
last
did.
Show
Yeah, when you got. I'd love to have both of you here, but I don't know if that could ever happen again because I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think Chicken would do it. I don't
know. He's luckily made it there. Obviously, it's always been a joke and a running joke if I was ever going to make it. And you know, the more that we talked to Chicken, it seemed like that they almost did not make that flight that day. So.
Trying to get Chicken here is in my top 5 of things I didn't believe would happen, but
ever. And it turned out to be a great show, and there was a lot of chaos that night. But you know, that 1990 when I won my title, and he had been leading the 250 points obviously throughout most of the series, and we were already kind of planning how we were going to celebrate us both winning the titles and whatnot. And his mom was kind of a half-ass part-time travel agent and was booking, flights and stuff. One time she accidentally booked Chicken to Rochester, New York instead of Rochester, Minnesota. To give you an idea of how she kind of handled things. So nonetheless, she had booked Chicken and I like a singles cruise. Like we're going to go out. She booked us a cruise to go out. I don't know. We flew out of LA, cruised out of LA, and I don't remember the fuck we went down by Mexico or something. It was supposed to be singles. So we both get on the boat and we're hanging out and we go to dinner that night. We got to wear, a shirt and jacket or whatever. And we're sitting at the table and we notice it's all families, all these kids and husband and wives. And we realized she had booked us on a family cruise and all these families thought we were a gay couple.
Nice.
They're looking at us and we're looking at them. They're like, how long you two been together? We're like, we just got on the boat a little bit ago.
Where's the chicks at?
Are you guys like married or dating? Like, what the fuck are we?
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Chicken's mom. That's great.
Exactly.
Thanks for the time, Denny. Yeah, always good to catch up, man.
You too, brother. Thanks for having me. You guys have a great night.
All right. Thank you.
Late bye.
See you. Big fan of Lewis Phillips.
Yeah, we actually are Twitter friends. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
The unlikely combo.
Renegade Racing Fuels bringing you Denny Stephenson on the show. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do this. X-Brand Goggles.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. You know who we're speaking of arena cross, a lot of arena cross tonight. Talk. Michael Hicks, X-Brand Goggle. Crushing the other series. The other, whatever that is.
Yeah,
General Tire.
General Tire, yes, crushing it. Michael Hicks, X-Brand Goggle. Athlete is along with Freddie Norton. Fast Freddie, X-Brand Goggles as well. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. EKSgoggles.com. The Lucid Goggle, the goggle choice of one Mr. Side as well.
You know who else is wearing X-Brand that people may not know? Hunter Lawrence. Alpine Star Goggles.
Okay.
Yeah, hey.
But
they're made by X-Brand, yes.
Yes,
they're Lucids.
I get it. I
was told to promote that. That's a good thing. Hunter,
I don't think Alpine Star would like us saying that.
Well,
I don't care.
One Richard Taylor said,
okay.
Go ahead and talk
all right.
about
Hunter
it.
Lawrence, X-Brand Goggles, everybody.
Please bring that up every week and he wins.
I know, right? Also, GNCC, I mean, there is no tougher series than that, and they wear X-Brand as well. So these questions for you three gentlemen, submitted by Corey Moser. Are you familiar?
Yep. Yeah, you don't have any then this week?
No.
Oh, wow.
Just you three.
Oh, wow.
I'm just timing.
What? Oh, wow. You're really just stepping away from everything, aren't you?
Rapid fire. Getting ready for a life swap when Chris Kiefer's here.
You don't want me to ask you some?
Oh, are they there?
I have some for you.
Oh. I was told.
well, there we go.
I told the gentleman.
Life is back to normal, thank goodness.
I told the gentleman to just do the three vital guys, but let's
just
do that
going really above and beyond that.
Loose program.
Yep. All right.
Who?
All right, Steve. What moto websites and or articles do you frequent or read besides PulpMX and RacerX?
That's it mostly. I go to Vital Forum a little bit here and there.
You read all of Lewis's stuff?
I don't.
You read all of Lewis's stuff?
I'll look at Pit Bits. RacerX, yes. Like everything. If there's somebody on like RacerX that I'll read that. And that's about it. Yep.
Darkside, have you ever committed to buying a buddy's bike, let's say an Alta, for example, then flaked and backed out?
I don't believe I have. I wouldn't stoop that low.
3.2.
Michael, what advice would you have for anyone who wants to start a race team?
Oh, my goodness. The same answer I have every time. Just get yourself booked off to an insane asylum right there and then. Get on medication. Do something other than start a race team.
All right.
Lewis, what's something you're excited about living in America and something you miss from back home?
Oh, jeez.
In 30 seconds.
Everything is exciting, and I miss from home nothing but from GPs for relationships.
All right, 9.2.
Steve, besides Anderson and Stank, are there any riders you need to bury the beef with?
No. I mean, do I need to bury the beef with Stank and Anderson? No, I don't either. No.
You would bury it with Jason, I think.
I would have him on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, but the question was, do I need to?
Yeah,
right?
No, sure.
Yeah, I don't need to. Like, whatever. I would definitely have Jason on the show.
You said earlier you'd have Stank on if he called in.
If he called in, I'm not
you were
inviting
not
him.
going to say nope, won't take it.
No.
Yeah.
Darkside, now that you basically have access to any rider and team, who's on your bucket list to interview or whatever?
Or whatever.
That's what the question is.
Wow. Whatever.
Kenny and Jason, both are on my list.
Michael, the best factory suspension seems to change year to year. Which brand and design do you think is currently the best?
I'm all in on KYB LSF.
Interesting.
It's not like somebody else in this room has experienced it.
No, not at all.
No.
Heard it was good.
May have won a world championship victory at a certain race.
Pillows.
Well,
pillows.
Forgot you didn't win. You just beat somebody.
Yeah, I didn't win. It's a long way from winning.
I considered it a win.
All right.
Dirk.
Lewis, who has hotter chicks, Europe or the USA?
USA.
1.6. No hesitation.
I've got to say that now.
Yeah.
He wants out.
He's all in.
Yeah. He needs options.
Steve, if there was a wrap-up show 2.0, who would you want to host it?
I was going to talk to Mr. Side about that later on or in this show if we have time. Lewis would be really good. I feel like Lewis is passionate about the show and listens to it,
Lewis looks very interested.
I know, to be honest, when you said Lewis, I wondered who Lewis was, and then I realized you were talking about me.
Checked it.
I'm not asking you to do more work, but I think you would be good at it.
You just slide a check across the table.
Right.
Well, no, there's a reason I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, but I demand a bigger check.
But no, it's because Vital won't let me.
It's fine.
Yeah, Vital won't let him.
It's fine.
Okay, well maybe.
Fine.
You know what? Honestly, if you just said this is Roger from England and just
exactly.
Yeah.
I can be whoever I want.
Yeah.
Good point. Wish I'd thought of that.
Darkside, what's the hardest part of working for ML?
Ooh. It's really not that hard. I just have a lot to learn, and he makes sure I don't forget it.
Michael, what do you think they were trying to hide on Tomac's bike at A1?
I don't know. I'm still a little suspicious. We've definitely crushed the 22-23 frame thing. I think me and a certain other friend of ours sat on a phone looking at photos for almost an hour and figured out, no, it is a 23 frame. There's something coming up at San Diego this weekend. They'll explain, I guess, why they don't want us in the rig. And I also think some factory teams are getting a little more touchy about the amount of people that are at Anaheim 1, how many media guys are trying to get in the tent, etc.
All
right, Lewis, last one. What GP rider should have or could have raced Supercross?
Oh wow, that is a question. Ben Watson.
Oh,
versus Ferrato.
Versus anyone. Third in SX2 in Paris.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
No, you didn't know that.
No, I did not know that.
Do your research.
But Ferrato's air on his Instagram is impressive.
I'm sure it is.
Yes.
Is that a trophy? No.
Can I take Mark DeRuver?
You can take that if you like.
Yeah.
I just go for the entertainment value.
I mean, Gumby Geyser got 5th at Monster Cup. I mean, it wasn't a
it's
true
Monster Cup.
Yeah, it's not a true Supercross, but there was something there.
I feel like anyone could do it if they put the time into it, were willing to learn and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I feel like if you're anywhere half decent, you tried it. Like Max, Tommy, Townley. You know what I mean? If anybody was got a bit of a hope, they came over.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like French guys. Whatever. Yeah. So
all those guys are talented enough; they'll figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, that's the X-Band Goggleteros. You want to? You want to talk to Jennifer?
I texted her. I haven't no answer, but if Tallon wants to try calling her, she said her phone would be on.
All right.
So give her a call, see if she answers.
Tallon, let's do that. Craig Martin's on one. Craig, what's going on, man? How are you?
Oh, not too much. Hey, I'm going to ask Lewis if you're not in, going to get all the information regarding the ins and outs of the MXGPs.
I missed the beginning of
Yeah,
that.
you're breaking up,
else?
Craig. You're breaking up, Craig.
I was going to ask if he's not going to be in Europe this year at the GPs, who am I going to get the information from that's going to give us all the inside information on GPs and all the riders and everything else?
Not to worry, my fingers are firmly on the MXGP pulse, and I'll still be doing quite a few rounds. And I've got all the riders' numbers, so don't you worry. Stay tuned to Vital and my socials.
Right,
and you'll be
Vital,
fine.
and yeah. Listen, Craig, he's been in America for 1 week, and we had Vlanderin being interviewed on the Jumbotron in Race Day Live.
I got all that.
And then now we have Sewer coming in hot in San Diego.
And we just discussed Ben Watson.
And Ben Watson, so yeah, things are happening.
Yeah.
So
all thanks
and
to this man.
I do want to tell you that my buddy Mark and Paul and I, we drove all the way to Michigan for the Motocross of Nations just to meet you, and found out you weren't going to be there.
Oh.
But we did get to have lunch with Koldenoff twice, and so we talked about you.
Oh wow!
So
was that
Yeah.
was that a good experience?
It was a great experience.
Were kind words said about me?
I just hung up on
Oh,
Craig.
we're
by
never going to
accident.
find out what was said about me.
I just hung up on
What
Craig.
we need to know. Are we friends or are we not?
You just hung up on her?
We'll never know.
Are we friends?
Chris Kiefer's on the line.
Wow, we just moved
No,
on.
I hung up on Craig Martin.
Oh, that's fine. Let's not hang up on the girl, though.
No, well,
Did we get her?
What's he I don't know what's going on over there.
Tallon?
He's trying to wheel her. He's trying to wheel her from you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey,
You
I mean,
know?
more power.
Yeah.
If he's got the game.
Okay, Craig's back on. Hold on. So Craig's on here. Craig, sorry I hung up on you. My fault. What did Koldenhoff say?
So we were just hanging out with him, and we were talking to him about how we had driven all the way to Michigan to meet the one guy we wanted to meet, and we told him who it was, and he just almost dropped the food right out of his mouth.
There you go.
Well, he's probably wishing that he had made more of his chances to meet me.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we also got to hang out with your little buddy Jeremy Stewart too.
Oh, see, that would have been a good time.
So we had
I can guarantee that would have been a good time.
There was a Saturdays with Sewer done at the MXDN that was riveting, I heard.
Yeah.
But
I was, for this whole time now, for 4 months that we've been hearing this rumor about you coming over, my buddies and I, we've all been worried about the fact that if you're not over, we're not going to get our fix on the podcast.
They're going to do something.
Yeah, I'll still be on it. I still know that I owe those riders, those teams coverage, and obviously they've told me a lot of secrets. I know a lot of what's going on, what they need, so I still feel like a debt to the people who have helped me get to where I am today, like the riders who didn't need to give me the access that they gave me, blah blah blah. So I'm definitely not turning my back away from anything going on in MXGP. I'm still driving the Watson wagon.
I don't see James going every single weekend though.
I would probably bet against that, but who knows?
Right. Thanks, Craig. Thanks for calling in, man. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Appreciate it. That's Craig Martin, everybody. Kiefer, you there?
Yep, I'm here.
All right. Let's bring in Jennifer here. Jennifer, are you on the line?
I am.
How are you? Thanks for calling in.
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're good. Just have some questions about the date with Jamie, if you don't mind. Just a little curious. He's a friend of ours. Our friend Chris is on the line as well. Chris, go ahead. You can start this off.
Hi, Jennifer. Thanks for taking our call and braving Darkside's date. We appreciate you.
No problem.
So just first question I have, what was your first reaction when you saw Jamie for the first time? 1 being the worst looking guy I've ever seen, 10 being the hottest. Where's Jamie at?
I'd say solid 6.7.
6.7.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you said 1 through 10, right? Or did you say 1 through 5?
No, 1 through 10.
Sorry.
Yep.
Okay. 6.7, yeah. He's not.
Are you on,
attractive,
Jennifer, are you on speakerphone?
I am here. I took it off.
There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. You're fine. Okay. So what else, Chris?
During the date, was there any awkward moments with Jamie, or was he good with conversation?
He was absolutely good with conversation. The only awkward moment was when I showed up like 40 minutes late.
40 minutes late. Oh, wow.
It was like 30, actually.
Okay.
I was told by her sister and her brother-in-law this is absolutely normal. They have to tell her like to be there an hour early, and then she'll still be late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's normal.
Jennifer, can I just be completely honest here?
Absolutely.
I think it's kind of weird you invited your sister and the brother-in-law on the date. Can I just put that out there? Like, were you worried about safety or anything? Or is that why? Why are we,
A little.
Okay.
I just never met the guy before. But, I mean, I think this is more of Aaron's, like, date than it was mine. That's my brother-in-law.
Okay.
So, I think he got the best thrill out of all this. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
You got a twofer, basically.
Yeah, no. Hey, listen, it's fine. I just, I'm curious about that.
It was a little both.
Yeah.
Jennifer, so now that you spend one night, hung out a little bit, you're going to go on a day date, which I still feel like is not a real date, but that's fine. Now, is Jamie someone that you could see dating further, or is this just like the day date, like, hey, we're going to hang out, pass the time, grab some lunch, and then I'm going to go back to work type thing, or where are we at?
I don't think I got to talk to him enough, so I would like to go on a day date and then talk to him, and then I could probably answer that better after that.
Okay.
So you would say that the day date is not actually a date; it's just the getting to know Jamie more.
Yeah. So I could
Thank you.
answer that.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so I could answer that properly if I had to get to know him more. Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, Jamie,
Yeah.
I mean,
she basically said what
He
I told you
wasn't
guys.
creepy, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
He wasn't creepy or not attractive at all. He was a great date. He was awesome.
Thank you, Jennifer.
So-
kind of what I told you guys, but
yeah.
Like
Also, I'm a lot of drunk right now, so
Yeah.
you guys know that.
So let's say you have a great time on the day date. Does it warrant like a goodbye kiss on a day date, or is that like a real like a nighttime date type thing?
No, that's an anytime time thing. Date night doesn't matter.
Okay. All right. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Where are you guys going to go?
we hadn't talked about it yet.
You haven't talked about it? Coffee shop?
We haven't talked about it yet.
Yeah, well,
I don't know yet.
She's having a girls trip in Vegas, so we'll let her get through that and get sobered up, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
All right,
Have a good night.
All right. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank
See
you,
you.
guys.
Bye.
She's having a good time.
That was uncomfortable. Just going to put it out there.
I think
That was perfectly fine. That was
Fuck my ass.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically what I told you guys.
Imagine, like, she said she was worried about the danger thing.
Yeah.
Imagine if you didn't know Jamie like you thought you did. He went alone, there was no one else there. And then the girl went missing, and on this Monday night show, you had to appeal for people who know of Jamie's whereabouts or this girl.
Good point.
Like, imagine that.
Imagine that.
That would have been great radio.
Right. Well,
sucks for like
well,
the
there
family.
is you can meet a date at a restaurant and not have to actually be alone at any point in time. So there are ways to do it. I just feel like it's kind of weird that you brought other people.
Yeah, restaurants typically have more people.
Well, like I said, I was told she does that every time. That's just her comfort zone. So it can't be. It's just her thing. That's all right. Nothing wrong with that.
Can we talk about the rating though?
I mean, if you want. I mean, what am I supposed to say?
6.7.
Yeah, better than a 5.
That's a basement. We're basement.
I won't argue that.
Yep. So I just want to put that out there. Like 6s and below are basement. So if you're in the 6 range, people say that Jamie and I look alike. So this proves that fact.
What was Heather rate you on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, well, that's not fair. She rates me a 10, but that's totally stupid.
You can't do that, dude.
What would she rate? Okay,
yeah,
let's
Heather's
have
fully in
her
love.
go. Let's have her go back in time. What would she rate you when you first met?
Here you go. What would you rate me as looks-wise? Here you go.
A 10.
Well, but what about when you first met? Because he's trying to say that him. I don't know how we got to this, but him and Jamie in the same field when Jamie just got rated as a 6.7 by his date.
And Chris says he's ugly as fuck. And
yeah.
So that's what he's saying.
Listen, when I met him, he had burgundy hair and was wearing baggy jeans, and for some reason I just saw him and I'm like, I'm gonna marry this guy. He's super hot.
Wow.
So
Okay.
Yeah, you like that?
I mean,
All right.
I'm not much help. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
We
What do you rate it?
when are we doing this?
It's
date?
supposed to be Thursday because
Thursday.
that's the only day I have free
Okay.
and she has free
All
before
right.
I leave again.
Okay.
You know what you should do for good content? Send Kiefer there without Darkside knowing,
Yeah.
like just on a
Oh.
table on the other side.
Yeah, Kiefer.
And live tweet it.
Hey, this date I'll bring somebody with me.
Yeah.
No, it would be better to have like Kiefer surveilling
Yeah.
it from afar.
Yeah. When she shows up, be like, "This is my friend Chris. I don't feel safe with you."
There's somebody the YouTube comment section that says Darkside is a catch. Y'all are treating him like crap.
Well, Heather,
P.S. I'll date you, Darkside.
Heather, what would you rate?
Male or female?
Heather, what would you rate Mr. Side's look with the greasy ponytail and the
Oh my
greasy,
God, stop
the
with the-
greasy do rag, and now? Like he's probably like a 4 to a 6.
Hold on, I walked away. What am I doing?
Rate Darkside with the ponytail and the greasy bandana versus Darkside now.
Be real. Be real.
Be
Don't
real.
Be all nice.
I mean,
You're not going to hurt my feelings, Heather.
yeah, it's about a 3. I'm sorry with the ponytail. It's very Brett Michaels.
Get your ride on.
That's what I was going for.
Bandana,
Get your
the
ride
greasy
on.
you nailed it.
and the greasy bandana, and then now a respectable member of the media.
Oh,
Truth.
he's a 7.
Yeah, see?
Oh,
There you
she
go.
gave me a higher rating
Yeah.
than Jennifer did.
Yeah, she did. Yep.
But see, I knew the greasy ponytail bandana thing before, so
It
like
wasn't
big
greasy.
improvement.
Right. All right.
Big improvement.
Well, thanks.
Love you too,
Thanks-
Heather.
Thanks to both of you guys. Thanks.
I love you, Darkside. Don't hate me.
No, I
We
love you.
don't.
All right.
I don't love anyone in there because they voted for Steve, so all y'all can
I
suck it.
fucking
Yep.
voted for you, Chris.
voted for you.
Jamie voted for
Jesus.
you, but besides that, enjoy the altar. Hope you keep it forever. Thank you. All right, Chris Kiefer, everybody. All right, Lewis Phillips and Darkside and Michael Lindsay here on the show. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Vital. But first, I want to mention that Suspension Direct, bringing you the 8 o'clock hour, founded in 05 by Dan Worley, and hard-to-find suspension parts, WP show at Walker Evans Fox KYB. You probably had some dealings with Dan over the years at Suspension Direct.
Yep.
E-Clicks Shocks as well, lifelong project of those guys. Whether it's a Jeep, Ford Raptor, UTV, anything else, Toyotas, E-Clicks are more than just electronic shocks, semi-active suspension system that constantly adapts to the road and conditions. These things on UTVs are amazing, so please check them out. Made and developed in the USA. The code is PulpMX to save at Suspension Direct. And Michelin, our buddy Randy there at Michelin, whether it's the Starcross 6, whether it's tires for your mountain bike that used to sponsor the wrap-up show, whether it's cruiser tires, sport bike tires, whatever it is, they can have tires for you. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offerings. The Starcross 6, love them. Sand, mud, medium, soft medium, medium hard, and hard versions. Designed to win. They have the 11% more durability than the previous generation. Starcross 6, really, really like that. So thanks to those guys for making it happen. Michelin. All right, VitalMX, here we go. So, Michael, you were gone for a couple years, back at Vital, and decided to hire these two. Obviously, Darkside was a little dropped everything in his life to become Moto Media.
Completely dropped it. Really
Got
took
a
a chance.
haircut.
He really took
Right.
a chance on us, if we're being honest.
He did, and Lewis took a chance on you by leaving Europe. How's everything going? How's it working? Like, Lewis is your guy at the races. He's going to the races, like everyone. And yeah.
No, it's good. It's fresh though in the sense of Lewis and Sean got here about 3 weeks ago. We also have another videographer, Dylan Kelly, which is Derek Kelly Rides for AO team. His brother started working for us a few months ago, Jamie. So I'd say on Dylan and Jamie's side, both fresher to media, so still learning a lot. Of course, Lewis and Sean have a ton of experience, so just kind of getting everything lined up with Dylan and Jamie learning, and then also with Lewis and Sean coming in, like executing a lot of these big ideas that we've been talking about over text and phone calls and FaceTime for months and months and months. It's very fresh, but still a long way to go, but in a good way.
Have the impressions, feedback, comments, besides the YouTube people hating Lewis's accent, has everything been pretty positive?
No, it's been really positive.
Yeah.
I've been stoked on that ever since I got back. I've been in charge of Vital now for about 15 months, and just month over month, just better and better and better all the time. Views, numbers, comments, they just keep getting better, and people seem to be pretty stoked on what we're doing. As with anything, you're always going to find people that are upset, but it's a pretty drastic difference from about 99% positive to the 1% negative.
Yeah, you're never going to please everybody. So
exactly.
do you give assignments to these jockeys, or do you guys come up with your own, or like how does that work? How does the collaboration work? Like
Lewis and Sean mostly kind of have, like I said, we've talked a lot about what race coverage needs to look like. They sort of know what they need to do. I mean, they're experienced, they're vetted, they know what they want to do. We talk a little bit about the execution sometimes and what it looks like, but for the most part, they know what they want to get done. And I agree with it pretty much in full. That was the main reason why I pushed so hard to get them here. In Dylan's case and Jamie's case, yes, there's a lot of assignments laid out based on what we need done.
Right.
Also, some stuff they come up with on their own. But again, that just all comes with experience, contacts, and just kind of knowing what needs to be done.
I feel like for Racer X, like they give me a few things to do here and there, but for the most part, I'm like, hey, I'm going to talk to this guy, or I think this would be interesting, or I'm going to, what about this, or like I just come in with sort of things that I kind of think of the sport covering, so I didn't know how much that worked, or if you guys
I'm the same. That's what I said from like the first phone call. Like I kind of have an image in my head of what things need to look like, the direction things need to go. Like I already had a list of like 10 things that had to be addressed immediately. I'm very demanding. I think both of these two would be would admit they were surprised how much of an opinion I have.
No, not for me.
I knew what to expect, I think.
Not me. We had talked enough, and on one side, the biggest thing I appreciate, and I was trying to explain to boss, because like the process of getting Lewis here was definitely not as easy as we probably thought, and it's taken longer. And the whole time, our owner Brad had asked me a few times, like, "Well, do you want to get somebody local?" And I kept telling him, like, "No, if you got to understand the conversations we're having, the direction, like." I agree with Lewis 99% of the time on what he wants to do and why, because a lot of what he's saying. Not saying like Lewis comes to the table with a ton of original ideas, but a lot of what he is saying is stuff I wanted to do or I've had similar-ish ideas. I just haven't had the manpower or like some of the abilities he has that are different than mine to pull it off. So seeing that and also knowing that him and Sean can execute it, like I said, where I feel like with their work, with Jamie's and Dylan's, I'm more involved. With Lewis's, some of it is us collabing on camera, and then anything else for the two of them is just me being kind of like, hey, what can I get you guys to get this done? What do you need from me to help get this moving forward? Because they have, again, the vision of what they want.
Are you making them post on the forum? I think you should make them post on the forum.
Lewis does quite a bit by himself.
Oh, you like the forum?
Yeah, I've never, even
he's been
when I was a
posting for
fan,
years.
when I was at MX Vice, I was always checking it like 10 times a day. I don't think it's that bad. Like, and I'm not just saying that.
You don't get ripped into?
Sometimes.
No, minimally.
I would say the most is the
worst.
YouTube comment section. No, the people on the forum love him. I think when I announced it the day that he started, we have an up and a downvote system. I think it got a couple hundred upvotes and got one downvote.
Yeah, the YouTube people hate me though.
YouTube comments, as Mark's can attest to, you don't go into those.
Yeah.
Jamie
they say that I'm too honest. Apparently.
Jamie here could interact with the forum and the community a little bit more. He's a little rarer.
Jamie?
Yeah. I mean, he's right. I don't get on there a lot.
Why not, Jamie?
He's too big time.
Yes,
are you too big
that's
time?
exactly it.
That's exactly it? You're too big time?
Yeah, I think anybody that knows me that knows that's the case.
Head nod, Jamie.
Head nod, Jamie.
We had a head
Some
nod.
fist bumps.
We did have a
fist bumps, head nods.
A single head nod one time.
Right.
Was made it a big deal.
Wow.
But yeah, Michael's trying to push me out of my comfort zone, which is just the interview.
Are you learning better the technical end of things?
I'm definitely better than I was a few months ago. Absolutely. I mean, there's still things that I struggle with, and it's still very new, and I'm trying to. I'll get ahead of myself. And miss a step, and then Michael. I usually know once I post like an article, don't leave the house right away, because I may be getting a call any moment.
Yeah. Hey, you screwed this up.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the number one thing I say? There's two things I say.
Yeah, I forget how you word it. It's just pay attention to the little details.
Little details, and click on your features when you're done to see if they work.
Yeah, you have that. Web 101 is clicking on your features after you post them. Even I do that on my janky website where I'm like, nobody's reading it, but I'm going to make sure this works. Yeah. So.
Yes,
and Lewis,
got
for
5 views, and I'm 2 of them.
You're gonna go to some GPs if it all works out, right?
I think there are 7 that don't clash.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah,
and then who knows? Maybe there'll be a few more.
Right.
But yeah, I definitely want to keep that's like my bread and butter. As I started saying that, I realised that was the most English thing. But obviously, I've got the connections there. It's easy for me.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, I can do those words if you like.
Remember his Star Wars comparison earlier?
Dobby the elf is from Star Wars.
I don't know what that is. So
You've never seen Harry Potter?
Is from Harry Potter.
I've never seen Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. So
wow.
Yeah, I'm out of that.
Dobby the house elf.
Lord of the Rings is fantastic.
Maybe we're more similar than you thought.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, I do not believe so, sir.
I cannot
I do
wait
not
for
believe
this
so.
trivia. I cannot wait.
No, but obviously, yeah, like I've got all the connections in GPs. I know the guys, and like mainly, I want to go back there to see my friends.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah. So you've enjoyed it so far, Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously,
The one
this
race
is,
only. But
yeah, like this is obviously where I've always wanted to be.
Yep.
It was always not my end goal, because I've still got a lot of years left to live. So I guess I should have
Hopefully.
more goals.
Yep.
Well, yeah, who knows? You never know.
Stank finds you.
Yeah, that always happened last year. But no, yeah, I've always wanted to get here. Like, I always saw GPs as a path to get to America. Like, no different to riders. GP riders want to get to America. Like, I had the same mindset. If I was a rider, I would have gone to GPs and then tried to get to America.
And we're trying to get a Ferrado Ben Watson Supercross race going.
I don't think we're trying. I think we're being quite successful.
We got to get a venue. We got to get.
I think that's fine.
Bikes.
Mumfords.
I think we should just go to Italy. Because there's got to be a Supercross. Like, Pellegrini would have a Supercross track.
Would he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll get that track. They can bring their own stuff.
Yeah.
I'll hold a checkered flag.
Okay.
You can hold a 15-second board.
Sure.
Weege can flag. Weege can flag.
Yeah, we can flag.
Weege.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, that caller or the guy who gave us some money wanted to know the cheapest thing Weege ever did. So I asked him. Weege said Walmart Auto Repair Santiago. Said what's the cheapest thing Weege? This is from Weege. Walmart Auto Repair area has a cash register. I got oil change and some groceries. I knew the auto shop guy would be terrible at scanning groceries, so I put a bunch of expensive stuff at the bottom of the cart, and he didn't even notice or scan them.
So he stole.
I think that's
ladies and gentlemen, wow. Jason Wygant, everybody.
Wow, we just went from cheap to
a thief.
Wow. Yeah. No, absolutely.
A cheap thief.
Well, good. I'm glad it's all working well, and I look forward to the Max Anstey features coming in.
Oh, many. Watson,
rolling in. Ben Watson.
Yep.
However,
Max Anstey.
Lewis has a new rider that he's bringing to the top, pushing there.
Oh, yes. I hand-selected my new Watson Wagon of America.
Okay.
a long process. Obviously, many riders to go through.
Alex Ray?
No.
Okay.
You got to watch with an eagle eye, because I am neutral. So I walked into the stadium. I looked out, and as a talent spotter, looked for an unknown talent that I could discover and nurture. And I eventually decided on the relatively unknown Chase Sexton.
Oh!
The El Capitan.
Good job. Good job on that, yeah.
Obviously, you need alliteration. It's difficult.
Yep.
It's really difficult. So I decided on Sexton Ship, and I am the Capitan.
Well, that is...
breaking news?
That's, breaking news. And that is real creative.
Yes, because obviously no one has heard of Chase Sexton.
No.
So me spotting him is quite a unique thing.
Yeah, no.
What about anal bleaching?
I like to keep it fresh.
Is it time for trivia?
Yes.
You're running
I think it's
the
been
show,
time
man.
since we started,
Is
to be
it time
honest.
for trivia?
It's your show.
So I've got some Ethica swag. Kyle at the Ethica sent me some stuff.
I will fight someone for that stuff.
Me too.
And even though...
We have a new game.
Never screw this game. Which one have you guys fight?
Which one are you Aldon Baker and which one is RV?
And then also too, the guys at Scotia are no longer on the show, but we love them, and we have an extra base link modular charging system right here.
Man, why are they no longer on the show? They were great.
Budgets change.
Bummer.
All right, so they may come back.
I hope
so. We have that up for grabs. We have some Scotia stuff up for grabs. The winner gets that. The loser gets nothing.
Wow, that was aggressive.
Okay. So here's the game. Star Wars trivia for you.
Yep, my speciality.
Have you ever seen a Star Wars?
Nope.
Even a little bit?
Nope. Not a single second. I wouldn't even know where to go. Is it on Netflix?
Are you aware of Star Wars?
I know it's a movie.
Okay. And we got MXGP trivia for you.
Which
Again,
is sad.
You've always admitted your weakness is MXGP stuff.
For
so
sure.
that's where I
I didn't.
Lewis's
follow it.
weakness is anything but moto.
Yeah.
And then your weakness is
I'm
MXGP.
I'm certainly not confident in this. So
Marks, should I do 30 seconds? So you can steal the answer.
All right.
So I need a time limit.
Is that at
and
the
then
end
other,
of the 30 seconds?
1 point for a correct guess. If you offer to steal and you get it wrong, you -3.
Can you do the math on that, or do you need like a calculator?
I'm going to do the math right here.
Yeah, are you confident in your ability?
We'll double check his work.
A lot of pulp stuff goes sideways.
Yeah, these games never go well.
But Marks, 30 seconds? Or
That's a lot.
I feel like 30 seconds would be long.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's do 15.
15 seconds?
Yeah, I think 30 is a bit
okay.
too high.
And we have a bell or applause or something?
I don't have them on
Okay.
this computer.
Well, you got something over there.
We'll be using that a lot, but on the chance of there being a correct answer, is there something
And
more positive?
Michael, do not shout the answers out. Don't even
Nope,
say, because I know how you do it.
Wait,
Jesus,
can I take a
solo
poll of
fade.
the room? Does everyone here know Star Wars? Like, am I the
Yes.
only one?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay,
anything
well, there we
about
go.
that, so.
Oh, come on. You at least know what Star Wars is.
I know what it is. I've
Yeah,
never
we
seen
all
any
know
of
it's a
them,
movie.
so.
So maybe. Okay. All right. Never mind. I'll just ask you if you know them. Talon, you a Star Wars guy?
No.
What?
I do
Would
know
you
a
look
guy
at
named
that?
Darkside, though.
Everybody on that side of the room needs to go away.
What's up, losers?
Okay. Yeah.
You nerds.
Okay.
good one.
So yeah, we'll count the points. 1 for a right answer, 3 for a wrong answer if you steal, 1 for a right answer if you do get the stolen answer right.
In the theme of Arena Cross, if I feel that I have been done dirty, should I punch someone in the throat, or are we not doing that here?
Nice.
If you feel that Darkside stole money off your table,
Oh, well, this is worth money.
right.
Okay, I'll start warming up for that extracurricular at the end.
Okay, so are we ready? How are we feeling?
I'm nervous, to be honest.
You're nervous?
Yeah,
I am the most.
He's not nervous at all.
He doesn't. Well, here's the thing. Star Wars has nothing to do with our job. He doesn't care.
Yeah, no, you have a point.
If I don't know this, and I've already admitted I'm probably not, then once again I'm going to get shit on by people. I mean, I'm obviously going to start listening.
I do feel 70% of Moto fans may not know that some of these answers for GP
Yeah, but he's
stuff.
not a fan. He's a worker.
I mean, he's not wrong. I should know more. I just haven't paid that much attention over the years. So I can't do anything about that. Let's get into it. It doesn't matter.
I am the most competitive person in the world, and any form of competition, no matter how small or big,
Well,
I'm
going
take
to make a
as
prediction
serious as
here.
possible.
Mr. Side's going to take this.
Well, you would think, but
he's going to
I
walk
am
away with
trying.
this. Don't look at my questions.
Oh yeah, I'm
You're-
not.
no, you're looking
I'm
at my
really
questions.
not.
Yes,
I
you
can't
are.
even see that fucking far.
You were trying to
So,
cheat
because
earlier.
Mr. Side is going to steal the Star Wars.
Yep.
I'm hoping that's I'm going to win this thing.
And he's going to get a couple of the GPs.
The problem is if I don't know the answers to the Star Wars questions either, I'm fucked.
No,
Can we put a cap on how many steals a person can have, or is that too complicated for the whole thing?
That's not complicated. You get 1 or 2. I'm okay with that.
That's not a bad idea.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
3?
3 steals.
Okay, let's fight.
3 steals. So if you're not sure, back out.
Yeah.
It's probably a good idea. All right, here we
Good
go.
idea.
Darkside Lewis trivia game. Here we go. All right. Okay. Question number 1 for Lewis.
How do you spell Star Wars?
Fill in the blank. May the blank be with you.
I was born on May the 4th, so it's May the Force be with you.
Wow.
Okay, good for
Already
him.
off to a great start.
Coming in hot. I can't steal it.
I was genuinely. My birthday is genuinely May the 4th, so.
Did you say fourth or force?
Force. Because
Okay.
I know I get the
I
whole-
know.
He said, he said it right.
I was too
here we go.
excited to have one right that I may have
Okay.
blended things.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
I'm already shocked. This is off the rails.
That went better than expected.
It did. It did.
Jamie, you're
All right.
screwed.
Yeah.
Here we go. Mr. Side. Historical MXGP question. Not
That's
current.
even worse.
There's a little bit of both in
Okay,
here.
go ahead.
Who was nicknamed Mr. 875?
I don't know the answer. I'm going to guess. Everett's.
I'd like to steal, sir.
All right.
Clearly I was wrong.
Eric Gabors.
Yes.
Lovely, lovely, lovely,
So
lovely.
he's up 4 though.
lovely, lovely, lovely.
But hey, you got to give him his 3.
No, he
stole, so he gets 3.
Oh, this is going bad.
No,
It's
if you
4-0
steal and get it
already.
wrong, you're -3.
Oh,
you
okay.
only get 1 for
Okay,
stealing.
okay, I'm sorry.
I said
Yes,
that.
yes,
Yeah,
you
you're
did.
confusing me. Right. Okay. All right. You ready?
Yes.
Lewis Phillips. Name any 3 characters from Star Wars. Any 3.
How long have I got? 15 seconds. Haha. George Lucas.
No.
I'll give him that one.
Is that a character?
I'll give him that.
I
It's
just-
not.
no,
I'll
it's
give
not.
him that one.
No.
Yeah,
You have 15 seconds. Go.
He's out. It's over.
No.
He's out of time. Doesn't matter. I'll give him that one though.
Okay,
You
well,
gonna
now,
steal?
yeah, I don't have anything.
Gonna steal?
Yeah. I mean,
Are you going to steal?
of course.
Okay.
Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Leia Organa.
Never heard of any of those people. And made
George
a
Lucas.
3 main characters.
George Lucas is the so he's not a
He
character.
Well, I'm
created the
impressed
movie.
I
Yeah,
know
he
that.
created
Yeah.
it. But that's still, he knew the name.
I
mean,
think he was on The Simpsons one time or something.
Okay.
probably.
All right. Are you ready?
I am.
Okay. What is the name of the rider that has represented Switzerland the most at the Motocross the Nations? Fuck me. The most times riding for Switzerland.
I'm looking at the time. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
13 seconds. Do you want to steal?
I could steal, but for the sake of the game, I'm going to save my other 2 steals for further
Wow.
on. But the
That
answer is
is-
Jeremy Sewer.
Jeremy Sewer is the answer. All right.
See you in San Diego, Jeremy.
Saturday.
Okay.
So am I current score?
2.
2-1.
Because you didn't take that one. You should have.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm confident.
he's so confident now.
All right. This one you'll never get,
That's good.
but maybe
Maybe I will.
maybe.
You tied up.
What was Luke Skywalker's original name supposed to be?
Alex.
Would you like to steal?
Does
You don't know
Darkside
that,
know
Jamie?
this?
I do.
I know the second. There's 2 parts to it, right? It's 2 parts. Like 2. I'm not gonna steal it. It's something Starkiller, I think.
It is Starkiller.
Was
Yeah.
it just Starkiller?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought there was a first.
Starkiller.
Nerds.
I feel like there was another part to that, but okay.
Okay. Well. All right. GP question.
Yeah. Can't wait.
What is Jeffrey Hurling's nickname?
Oh shit. Oh god.
This is basic.
Fuck, I know.
No, it's not. Fuck, I know. That is not his nickname. There's some hard, some easy.
I
mixed them
can't
up.
fucking remember. I'm out of time.
I'd like to steal.
Yeah, 50 seconds was not enough. Go ahead.
The bullet.
The
The
bullet.
bullet. Fuck
Score
my
update?
life. I know he's
All right.
Netherlands,
Score
number
update?
84.
What?
Score update.
Yeah, you're
3-1.
Lovely.
Yep.
Oh no.
Lewis.
Yes. We're good.
What was Han Solo's partner's name?
Alex.
Are you?
No. Is it a partner as in like relationship, or is it like
No,
fighting
just
partner?
Fighting partner.
Okay.
It's time.
Steve
No.
Yeah.
Sky.
Fuck my ass.
Steve Sky.
Yes.
Or Alex.
Alex Ray. Chewbacca.
So, all right. Mr. Side stole that. All right. Here we go.
Shit.
All right. GP question.
Yeah.
Darkside. Who has more MX1 world titles? Hurlings or Geyser?
Geyser.
All right. You got it.
Tied up.
No. Yes, 3-3. You're right. All right. You ready, sir?
Yes.
Lewis, what was the Empire's, the Star Wars, what was the Empire's home base called in episodes 4 and 6?
His house.
I think that's G.I. Joe. That's close.
Do you have
No, that's
8 more seconds?
Oh, the headquarters.
Okay. All right. Would you like to steal?
Death Star.
Death Star.
I feel
And
like
Darkside pulls ahead.
Yeah.
Wait,
no.
was that question worded their headquarters?
No, Empire's home base.
Home base.
I don't know. That wasn't
That's not totally accurate.
I knew what he was talking about.
That's their
but-
weapon, but
Yeah.
the Death Star isn't their home base.
Yeah, they were based on the Death Star in
I'd
Star
like
Wars.
the point to be struck from the system.
No, sir.
I knew what
no.
you meant, but
Yeah,
Michael's
he's right.
technically right.
Yeah.
You can take the point away if you'd like. It was
No, just the way
Coruscant would be where they were based out of.
Coruscant is where the rebels were.
No, they weren't. Not in
No,
Labour
that
Miss.
was where the head of society, the government was. But once they took over, that was still where the emperor.
No,
was
I'd
based
just
out
like to point out this conversation is not
Very nerdy.
entertaining.
Okay. All right. Are you ready?
Fair enough. Yeah.
Before the name changed to Infront, what was the name of the MXGP promoter?
Ustream.
All right.
To be fair, I didn't think he would get that. Credit where it's due. Although I'm pissed right now.
Okay, Lewis.
Yes.
Star Wars.
Yes.
All the movies, all of them, are titled episode 1 through
That's interesting because when you said
10.
that in the last question, I thought it was a TV series.
10?
9.
9.
The
1
other-
through
the other
9.
ones don't have numbers.
1 through 9. What episode number was the original Star Wars?
They were out of order. He got it.
Got it.
No way.
Yeah.
I actually just picked
Hell
a
yeah.
number. I actually just picked a number.
Woo.
Yeah.
Well, would you look at that?
Hell.
All right. Next question. I don't like Mr. Side's chances of getting this.
I still have one still left, right?
Yes. You might have. Oh yeah. You
No,
do
I've got one.
Yeah. We each have. Do I have one left, or am I done?
I don't know. No, I think you might have only done one.
No, I've done
My
2 for
computer
sure.
just died and went for a restart.
That's sick.
Oh, fun.
All right.
Are we still recording?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, not.
That's the first time.
Does the show show must
Remember-
go on?
Are you on
remember what we
YouTube?
talked about with having a backup?
It's still on YouTube.
Yeah.
Can they hear us?
Yeah.
But there's
my,
no. But you're.
But my recording and everything.
Yeah,
All right.
audio
All right.
just went poof.
What are the
Just tell YouTube to hang tight.
What are the odds that happens?
Right?
Should
Never
we,
happened.
Just for the record, before this show earlier,
Yep.
we were talking about how we record the show and how I have 2 different video streams. Steve has his audio stream.
Yeah.
And Steve happened to say, so if something happened to my computer, you still have an audio stream over there technically. And I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Then look what happens.
Do you remember the other thing we were talking about?
Which one?
Races getting canceled. Bad weather in California ever since.
The Brits showed.
Starting to look like there's a theory or some
somebody's
facts
saying
behind the
no audio on the YouTube
Yeah.
feed.
Oh, okay. Well, hit
Yeah,
restart.
we wouldn't, I guess, technically.
Should we vamp for YouTube? How are you all doing tonight?
And
We
then
have
somebody
fun.
said he has audio on YouTube.
Well,
All right.
if you're on YouTube,
Very-
hang tight.
Nobody knows.
Very odd, and I do blame Lewis Phillips on that.
If you're on YouTube, I'm sorry about my accent, but I genuinely can't do anything about it. With time,
Okay.
it should maybe go. I don't know what camera to address.
All right. We're still going.
Okay.
This has not ended. I'm back up and running,
We're
and I
back
started
up.
the stream again, Mark. So.
All right.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Where are we at? 5-4.
Yeah, I just did the question about the episodes.
Yeah, he got episode 4 right.
So then it's
All right. Mr. Side, who was the rider that beat Jeffrey Hurlings for the MX2 World title in 2014 when Hurlings broke his leg? Very dramatic final round.
2014.
It was a very...
I'll give you a clue. It was his teammate.
Was it Koldenhoff?
Is that your final answer?
Is that your final answer?
Oh, by your reaction, I'm going to say no.
You're already done.
Prado.
Yep, already done.
I don't know. That's
All
fine.
right.
I'll take my final steal then.
Okay.
Tixia.
Tixier is right.
Tixier.
Then took that number 1 plate to Cowie.
Lewis,
Yes.
We have a tie.
who was the name of the character that teaches Luke the Force?
I feel like I might know that.
You do.
You
Come on.
should.
Who was the name of the character that teaches...
You can do this.
Darth Vader?
Ooh.
No,
It's not this. Not a bad guess. Like,
it's not bad.
Oh,
Not
who is it?
terrible.
Yoda.
I don't know that.
I was going to
Oh.
steal, but that's all right. That's cool.
Sorry.
Let it go.
Okay. All right.
Like, I'm actually fairly impressed with some of the stuff. My mic's away from my mouth.
Well,
some of the stuff he's pulling up.
I like competition. I'm not here
Yeah.
to mess around.
All right. Okay. Mr. Side.
Yep.
What is the name of Antonio and Jill Caroli's clothing company?
Racer.
Ooh.
All right. There we go.
What's the total right now?
It involved
I
a
think I'm
wife
up
or
by
girlfriend,
one.
so he was on that.
6-5.
6-5. Yeah. That's totally how we did that. All right. Here we go. Lewis, what is the color of Luke's lightsaber?
Blue.
Well, hang on.
Wait, which movie?
What do you say?
Blue.
That's a correct. There's two answers.
I was just going
But
blue.
Okay.
That's-
Yeah.
Could have.
Let's say I didn't know if we were talking episode 4, 5, 6.
Or
I actually don't know how
at
I've
one
got
point.
as many right as I have, to be honest.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
MXGP trivia. Mr. Side, Stefan Everett's father's name is...
I don't know.
Come on.
Yeah, I don't know.
Stefan Everett's father's name is...
I don't know. Jeffrey. Jeff. Smith. Steve.
Jeffito.
Alex would have been right in this instance.
Oh, fuck
No,
me.
it wouldn't. For fuck's
Okay. Are you stealing?
I feel
think
like
he
I should
used
get a
them.
point for that. No,
I
'cause
thought
I've done my
he used
steals.
his steals.
What? Oh,
I've
you
used all three of
yeah.
them.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Harry.
Really?
Can I not, like, a round of applause for the whole Alex dupe there?
Yeah,
was good.
that was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
All right. Here we go. Lewis, Star Wars trivia.
Yeah. What's the score?
I think you're up by one now.
Are tied?
I have it tied.
6.
Oh,
Six,
okay.
6-6.
And we've both done all our steals.
No, I have one
He's
left.
got one
Oh,
left.
no, that's not good for me.
All right. Lewis,
Yes.
fill in the name blank the Hut.
Oh, he
No.
won't get that one.
No,
Really?
I've got two options. I just don't know what one
Blank
of the letters is.
the
It's
Hut.
either Java or Jabba.
He's right.
Okay.
Did you say him differently?
It's either
Yes.
a B or a B.
Oh.
You need to
I'm
choose
gonna
one.
go
So
with,
I-
I'm gonna
you
go
need to
with the B. Jabba.
You are right. You are. Jabba the Hutt is right. Java, like a coffee? Like a
Yeah, I think there's
Coffee the Hut?
I think there's a place called Java the Hut.
There is.
Yeah,
there
that's.
is, yeah.
I'm actually sweating. This is intense.
This is gonna be close.
All right.
We might have to do sudden death.
Ooh, somebody in the comment section corrected your lightsaber one.
Somebody?
that's too late. It's been ruled.
Why?
The blue one was a hand-me-down. The green was the first
But it
one
was
he built
his in the
himself.
beginning.
But the green's the one he built.
Yeah,
Blue
it
was
doesn't
hand-me-down.
matter. It was his
Good
in the
one.
beginning.
Okay. I believe there's only 2. There may be more. Lewis may know this. But I believe there's only 2 MXGP winners from New Zealand. Name them.
Oh.
I believe only 2.
I only know of 2.
Name them. Small country.
Yeah, it was Ben Townley from. I'm going to go Ben Townley. I'm not even positive, and I'll never get the other one though. Yeah, so I'm out.
Nope. All right.
He can't steal it anyway. So who are they?
Josh Coppins and Ben Townley.
Okay,
Yeah.
Coppins.
Coppins, my childhood hero. Just
Really?
FYI.
The lizard. Good guy. All right, last question for the Star Wars trivia. We are tied at 6.
Why do I have 2 left and he's only got 1 left?
No, because I just crossed.
Oh, okay.
Will you stop looking at my answers?
I can't read it. I can see the numbers.
Oh, yeah. Lewis is up 1.
Okay.
Lewis is up 1.
Wait,
Lewis.
so that means that technically I'm guaranteed a draw, no matter what happens with this
Well,
question.
if you get this wrong and I get it,
what if he steals
I
it?
get that, and then if I get
Okay,
my
if he gets
answer,
the
I
next
could
one.
win.
Okay. Let's not
Yeah,
count
yeah.
the crumpets before they've baked. Okay. All right. Ready?
Yep.
What are the names of the Empire's soldiers? What are the Empire's soldiers' names?
R2D2?
Keep guessing. You got 4
Oh,
seconds.
I thought that was right. No, I had that in my back pocket from the beginning, and I was hoping.
That's it. No, they're stormtroopers. Oh, you were gonna steal?
Oh.
Yes. No, we'll give it to you.
Yeah.
We'll give it to
I
you.
clearly knew who it was.
He knew.
Yeah.
So it's all on this.
Yeah, we're tied right now. If I get it, I win. If I not, we tie.
All right. This one should be good. And I think Lewis has this. So you better get it.
Well, he can't
I've used
steal
all my
anymore.
steals.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's either we're tied or I win.
So you better prepare some sudden deaths.
I better do some sudden deaths, yes. All right. Ready?
Yeah.
Name 3 riders, any 3 riders, that have competed in GPs from the UK.
I mean, really? Really? This is easy. I've mentioned 2 of them on this show. And he's mentioned another 2.
Ben Watson, Sewer, I don't know, man. See,
Were you not paying attention earlier?
Honestly, it hurts.
I mean, you could go Jake Nichols. You could go Tommy Searle. You
Max
could go
Anstey.
Dean Wilson, Max Anstey, Ben
Oh, my
Watson, Dave Thorpe.
too much pressure. Yeah, okay.
There's pressure, but like you came out with Sewer.
And we said he was from
Which he was an earlier answer for Switzerland.
Oh dear.
We need sudden death.
Yeah.
Are we just
It's a
calling
good
this a
thing
tie?
your name's Darkside because
Here we
there
go.
are no
I
lights on there.
got 3 sudden deaths
Oh,
for
Jesus.
Lewis, and then you can steal.
What is it? Mine Star Wars still?
No.
Oh.
No, this is a different category.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know it.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. First one.
Yep.
Fill in the blanks.
Yep.
Mickey the...
Oh.
Mouse.
All right, okay. All right.
I actually that was hard without the category.
What character puts the glass slipper on?
Cinderella.
I can't catch up now, so it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's fine.
Name 3 of the dwarves' names.
Grumpy, Sleepy, and Happy.
I don't think Happy's one.
No, Joyful.
I thought.
I don't know, but he's a Disney expert,
Yeah.
everybody. He's a Disney expert.
I've got another interest.
And he's also the winner.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Fair.
I mean, against all odds, I'd say.
Honestly,
All
yes.
odds.
Yeah, I really,
Like, How
yeah.
many Star Wars things did I get right?
I didn't mark them, but yeah.
I got like 4.
Yeah,
5.
yeah,
really
yeah,
good.
yeah.
He got a few, and he got
Yeah.
close with a couple. So
Yeah.
I conquered the music.
Yeah.
I conquered Star Wars.
Well, I
He's
think,
you are a real American. My mic's down.
I think Concord would be a strong statement.
There were people that defended me and said I did way better than anyone expected.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, those people.
In the music one.
I question those people.
Well,
Hey,
I
can
don't.
you get me the contact for the guy at Motorcycle Industry Jobs, please?
Okay, all right, I'll do that. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
Why is Jamie looking for a job in MXGP?
Probably
it would
not.
help his cause a lot.
I want to thank the folks at Off Road Warehouse bringing you Michael Lindsay on the show tonight. Also, San Diego, Phil Nicoletti and Enzo Lopes will be signing at the ORW place in San Diego. So if you want to go meet Uncle Phil, flip him off, ask him how he's feeling. Go to offroadwarehouse.com. Use the code PulpMX when you're there to save. They sell a ton of stuff, and they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels, to steps, bed accessories, and more. They got stores all across the U.S. And, of course, the PulpMX team is got the ORW on their butt patch at offroadwarehouse.com. Check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. So thank you to those guys for coming on board. Lewis, thanks to Scotia and Ethica for the prizes that you will be receiving.
Wait, we're doing both of the prizes?
You get both.
I thought we were... Oh, this is suddenly the best night of my life.
You get the haul.
Yeah.
You get the whole haul.
Oh, joyous day. Oh, joyous day.
New Racer X magazine, everybody. The World Vet Challenge is in here. I penned it. I got some quotes from my buddy. There he is, the big 3. There he is.
Hey, I finally got photos in a published magazine.
Oh, this is you?
Yeah, I think all those in there are mine.
I thought they had a guy.
They asked me for photos.
Okay. Look at Mr. Side. Look at that. Look at that attack form.
Looking good.
To be fair, that's cool. Like, if I had a photo in Racer X like that, that would be, like, very cool.
Oh, you know what? There's more photos of Side than there is me, and I beat the guy. God damn.
Now you understand how...
Noof made it.
Now you understand how all the riders feel when
Well,
the media
I know,
don't give
right?
them justice.
I appreciate you reaching out and taking some quotes. And
So yeah, this is the latest Racer X, and it is with who's on the cover? Oh,
Colt, right?
Colt Nichols, yeah. So yeah, good job. I'm gonna send this to my buddy Noof, and yeah, thanks to everybody. Pick up the latest Racer X to read my story on the big World Vet Showdown, where I beat Jamie all 3 motos rather easily. At
just
that.
the constant loser over here.
You know,
I can't believe I won.
I can't either.
I'm genuinely just...
I really wish you would have stuck with Java the Hutt.
To be honest, that was my gut feeling because I said that first.
I'm too nice because I would have still given it to him. It's too close. Like, he's close.
No, he's not going to get that.
That's pretty fucking close. He knew, basically.
No, he's not going to get that. He would not get that. There's no way.
I just don't know what you can throw at me next time.
Yeah, I don't know either because you're just crushing everything. Yep. Absolutely.
A wealth of knowledge.
Hey, don't forget, everybody, live shows at Houston and Indy on Friday night. Yamaha LCQ Challenge tickets are out as well, so please check those out. Pro Filter and Maxima, Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Whether you need oil, whether you need oil filters or air filters for your dirt bike, street bike, or dirt side-by-side, check out profilter.com. Maxima USA, Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. SC1. Amongst FFT.
I love it. Man.
Well, I use the pre-oiled.
Yeah.
I use pre-oiled Pro Filter, so I don't really oil my filter.
They haven't had any in stock for the YZ, or I haven't asked for the Husky, so I just oil my own.
Wow, man of the people, with FFT.
Yes, FFT.
Yeah, works out really well. Pulp 20 is the code to save with those guys. Of course, really thank them for coming on board, and you can simply do that and check it out. So, all right, a couple more things to get into. We got the motorsports.com tweet at Tallon segment as well. The trivia game is over. Okay, so Lewis for GPs this year.
Yep.
You're still a GP guy.
Yep.
It's really the question. There's only one question. Like, Vial's here now, and he'll adapt pretty well. But that MX2 is kind of open.
Yeah.
There's a couple favorites, but it's kind of open. But to me, is Hurling's up to speed to challenge Geyser? That's a huge question. That's all I'm really interested in when I think about the GPs.
Yeah, and
is he going to get back up?
Apply the same thing to Fevre because he could be that good. Sewer was really good in the second half of 2022. So if he carries that over, then he could maybe be in that mix.
But he's had a few years where he started off slow. And then,
I don't really know what that's about. Like, I've talked to him about it, but there's not really a reason.
Do you think Hurlings can get to the level?
Yeah, in talking to him, he seems happy. Like, obviously, there's a lot of changes at KTM.
Yeah.
So I was kind of expecting it to be a bit more doom and gloom because he's on the same team, but it's really a completely new team.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Caroli's a team manager now. He's lost Ruben, his man-friend trainer guy.
Yep. What happened to Ruben? Did he get fired? Or?
No, he's gone to Nissan. He's working with Kai de Wolf now.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Oh,
basically,
what happened there?
Kid.
Basically, they were waiting for KTM to make Ruben an offer. It took so long that in the end, Nissan made him an offer. And to be honest, like, I look at it as if Ruben had committed to Jeffrey, that's what, 2-3 years? Like, with Kai de Wolf, that could be a 10-year thing.
Yeah.
So it makes sense from a, like, mapping out your next decade.
So Hurlings wasn't paying Ruben?
No, KTM were. As far as unless everything's completely wrong, KTM were.
So basically, practice bike guy and man friend and KTM pays.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Doesn't happen over here.
Hurlings is a smart money man.
That doesn't happen over here.
Doesn't spend money when not needed.
He has 59 houses, so.
Okay.
Yep.
So, okay, he's happy, and you think he can do, or he thinks he can do it, but do you think he can do it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he hasn't raced in a year, which is crazy.
Yep.
And, like, definitely worrying. And obviously the new bike, which isn't so new now, but it is new for him.
Yep, new for him.
And talking, like, he did ride a little bit in the middle of last year, and obviously he did pre-season, and I don't think they were stoked on it. And I think they've had some issues recently with him, but I think he'll be fine. I think he's one of those guys. He's like Webb. When it comes time to race, he finds a way, and he can kind of map his mindset to make it work no matter what the situation is.
Lewis, didn't he tell you they were trying so much stuff they were trying air forks again?
Yeah, they were trying air forks. He basically, when I spoke to him the next week or something, a full air fork test was mapped out. So I don't know what happened with that. I should ask. But yeah, obviously that is a big question, and having Jeffrey back does make everyone a lot more interested in GPs again. Like, truthfully, it's no one's fault, but 2022 was a low year for interest and excitement, and obviously 2021 was the best year ever. So it happens.
I'm skeptical of Febre reaching those levels again.
Yeah, because I don't think he's ever really been there anyway.
Right. He caught it in a bottle, right? And was as equal as those guys. But
that year he was equal still. Jeffrey missed a round or a round, and then 2 rounds he missed, I think. And Geyser broke his collarbone, and Febre had no issues. So still he was there on consistency, not on outright speed.
I think Geyser can go to another level. I think he mailed it in last year, right? Hurlings can get to his level, and I think they can leave Febre behind a little bit.
Yeah, I think that Sewer has a better chance at challenging those two than Febre does.
Right.
I think Febre's on a lot of money at Kawasaki, and this is the last year of his contract. So I feel like there's pressure from that side as well, because if he wants to keep that much money, which is a lot, then he needs to really perform.
And who do you think is the favorite for MX2? Do you have one?
Gertz is the favorite on paper.
Yeah, to me,
obviously.
Gertz seems like the obvious pick, right? He's been so close, and
If you want me to pick like a contender who I think could be good, then I think Lagenfelder's really good. Yeah, Lagenfelder should come to America as soon as possible.
Yeah. How old is he?
I'm not young. He's been in MX2 I think he's young.
Yep.
I pulled him to the side a few times last year and said, like, you need to go to America. And he just kept looking at me and going, Supercross is scary.
Well, it is.
Yeah, so there's that.
Yeah.
But he did straight with him on a 125 sometime, like, a while ago.
He did?
Yeah.
Like US straight with him or one over there, you're saying?
No, Red Bull straight with him. He was a Fox guy, a Red Bull guy, KTM guy. He
do not remember this. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the style for it.
So
he would be really
does
good.
he have? Is KTM looking at him for that, or?
No, he's not interested, as far as I can tell.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
So
he's genuinely not interested.
Outside of the Conan brothers, who do you think will be the most likely to come here? Maybe
Benistant.
Benistant.
I think it's in Benistant. I think it's actually in Benistant's Yamaha contract somewhere as a clause.
If he wins,
if he does something, he automatically gets a right.
And the
to start.
Belgium twins are coming.
Yeah,
Mertz's guys.
Yeah, they're
the
coming.
Conan brothers.
I think they're definitely coming at the end of 23.
Yeah.
Because they were going to do a year on that Diga team which shut down. So then they were talking about pushing them over early, but they had a KTM or an Austrian contract.
Yep.
So it was a bit messy.
I asked Mertz. I think he said end of 24. I think he said they're staying for 2 years.
Well, that would make a lot more sense because Lucas, who is the Husqvarna guy, he could be a world champion if he stays there for more than 1 year.
He's that good, right?
Yeah. The other brother or twin or whatever, Sasha, he's looser but has the potential to be better.
Yeah.
But he crashes a lot.
Yep. So Gertz is your favorite. Langerfeller, watch Langerfeller.
Yeah.
But
Kai de Wolf should be good as well.
The Wolf, of course, yeah.
Benistant will be good as well.
Yep.
Yeah, no Kai de Wolf questions. So I might have been able to answer those. I met him at MXGP or at the MXDN. I liked the kid.
Well,
Netherlands.
if the question was, do you like Kai de Wolf? Maybe
I could have got that right. Where's Kai de Wolf from? Netherlands. Could have got that right.
I've forgotten what I was going to say. Interesting one, which I haven't been able to fully pin down. I think Yamaha have put a stop to Star Engines in MXGP.
I heard that.
Too political.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Why?
Political. I think because
of Lewis.
I got in the shit for it bad.
But everybody knew that. I don't understand.
Yeah. So I wrote a story in April of last year, basically, and the last sentence I just put and so and so's on a Star engine.
Yeah.
And it was like I'd done the worst thing ever. Yamaha called me immediately and said no one knows that. And I was like, no,
No,
we all know that.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't journalistic insight.
No,
we all
Star
know
guys
that.
over here knew that. They were telling people over here. Yeah.
So then they pulled me into a meeting and said, like, this is really political with Rinaldi. We can't have people knowing this, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
and now,
jeez.
I'm pretty sure that for everyone.
Well, that'll be interesting to see how that works. Yeah.
Well, Sewer was on Rinaldi anyway.
Well, those kind of things won't be tolerated over here at VitalMX.
If you want to talk about things that aren't going to be tolerated, you take a look at your results to your answers to those questions. Sewer was on Rinaldi anyway. He did 2 laps on a Star engine, pulled in and said, nah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
But Renault and Koldenhoff and Vlanderen were on Stars.
Yeah.
I don't know about MX2. I feel like MX2 might have kept it. But 450s, I think, is gone.
They switched it. Yeah. All right, got some phone calls. Frank wants to know about Beta. Frank, what's your question for Lewis?
Lewis, Beta and Triumph coming into the United States maybe next year. I want to know about Beta in Europe last year, Van Horbroek and Lapino, how they like the bike, and how will Watson do this year?
Well, his answer on Watson is incredibly biased. But
Well, I believe that they're already carving the #1 plate with Ben Watson's name.
Okay, all right, okay, fair enough.
No, the reviews on the Beta are really simple. Basically, it's slow, but it handles really well. So all of the riders complain about starts and stuff like that, but apparently it handles amazingly. So maybe that means it will be good for Supercross eventually, I guess. Obviously.
Well, all slow bikes handle nice.
I was gonna say the same thing.
A
That's
common
true.
refrain.
I don't think it's that slow.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, they don't really have any electronics, and they aren't really investing in electronics, so they don't have much data and stuff, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's another problem.
Careful with the guy in the corner there.
I know. I feel like I'm going to get
Beta
corrected any
CEO,
second.
USA CEO.
But yeah, no, like it's not like the riders hate the bike and say it's the worst thing ever. Like it's not like when Coppins rode for Aprilia.
Right.
Like it's more competitive than that.
Right.
Ben's happy, I think, and even if you watch his Instagram videos, he definitely looks better on it than he did on the Kawasaki for whatever reason. So I think that it will suit him nicely. Less pressure, kind of an opportunity to prove everyone wrong. Like I think
money?
It'll be good. Well,
because I heard Van Horbeke was big money.
Yeah, Van Horbeke was on something like 300 a year.
Yeah.
It's gone down from that.
Okay.
Yeah. Van Horbeke is notorious for demanding a lot of money no matter where he goes. He basically said to Beta, you pay me X amount or I walk.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Beta aren't
like
paying that.
That's what Tallon says.
Yeah,
all Beta guys are like
Does
that.
the team structure change this year have anything to do with them not investing as much in MXGP as they get ready to go US? The team over there, are they taking on more of the financial burden, the new one?
I would imagine so, because Marchetti is a more solid team structure than the old team was. But they're both Italian teams, so I just see it as the Italian industry play their own little game and just kind of mess around. No one knows what happens in the Italian circles. Yeah. Like one time this Ferrato guy popped up, no one knew where from, and no one really even knows.
God created him.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah.
I'm glad we managed to nail that one
the
down.
Picture of a perfect motocrosser.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you asked Aldon about him, any chance he knew who you were talking about?
No chance. All right, Frank. Anything else?
That's it. Good luck.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, just shut down, Marks. But not now, but the first
Right,
time.
yeah, that's weird.
All right, we have some guy named Nick on Moto on line 2.
Nick Way.
Nick.
What's happening? What's happening, Steve? How are you?
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. I have a question, and my question is, with our VitalMX, people we have here, Darkside and Lewis.
Yep.
Who is going to be the longest employee? Who's sticking around the longest?
Does Michael Lindsay count?
No, it's between you and Lewis.
Huh.
What, are we supposed to answer that?
I think I'm supposed to answer.
Yeah, Steve.
Marks, what do you think? Who's sticking at Vital longer?
That's a damn good question. I'm going to say Lewis.
Is it based on getting
I have
fired?
no reason,
or?
but yeah, I don't know.
I was going to say Darkside because Lewis might, move on, jump ship.
Get deported.
There's a lot there because I feel like Mr. Side can't go back to his old life. He just can't, right? Like digging ditches, bandana, pony.
The bandana and pony are gone.
Like
that's gone.
Forever.
Even if I go back to digging ditches.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think you'll slip back into like that?
No.
It's not like a drug addiction.
No.
Right. So I think Mr. Side has seen the light, enjoys his job. He loves moto. He's got to get out of that fucking East Texas town. But So he's going to want to stay forever and just do that. But then I think of myself coming from Canada to be a mechanic and doing anything I wanted to, anything I had to be a mechanic, and how I loved it and soaked it in and couldn't believe it. I was a foreigner in the country that I always read about and dreamed about being in, motocross-wise, and that's Lewis. So, like, both are, like, that's I've made cases for both of them.
I'm sticking in them. I'm never going back to Europe. So that's...
Never?
I don't ever need to.
Okay.
Unless Ben Watson calls me over.
Yeah.
If he needs help.
Well, Ruben made a living out of it. Why couldn't you?
I'll be there.
Yep.
I'll leave right now if he needs me.
Right.
You're just bailing on Chase that quickly?
Yeah.
No, because I'll be back in time for San Diego. It's fine.
Is Ben up yet? Is Ben up? What time is it?
Should I text him?
Yeah.
I'll text him.
What do you think, Nick?
I think Darkside and ML create this Steven Weege. I reckon ML and Darkside are going to be the new Steven Weege.
Wow. Okay.
That could happen.
I didn't know that Steve and Weege were like a thing, like a super team. I didn't know that, but okay.
Does that mean that Nick thinks I'm shit?
I think Nick
thinks you're JT.
I think Nick wants me to die. Nick is the YouTube commenter.
Yeah.
This whole time.
Nick doesn't like your accent, says the man who has an accent.
He doesn't like. Nick doesn't like foreigners.
Hey, I can't knock the accent. What's with the YouTube? Have you been getting death threats, Lewis?
Yeah, one person did comment, I want this Lewis guy to die, and despite his very polite request, I opted to not do that. Although, if needs be, or if I go disappearing, look out for that guy, because that was day one as well. That was pretty much the first
Day
comment.
one. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you got to stay off YouTube comments. Marks knows.
we
knows.
comment to everything.
I tackle them now.
Everything.
There was one guy that commented, my man Michael seems to really hate this Lewis guy. So I just replied with, yeah, your man Michael hates me. And then Michael replied saying, oh no, Lewis is great, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I replied, no, Alex, your man Michael is lying to your face. He really does hate me. Alex never returned after that.
That was it. All right, Nick, anything else?
That's it. What can we get Lewis and Darkside to like do an arm wrestle? Can we get that live? Can we do this?
I'm out.
Do that?
No.
Mr. Side is a respected member of the media now, Nick. He doesn't have time to arm
That has
wrestle
no
people.
MXGP knowledge.
Yeah. He has some. He got Ustream right.
It's very minimal.
He got Ustream right.
It's going to get better,
What
though.
else did he get right?
His name.
What else did you get right in the GP knowledge?
Honestly, I don't know if there was another one.
there was. I think I got 2 or 3 right. What were the questions?
Oh, you got the Racer Clothing Company.
Ustream.
I don't think we can count that as
you got who got more MX1 titles. I thought that would trip him up.
Yeah.
Because Hurlings has more titles overall.
Yeah.
You know? So I thought that would trip
but
him
less.
up.
Yeah, less
Right.
in the MX1.
So you got 3. Yeah. All right, Nick. So you're here in studio next week, Nick, right?
Yeah, I think we're trying to make that happen. If we don't, get like rained out of California, but
Okay.
should be good. And we'll see you guys on the weekend and
Sounds good.
some more racing, which will be good.
Awesome, man. Thanks for calling in.
All right, see you, buddy.
See you, man.
All right, that's Nick, no longer of Moto Limited, and he's not of Moto Unlimited either. He's now Moto Online.
Moto unemployed?
Moto.
Have we confirmed this with Alex Gobert? Can we claim that?
I saw him wearing the shirt. It's good enough for me. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Let's do this. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com. Please check them out. OEM and aftermarket parts. Go through the banner on PulpMX show. That would really appreciate it. Got your fly racing stuff on there as well. Get a Pro Filter, get FMF, get Guts, get W, Works Connection, all those guys. Really appreciate you supporting us through Motorsport, through the banner on PulpMX. It's really working well. So great return policy, great shipping program and all that. Motorsport.com. These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter. The guy in the corner picks the best ones. Remember, Tallon, just the best ones.
Oh, only the best ones?
Yep, and then and asks us. All right, fire away.
First one from Charlie Worley for you, Steve. Where do you get the most juicy info? Riders, mechanics, man friends? I guess that could be for anyone.
Wives.
Yeah, that's your move. Yeah, all of it. Yeah, riders love to tell on each other. First of all, they love to rat ball each other out. The gear guys want to tell you things so that you could talk to about the rider who will wear the gear. So they're excited to let you know about things like that. So yeah.
I'll say this: in GPs, they don't have. Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Break my heart now. They don't have like gear guys or anything like that. So all of the gossip I got came direct from riders.
Yeah.
Like, because there is no.
Yeah. There's no layer, right?
Yeah. There's no like additional source or anything.
We got motorhome drivers, we got gear guys, we got goggle guys, we got energy drink guys.
Yeah.
Man friends.
Because like even mechanics in Europe, most of them don't speak English. So it was literally like, I would find out about another rider from another rider saying, "Oh, have you heard this?" Blah,
What's
blah, blah.
the guy?
Truck drivers US are great.
I find them wrong a lot.
I need
what's the guy? Damn it. I think his name's Ben. English guy, KTM mechanic.
HRC mechanic? What, in Europe?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't. Ben.
Yeah.
Skywalker?
His name is Ben. He's English.
You say Ben, I think Watson.
Bigger guy. Like taller,
I
bigger.
can't think of anyone.
Works for KTM. I see him at I see him at Bercy. I see him at GP. I see him at Destinations. Really good guy. That's my point. I know that guy.
He's probably my friend if he exists, which is bad that I can't think.
Wow.
Maybe Steve has the wrong name. Just go with that.
Yeah,
I can't think of any.
Maybe I may have the wrong name.
No.
Beard. Had a beard last time I saw him. KTM.
I don't think there's a Ben. You say Ben.
I could be wrong with Ben.
Oh.
Thought his name was Ben.
See, I'm thinking of Griff.
Alex.
Okay.
Did I get one right?
All right.
This was an enjoyable conversation.
Really good. Yeah.
Great radio.
Great radio, bros.
Okay.
From Jim Bobberoonie.
Get a blowjob before the main event.
For Lewis, now that you're U.S. focused, can you be objective and tell us what you'd like to see changed with the MXGP series?
First of all, I feel like I was always objective because I got pulled into
very
quite a
objective.
few.
Yeah, I feel like you're fine.
Yeah, I got pulled into a few meetings about being objective. I wrote an article about this which got me in a lot of trouble, but they basically need to make it more fan-friendly because as we saw in 2022, without the good racing being good, no one cared. So they need to kind of open the doors to make it more inclusive of fans because at the moment they basically go racing and that's it. And aside from, say, the podcast that I was doing after the races, no one heard from the riders, no one knew who they were, blah, blah, blah. So they need to incorporate more of the show from Supercross and stuff into MXGP to make the fans want to root for the riders
How do they
more.
do that, though? Do they make videos, or what do they do?
Okay, well, I'll keep it short.
Okay.
Get rid of the qualifying race. Saturday afternoon, you have like an F1-style shootout. So 10-minute session, top 10 riders advance, and then another 10-minute session, times get reset, top 10, and then that adds a bit more intrigue to qualifying, less riding still, and everyone could do a fast lap, blah, whatever. Then Saturday morning, I'm trying to keep it short.
Yep, like knockout format.
Yeah, like F1.
Right.
And then Saturday morning, I would dedicate to fan experience, opening ceremonies, get the riders doing a hot lap, sing the national anthem of the country you're in, encourage the teams, riders, energy drinks, brands to do more in the pits, pit party, signing, live Q&A, whatever. Just make it so that the fans see more of the riders. And also if they do that, that would open it up for the media to be able to do more.
It's definitely turning more F1, from the pit enclosures to the way it goes. And I think motocross people, by and large, we're redneck guys who enjoy getting dirty and racing motocross. And we should never forget that when it comes to our sport. We shouldn't turn our sport into an elitist car racing where you need money to compete.
I've never been to a national, but everyone from riders to suspension guys, everyone who's done both has told me that a national is like miles down on the, I don't know, professional scale. I don't know what
presentation.
Yeah, I think that.
Yeah.
Is it true? Like, because people
not miles down, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because
not that much different.
Yeah.
At A1, someone said to me that being at a national is like being at a round of the Dutch Championship. And I was like, I've never been to a Dutch Championship, so I can't even...
Yeah. I mean, we don't have a nice pit lane like that. We don't have wash bays.
Where will I stand?
They don't give a fuck where you stand.
Right, you'll stand
Excuse me?
stand in a river at times of mud.
Okay, I might need to book that flight.
Yeah, they don't really care about people who, like us, if you don't take photos, they don't really care. You just have to go wherever.
Oh.
Yeah.
Luckily for me, I get to go announcers towers.
Well, I will be following you up there.
That sucks.
Yeah.
For you. I mean, it sucks for me to see you up there. I'm like, fuck him.
Yeah, well, I work for the series organizer.
Yeah, fair point.
All right, next question.
From Jet127, how much longer does DeCoster stay in his role at KTM? Could you see someone like Dungey step into a similar role?
Well, Ian Harrison is the grooming, right? He's now the team manager. I thought Raj would be gone by now.
Yeah. I think he's stepping back, obviously, a little bit.
Yeah.
in maybe a couple more years.
It seems like I still hear he's in the shop working the
Yeah, he may never stop doing that.
Yeah.
He may not work there anymore, but he'll still come and work there.
The guy from Office
Honestly,
Space.
we have the man for the job, though. I don't know if you've heard, but Lewis Phillip is the perfect combination of Roger DeCoster and Aldon Baker.
Oh yes,
as quoted
I
by
think I've been
Lewis
called
Phillips.
a combination of DeCoster and Aldon Baker with my eye for talent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You said that though.
Yeah, but still, it was quoted.
Yeah.
From Yimdim831 for the Vital Crew. Between Michael, Lewis, and Darkside, if you add all three of your ceiling heights together, how far does it fall short compared to the Pulp Mansion?
Well,
doesn't even get off the ground
I'm the only one that
floor.
owns a house.
I will say this.
This is true.
The whole argument about the ceilings and how like Steve just doesn't have a second floor and that's why his ceiling is tall, it is true.
But we're on the second
We are
floor.
on the second floor.
Yeah, but I don't have
it
enough
doesn't
money to
extend.
go all the way across.
They haven't
Yeah,
finished
because
it
you
yet.
built this.
No.
Because you built the ceilings too tall, so you don't have the money
my
to finish.
My house is just like not as good to have a second floor all the way across. That costs money. It's one of those houses that doesn't have a second floor all the way across.
Yeah, it's a loft basically.
Right. I have a loft.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have a second floor.
But you have a bedroom that you have to
But
access from a railway outside, like
a railway.
That's a
Sorry,
weird.
walkway.
That's the
walkway.
weirdest thing about this house is that that's the only way to get to it. Your bungalow.
We don't talk about that room.
Oh yeah.
What does it get used for?
JT's in it right now. That's where he stays.
So
he's there.
Lewis, thank you for the ceilings. Is an overreaction. It's a myth at this point.
It does look very cool, but it has a very logical
Yeah.
explanation.
All you have to do is look at my picture on Instagram. You look out your windows; they're eye level with the top of the mountains.
And to defend you again,
thank you.
I felt uncomfortable.
Welcome back in.
I felt uncomfortable that your friend here posted a photo of your house on his
have you?
social
Yeah.
media.
Have you seen things he's posted on me?
I feel uncomfortable as well. Yeah, absolutely.
I feel that crossed the line.
Thank
and
you.
I'm sure that although you're not vocalizing it, on the inside you are
Boiling.
silently,
Boiling at him.
And well done for keeping it cool over
Yeah,
there.
thank you very much. I'm going to go and take a dump in his shop. A big dump and take a photo of his shop with my dump in the middle of it and be like, hey, look, I'm at Darkside's shop.
My shop ceilings are about half the height of your house ceilings.
Okay, that means nothing.
How
but
aggressive and rude is that? We're talking about a sex story, but we all keep talking about how nice your house is, and then you're like, I'm going to go to shitty East Texas and take a shit.
I didn't say shitty East Texas.
You said it earlier.
Yeah, I don't think
You
he said
called
shitty. He
I
called,
didn't say shitty. I
He
said
always
East
said
Texas.
Terrible East Texas, that terrible town.
Small town.
No, that's not what you
You've
say.
been pretty
It's more
aggressive
derogatory
about
than that.
I'm
but-
with Lewis. You posted an unauthorized photo of my dwelling.
Did you make him sign an NDA on the way
did
in or
not.
something?
Considering how many people have been here with the jokes about the ceilings and no one has done
That's
that.
a lie. There's been multiple
I don't
pictures of
think
his
there
ceilings.
has.
I've seen pictures of your ceilings before.
No,
I don't
Maybe
think
it was
there
me
has.
last time I was here.
Probably.
My
You
employees
broke
are under
code.
strict orders to not. You know.
Like, I was here last year. I could have taken that photo, but I knew.
No, you know what you are? Classy.
Yes.
Look,
Classy.
all I was doing was taking a picture of the mountains in the distance.
All I know is Jamie doesn't understand what he's supposed to and not supposed to take pictures of. I
That's-
clearly witnessed that
yeah,
at the first round
right.
Supercross this year.
Yeah, honestly, it
I'm
won't be
sorry
long.
that I was expected to know something that I've never been told.
It's common sense.
It is.
I don't think so. And as a matter of fact, looking through pit bits in the last couple days, I have seen endless fucking pictures of guys with their bikes leaned over, changing clutches.
Really? Where? Go look.
I will pull them up.
There's aggression
But
from
my
this
battery,
corner.
on my Mac is dead.
The levels are peaking.
Yeah.
Aggression. I feel unsafe.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable for the fourth
I feel
time.
triggered. All right, next question.
From Lax Defense Coach, Michael, what content area are you pushing to grow Vital's footprint?
Everywhere. As lame as that sounds, I would say primarily goal, though. I'm always trying to build YouTube. Lewis has a huge focus on our social media, trying to improve our written content, working on the forum community, everything.
Can I comment quickly? One of my main goals is just to focus on quality across the board and reinforce and remind everyone that Vital is a quality news outlet, and that's it. And I think that comes from social media, that comes from content, that comes from everything. Everything has to be in order to remind and reinforce the fact that Vital is a quality news source and a quality content source.
But do you not feel like it was that before?
No, but I'm saying remind people.
Okay.
Well,
I want
no,
the public message to be clear.
They, you know, and I'm guilty of this too. You guys get branded as the forum, right?
Sure.
You guys get that.
There is some of that.
Because some of that stuff on the forum is outrageous, and you get painted with the brush of a bunch of whack jobs. There's some good people in the forum too.
Yeah,
don't
of
get me
course.
wrong.
Very great
But
people.
you get painted as these people that accuse people and
But these
and
same
argue
whack
and-
jobs are on Instagram. These same
YouTube.
whack jobs are on Twitter. The YouTube people.
Yeah. No, for sure. But you're painted in that brush. Yeah.
That is true. But I think the content. I'm gonna pat myself a little bit on the back. The interviews I've been putting up, Michael staying on top of me to make it better, and the unsung hero that's not even here tonight. We mentioned his name, Sean. The visual stuff that he's doing for Vital is unreal. And
yeah, that's why I was keen to bring him with me, because I knew that between us, we have the package.
But now he just said Michael staying on him, and then he said
left
Sean,
me out.
and then he went like this and didn't.
I'm sorry.
He skipped Lewis. He mentioned
like
everyone but Lewis.
Yes.
He is getting aggressive.
I didn't say Lewis's name, but Lewis clearly. I was a fan of Lewis before he came here.
It's not true.
From
He
being
hates
on.
me.
I don't hate him. He thinks everybody hates him, but I think what he does is fantastic. And his ideas when he talks, my mind's blown. I'm like, holy shit! Like, when are you going to sleep? And he doesn't. Basically, him
His
and Michael
mind is blown because he can't
don't
understand.
sleep. Like, and
one of the first group meetings we were in, partway through it, me and Lewis were just going back and forth for like 20 minutes. He finally was like, I have nothing to add to this. Can I go back to work?
Yeah.
Lewis are just like, ideas.
That was a Zoom thing. Yeah, I was sitting at home just going, ooh, boy, I got a lot of work to do.
All right, next question.
From Randy Hyde for Darkside. How much more asshole shit are you going to take from Steve before you punch him in the mouth? He's not your employer anymore, so any time is good.
Well, I am not, as I said earlier, I'm a lover, not a fighter. And I've said on here many, many times, people don't listen. Steve is really good to me off the air. The ball busting, listen, when I do my show and my co-host TJ and Scotty, I talk shit on them, I make fun of them, and I bust their balls because that's most of the time as guys, we bust our balls of our friends. That's what we do. Steve busts my ball. Steve gives me shit. He somewhat crossed the line one time, but I gave him permission. I gave you permission, not thinking you'd go where you went. So that's partly on me. So I don't really have a problem with the things Steve has said over time. Yes, I'm human. Sometimes I'm like, fuck, I wish there'd be some positives, but it is out of friendship. If you guys heard Steve off air, how much before I even worked for you, I would call you and say, hey, I've got some podcast questions. I'm having technical issues. And you'd be like, let me send you some equipment. Let me help you. Like that. You didn't have to do any of that.
You're damn right.
And so
look what I've created.
Yeah, I have never been mad at Steve.
But then when you run your forks below your clamps, I have to say something.
But you understand, and you understand that my suspension guy even called right on the wrap-up show and said, hey, that is what I do. This is okay. The guys at Dakar do it. There's guys at GP doing it. It's okay. I tried it because my suspension guy from Racetech, Clay at PDR Performance.
I don't think he meant that.
Said,
he did.
He said that's exactly what he does, completely flush.
He sent us a photo of his and tagged you in it.
And then other people were sending photos of guys at Dakar and guys in the GP doing the same thing. So yeah, but what I'm trying to say is I don't feel like you're doing it out of maliciousness, and I don't really mind that much. Sometimes it gets annoying, but yeah. So I'm not going to punch you in the face anytime soon.
Okay, thank you.
From MotoFan92, Steve, would you rather have the nickname Stank Dog or Darkside?
Yeah, Darkside. I'd much rather have that nickname. Yeah. Maybe we should talk about changing your Twitter handle and stuff.
I would like that.
Hairman.
As a colleague, I would like that.
No more.
Jamie Guida.
I'll do it.
No more nicknames.
No problem. I'll do it.
Jamie MX or I don't do something like that.
I've been saying more often Jamie at Vital. And all my articles say Jamie Guida at Vital.
Very nice, because the first couple podcasts, this is Darkside. Now I'm Jamie Guida from VitalMX.
I think I do say Darkside sometimes.
When you ask questions tonight, you always introduced yourself, but I can't remember what name you used.
He said Jamie from Vital.
Okay.
Yeah, I did say to Aldon. I think it was the one. Yeah.
Aldon and
I don't know if I said my name to Chris.
Maybe we just drop the nicknames.
There are a lot of people that don't want me to do that have been fans of our stuff for a long time. But I'll change the Twitter.
Okay.
I don't really care that much.
Right.
I'd like to announce that from this day forth, I am now Lou Dog. So.
Okay.
Wait, is that like Troy Dog?
No.
Oh, we don't like Troy Dog?
Yeah, well, I love Troy Dog.
Oh, what's the?
I think he might. Lewis has strong opinions on lots of people.
Okay. What about Mark's dog? Mark's dog's in the corner there.
I like Mark's. Yeah, I didn't realize the dog name was so taken.
Yeah.
I'll workshop it.
Okay. All right.
Loops. Like noops. Loops.
Jesus.
Loops.
From Slow Ride 858, what exactly happened last year with the SGB team?
They had no money. They ran out of money. They didn't pay anybody.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
just,
A lot of the riders didn't get paid.
Yeah, it
Some
was
bad
a
blood. I
shit
think
show.
the guy running it, I can't remember his name. It wasn't the owner, I don't think.
No.
The guy that was running
Jason
it.
bowed out.
Yeah.
Another guy took control.
It's like Brazilian investor
yeah.
guy or whatever, the rigs back at club. Yeah.
Just a disaster.
Yeah, so that's some backstory of some of those privateers that you guys see out there that they're just trying to survive, and you wonder why they're doing things they do, and then they're not getting paid other than the purse.
All right, from Steve's middle class home for Darkside, give us a rundown of what it's like transitioning to a full-time Moto Media member.
I'm not really sure how to answer that. Right now, it's been learning new stuff, the technical side, the computer stuff, but it's really cool. There's a lot of perks. It's kind of nice not having to pay for people wanting you to wear their gear. That stuff's really cool. But it's a lot more work than I thought. Like these guys, when you work with Lewis and Michael, and really the only thing they're concerned with is moto, 18 hours a day, especially when I'm staying with Michael and I'm like, hey, I'm going to go work out, and I come back and he's still working, and then I'm like at the night, I'm going to go run do this, and you come back and he's still working. You feel like a piece of shit because all they're doing is working.
Did you think that everyone, like Vital, Pulp, RacerX, everyone was more 9 to 5 then? Like honestly,
not 9 to 5, no, but I think all those guys probably have other things in their lives that they spend some time on and concentrate on. I know they do.
Lewis doesn't have much.
No, but neither does Michael. Michael's girlfriend, is on the East Coast right now with her family, so that's pretty much his focus. And his focus is making Vital better, just like Lewis's, and mine is too.
Oh, I guess your focus isn't quite there.
No, mine is too. But I will 100% admit they put a lot more time, a lot more stuff into it, and it's stuff I got to get better with. I don't know that I could ever put the time they do in. I don't see how you could have a relationship or any other interest like that, but it's eye-opening. One thing that was a big change for me when I did the Moto X Pod show only, I would go to a race. I do like you post-race interviews, but afterwards I might go hang out with buddies and I'll post that stuff tomorrow. That doesn't work at Vital now. Hey, you got to build the title image. You've got to get all these separate articles or not articles. What's the word I'm looking for? Features together for each one. It's very time consuming. You can be up till 2, 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And you're getting to the stadium at 7:30, 8 a.m. And all that has to be done. It's expected to be right. It's eye opening.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
I don't know if I answered this question, but
I think people. Well, I've seen so many people over the years come and go.
Yeah.
Who want to do this, and then they're just like, I don't really want to do this because it's either a mechanic or a media guy.
I've heard you talk about getting burnt out, and you realize, okay, it's not a hobby anymore. This is literally a job.
Yeah.
And yeah, you love it, but it's at times when you're going, fuck, I want to go to bed.
Yeah.
Or at Motocross of Nations, and I'm fucking hungry, and I want to get out of the venue, and it's midnight, and you're
hangry.
And Dylan Kelly and Michael Lindsay are still working, and I'm going, dude, you could do this shit at the fucking hotel. Let's go. But no,
that's aggressive.
Yeah.
That is still of you. That is one of my favorite memories. Is you over telling Emery how hard your life was and you were hungry, and Emery had red-eyed from a wedding. He had done a Honda thing all week. Did a wedding.
Was it McAdoo's?
McAdoo's Way. He did a Honda event, flew back to McAdoo's Way, red-eyed to destinations, was just down there pounding out photos. And Darkside's walking back up, and I go, man, I'm really hungry. This is
time to get out of here.
He's over telling that to Emery, and I look at him, I'm like, do you know what Emery's been through this week?
Yeah, I feel my last couple of years, I haven't worked as hard as I once did for a long time. Just not doing as much Racer X stuff, not doing as much features. Yeah, and I don't do the race reports anymore. We have Mitch and Kellen are stepping up on the website of Racer X side. I don't write stuff for Pulp anymore as much as I used to. So I have definitely stepped back the last couple of years and been like, I have to have a life here.
Yeah.
I'm done with the grinding.
See,
so far.
I would say age-wise, I understand where Lewis's head's at because Lewis is gnarlier than me right now. I definitely am a little mellower than I was, but I know a couple years ago I had 100% the mindset he did, but kind of gets I know I'll get there eventually. I'll need balance in my life, but I fucking love it too much right now.
Yeah.
It's the only, I really do wake up every day just thinking about it.
You left Vital, tried your own thing, right? Did your YouTube channel and all that. And then you also went and did the team, which was a horrible decision. And
I learned a lot. Horrible decision. Lost a lot of money.
Yeah. We lost money. Horrible decision. And now you're like, okay, I got this back. I'm going to make this work. I love it. I appreciate this more now than I did before, right? A little bit.
Yeah, and I'm truly grateful also for the opportunity. the end of the day, I could have stayed where I'm at, and I would have got this position. But I even told our owners, I don't know if they would have appreciated the work I did till I left. Like, they kept hiring people and still couldn't produce the same amount of work I did by myself. And then,
and I think Racer X found that too when I went to Transworld for a year. Yeah. I think they found that too. They were like, yeah, that guy actually.
So, like, I came back. I definitely had sex paying off the debt, but at the same time, I said, sucks paying off the debt. But I came back
like
better.
You had sex with something.
Yeah.
Whoa, sorry,
I thought you said you had sex with a gorilla. That was weird.
Oh God! Everybody heard the same thing.
Yeah, that's why I called you. I called you.
Thank you for making me repeat.
Okay.
But no, leaving to come back stronger. But I'm super grateful for what I have, and I even tell our owner Brad this all the time. I'm super grateful for the opportunity not only to come back, but be given the keys to the castle and be allowed to pretty much do whatever I want, no questions asked, including spending 3/4 a year trying to hire people from overseas when we didn't have staff, and the responsible thing would have been to hire staff instead of working by myself almost for a chunk of time. But also the belief in me that I had idea to make things better and bring these people together, and the trust. The whole thing just makes me super motivated.
All right, next question.
Last one from Sportin' Wood 303. Lewis, do you ride? If so, will you be testing bikes like Darkside?
That's been a fun question.
I did ride. Like, growing up, I raced every single weekend, rode in the week. Like, I had my own practice track and stuff, so I'd go riding after school and then race on the weekends. So, like, it was, I rode as much as anyone from, like, the age of 5 to 15. And then I started traveling to MXGP, so then it became harder to ride. And then when I would ride, it would be worse because I'd get tired quicker and I'd get arm pump quicker. So in the end, I was like, if I'm not going to be all in and like comfortable, well, not comfortable, but like be able to fully enjoy riding because I'm doing it regularly enough, then I'll just forget about it. So I haven't ridden in 7 years or something, but I did ride every single weekend for up until I basically couldn't. I think people find that surprising. Ben Watson, for instance, laughed and laughed and laughed when I told him that I raced every weekend, which was nice.
Mark's question for you. Will Pulp Fantasy have all players available since it's technically week 3?
No.
That'd be fun.
No, the rules on the site say you cannot pick the same riders consecutive events.
Can we get the
since
committee
this
together?
Is the next event, you can't pick the riders.
This question's good. Can we call Darkside Dark Cloud from now on? Listen to the pre-race press conference. All the dude could talk about was the bad things that happened to the riders.
Pierce Brown.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look, I'm trying to ask questions that aren't, how do you like your bike? You know, I got a lot of compliments on questions. Even Weed was like, hey, good job, trying to help ask questions because others weren't. I'm doing my best not to ask the same repetitive questions. Softballs.
I have to throw one there.
They screw up sometimes.
I did laugh. I walk over to the TLD rig afterwards. I hear Blair talking to Pierce Brown, and I thought he saw me, so they were just being smartasses and saying this out loud about the terrible questions that Vital asked Pierce during the press conference and how angry he was about it. And I walked up, I'm like, what happened now? And he looked at me and goes, oh, one of your guys asked me why I had such a bad season or something. I was like, one of my guys, uh-oh.
Yeah. So to defend myself on that, and it's not a proper defense, I know he finished 3rd overall in the season last year, but his overall individual race results were not what I think he's capable of. There was like some 7th, some 8ths. I mean, he got 3rd basically by attrition, and I think he's capable more of that. I did not word it well.
Yeah.
And that's anyway. I thought I'd get the Metallica question.
For Lewis, how many times now have you been to Chipotle since entering the land of the steak and home of the block?
Can't count
I've been here for 3 weeks. I've probably missed 4 or 5 days.
Really?
Yeah.
That's actually more than I thought you were going to say.
There's a Chipotle 2 minutes from where I'm staying, which is very convenient.
Mr. Side from Shane, what's it like to have new life thanks to Tall Ceiling Steve?
It's nice. I can't give you – I'm giving you some credit. I can't give it all to you. Chris helped, and Michael took a chance. But, yeah, you're a big part of it. It's very nice, and I appreciate it.
You should thank Weege because correct me if I'm wrong, Steve. Wasn't Weege the one – was it you or Weege that suggested in the group text? Wasn't it Weege?
What?
When I was joking about interviewing terrible kids and about all this, joking about how much we worked for how little at the beginning.
I don't know which one of us. Yeah, I don't know.
I thought it was Weege that said, well, what about Darkside? And then you responded to it. Yeah, what about Darkside or something? So I say Weege gets a little credit there.
Mr. Side, now that you're on the way up in the industry, will you search out a fan of your work to mentor and change his life as Steve has done for you?
I'm not as nice as Steve, no.
That's what he's doing with me.
All right. There's one about Metallica I'm trying to find. But
yeah, a guy asked me what album's better, Ride the Lightning or Master of Puppets.
And we all know it's Ride the Lightning.
No, answer your question. Sorry.
Okay, no, Master of Puppets. Ride the Lightning has my favorite
Lewis, what do you
Metallica song.
As I like everything that the Metallica band / artist / person does. So I'd find it hard to choose whether that track or album or CD or whatever it is the best.
Yes. Very well said. Yeah. Did you get text, Ben?
Not yet.
Okay.
It might be. It's
All
just coming up. 3 minutes, I reckon. Maybe we'll get a reply. But
okay.
I'd like to
Mr.
add something
Sides.
quickly
Okay, sure.
to the whole media working hard, mechanics working hard.
Yeah.
I think it's the same for mechanics, media, whoever you are when you get a position in this industry. Like, it's not a job, it's goal driven. It's like being a rider, isn't it? Like, you're not just punching the clock and you're not just doing a job.
Yeah.
You're in it because you have a goal to be the best at what you do. And like, for instance, I'm very keen to make all of the YouTube people like me, so that's a goal.
Yeah.
I want to make Vital great. That's a
Yeah.
goal. I want to make my profile as good in America as it was in GPs. That's a goal. Like, that's why I work longer than the typical hours, because it's goal driven. And I think it's the same for you, any other media person, any other mechanic, or
like
whatever.
Pookie works at Macy's and just punches the clock and goes home and never thinks about Macy's after work. Like, that's it.
Like even if you stop working, you think,
Yeah.
well, so and so will be judging this, so and so will be thinking this,
or you come up with a new idea or whatever. Yeah.
So I think that's basically what it comes down to. It's not a matter of just like wanting to work. It's not work. It's goal driven. It's like doing a sport or doing a hobby or whatever.
Yeah. No, I think that's what
motivational. That's
The answer is Master of Puppets. Perfect album.
Okay. Master of Puppets, Lewis.
Yep.
So
Fade to Black, my favorite song though, off Ride the Lightning. Favorite Metallica song, period.
If we ever get the Ferrato versus Ben Supercross challenge, both you and I have to make significant bets.
Yes.
Like, I'm talking like we both put down 5K.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
And like we go all in.
And we don't get to watch them practice first or anything? We just have
no, because we are I feel like we're automatically it doesn't matter.
They're your guy.
Like my guy is a better Supercross rider, but he's on a beta.
Yeah.
So like
yeah, good point.
But I feel like that's what has to be done to make it more interesting.
Okay, fair enough. Ride Engineering, ride-engineering.com. Team Solitaire guys use Ride Engineering. They've been using the triple clamps, bar mounts, links, braided steel brake lines, axle blocks, and other bolt-on parts since the team's first Supercross race long ago. They've been really depending on the guys at ride-engineering.com. Use the code PulpFan20 to save. Thanks to those guys for coming on. Chris Elliott, Ryan Clark, big fans of Ride Engineering, and Ride Engineering supports them with a ton of products. Ride-engineering.com. PulpFan20 is the code to save. All right. I'm going to read off my sponsors.
We're trying this again, huh?
First thing that comes to your mind.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I'll start with you, Michael. Lindsay?
Okay.
Motorsport.com.
Excellent people, excellent customer service, and they support Phil Nicoletti.
Fly Racing.
BOA.
Decal Works.
Graphics.
Race Tech.
Love Rob.
X-Brand.
GNCC proven.
Renthal.
Paul.
Michelin Motorcycle Tires.
Our favorite person, Randy. Easy mounting.
Acherbis.
Brian Fullerton, Tallon Volin. Great people, great company.
Firepower Batteries and Chains.
Max Anstey.
Maxima USA.
The beautiful can that is now missing from this room that was on the wall.
Okay. Pro Filter.
I would love to have some for my bikes. Kirk, hook me up, please. Good filters, obviously good stuff. Maxima.
Who's Kirk?
What?
Some guy who's
I'm thinking of Kirk Alves. Yeah, I'm thinking of Kirk Alves. Yeah, mix that up.
Pro
Sorry.
Filter is Trevor.
Yes, it is. Reese. Wow. So I probably won't. Hey, better with my filters.
Yeah. Renegade Racing Fuels.
Max Anstey.
I mean, he's not wrong.
How many more can you toss?
Yeah.
In that?
ORW.
Again, Phil Nicoletti and our friend Thomas Fitcher.
Ojo Power Sports.
I love my 9800. I need a new one.
FMF.
Little D.
Atlas Neck Brace.
Is it Noof that run?
Yeah.
Noof?
Yeah.
Noof.
Noof works. Guts Racing.
Andy Gregg, gripper seat covers, now in teal.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
I did not know that. Works Connection.
Whole shot device.
MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
potential new position of VitalMX that hopefully has some knowledge of MXGP.
Well,
I had some, and there's going to be more.
More than average.
Get Data.
Dan Truman, Get Data is now with Honda.
HRC Honda.
WUSA.
Tallon.
Ride Engineering.
I had a creative one for them, but I'll go with what you said, Solitaire Yamaha.
All right. Intense Cycles.
Sure would like one. I rode yours last time I was here, and they are amazing. So much fun.
It's fun, yeah.
It's so much fun.
Suspension Direct.
Suspension.
Weisco Piston.
HRC Honda.
All right. Fair enough. Thanks for everybody for listening. Cade Clason, Aldon Baker, Denny Stephenson, Chris Elliott. Best interview tonight.
I like Chris. I'm a big Chris Elliott fan.
I will say this. I didn't know much about Chris beforehand, but listening to him talk made me more invested in his team.
All right.
I like that.
I would agree with that.
I'll go Aldon Baker.
Aldon was good.
I just find him a good interview.
Has he always talked that much? I feel like his answers were longer than usual.
I saw that on YouTube too. Some people were like, "Wow."
It's the bond I have with Aldon.
Okay.
So, all right.
Working closely together, building champions.
VitalMX Takeover. I had a dream, an idea of me literally leaving this chair.
Today, I had a dream. Martin Luther King Day.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I had a dream. Martin Luther King. Of leaving this chair and letting one of you co-host and me just like going to sit on that couch or talking to Pookie or taking Augie for a walk.
And then you saw my tweet.
No.
I said if you let me run the show, I would burn your show to the ground like a race team.
But no, it didn't work out. But that was my original plan. But thanks for coming up, you guys. Good luck with everything. All three of you guys are my buddies, doing good work for VitalMX. Stay off the form. Don't get in there.
We can't go on our own.
It's deep. It's deep. But
you should come on more.
I probably should. My brother is the one who says, "Hey man, you're getting ripped apart in a thread." Like that's my source.
I feel like that hasn't happened in a while.
I don't remember, but those are the texts I get. Where like, "Hey man, you're getting destroyed right now."
Well, those are the kind of texts that Darkside gets about PulpMX.
No, the last one was Claimgate. Like I got ruined for that. Claimgate. So that was August last year.
That wasn't too long
That was
ago.
less than 6 months
ago. I forgot you got a little bit of heat on that one.
Yeah.
Actually, I feel like Kiefer got the most. Was Kiefer on for that one?
No, I don't think so.
I thought he was about.
He was.
I thought he called in.
Yeah, he actually got more heat than you did.
Oh.
In the threads by far. If I remember.
went in. I jumped in there, but you're not. You guess what? You're not changing anybody's minds. No one writes back, "Oh yeah, you're right, man."
Well,
yeah, right.
I will do my best with the YouTube commenters.
You are if you're a writer. I don't know if you've ever seen writers come on the forum. They immediately get told, "You're so great, man. I love you."
Yeah, you're great. But no, thanks for coming in, guys. Appreciate it. Good times as always. Appreciate you, and we'll see you in San Diego, and you at Anaheim too, and then you'll bounce.
Yep.
So
back to that little town in East Texas.
Yep. Back to
Bumfuck Texas, East Texas. That's what you always say.
That's what you said earlier.
Yeah.
Yep. And there's just I just picture it as a Hooters and a tumbleweed.
We don't have a Hooters, and we don't have tumbleweeds. It's not West Texas. It's East.
How do I claim my prize? Do I need to contact some sort
You'll
of
be
prize
given
department?
you'll be given a code.
Gotta send a certified letter.
Mr. Tits Legendary runs the prize
I
department.
don't know if I need to take a ticket or.
Yeah. Okay, all right. No, thanks for coming in, Marks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Beta USA over there. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Thanks to our guests. Thanks to Pookie, Swisscore, Moser, all of everybody. Roto as well, of course, for helping out. And next week, Kyle from Ethica, Seth Rarick, Ryan Sipes in studio, among others. I think we've got some Aussie couple coming in too, husband and wife.
That's cool.
I don't know.
And
I love Aussies.
And you've got Nick.
And Nick.
So that's
Nick
6.
sounded like on the fence.
Oh.
Well,
you never know where he's going to be really.
Right.
He may be looking for a way to get here.
He sounded like he was on the fence.
Because I don't think Gobert's is going to bring him.
Right. Okay, so we'll see. Hopefully Nick from X of Moto Limited will be in here as well. So thanks again for listening and watching. Appreciate everybody. See you next week.
Lipstick on your dipstick?
There's something I want to get off my chest. And it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine. And I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and